Hello to all the Backgammon fans and fanatics. Welcome back to the 2025 Los Angeles Open. The final day, we're doing the finals. Just going to do a quick microphone check to make sure everything's working. Looks like everything is working. Okay, great. So welcome. My name is Alex Eshaghian. We're here at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. Hello to my good friend Jedi Master Georgiou. So John, I'm going to ask you to put some things in the chat in a moment. I want to start by wishing everyone a happy Father's Day. Today's Father's Day in the United States. Unfortunately, some people who usually come were unable to come because of conflicts with Father's Day and other things with their family. So wishing everyone a happy Father's Day. I want to thank everyone at the tournament. Producer and organizer Candace Maron. Tournament directors Patrick Gibson, Frank Talbot. Side events, Cici Pedrosa. I am Alex Eshaghian. I'm doing the stream and the commentary and social media. So you can find me also on my Backgammon channel. There's a link in the description. Lots of educational content. And if you love Backgammon, you can become a member of the channel, and that'll give you exclusive access to the most popular videos. I also have my book here, Backgammon Backgame Strategies. You can also get it on Amazon. There are links in the description. Follow us on Facebook at Los Angeles Backgammon Group. I post hundreds of pictures. We do the 1-minute interviews. Those are a lot of fun. Basically, I ask people 3 questions. How did you get into backgammon? What do you enjoy about it? And how can we grow the game? So a lot of great stuff. Production assistants, Nelly and Kiki. Tournament committee, Ted Chi, Neil Kazaross. Eligibility consultant, Ben Friesen and Calcutta auctioneer. Art Benjamin. Thank you to our sponsors, USBGF and the ABT, which sanctions this event, and Legacy Boards Backgammon. My good friend Bill Shea and his wife Carrie make beautiful boards, open tabletop boards or table made out of the most beautiful wood. We're playing on one, so you've been seeing that on the display. We're auctioning that off, so there's a link in the description. You can also donate to the USBGF. Thank you for their support. They do a lot of work, so even small donations are really appreciated. There are links in the description where you can do that. It's been a really exciting weekend. We were fortunate to have a lot of great matches. Let me pull up these draws here. It was unbelievable. We started Wednesday with a couple of the BMAB rounds because I had the stream set up, so we thought we'd do that. And then on Thursday we had the jackpots. We had some really good matches. Let me see the super jackpot qualifier. Bill Phipps and Michi, that was an outstanding match. And then let me see what else we had. We had a great instant classic, Mochi against Matt Cohn-Geier. And then Mochi played Bill Phipps, and he streamed that on his channel. Mochi won the super jackpot. And then Mochi also gave a seminar on how to play second rolls. And that's on my channel. There's a link in the description. We also had the USBGF Awards Dinner and Hall of Fame. That one was also live streamed, and that's on my channel. There's a link in the description. What else? I wanted to thank a few other people who do not get recognition because they work on the back end of things, but some of these people have helped me significantly, so I want to express my gratitude to them. My good friend Georgiou, who's in the chat, and Roberto Litzenberger from the Players Cup BMAB. They've helped transcribe all of the matches. So hello to Simon Bargett from the UK. Welcome. So John and Roberto have helped transcribe all of the matches, and I think that's one of the things I like to do whenever we have a live stream or I do my own videos. I have the match transcription files in the description, so if anyone's viewing it and they want to go look at a position or anything like that, The match file is only a click away. You download it onto your computer and you can look at all the interesting positions. Also, I use them and I post some of the interesting positions on the online forums. So thank you, John, and thank you, Roberto. I also wanted to thank a few other people who have helped with the technical side of the stream. Stu Steen Connolly, he's the marketing director. He helped with the seminar, and also he actually helped with the lighting. So now the lighting doesn't show as much glare. Everything looks much better. Also, I want to thank what we need to do, and we fix it. So we improve the video quality, we improve the audio quality, and that just provides a better experience for you. Also, who else was there? Matt Patterson. He helped a lot. Looks like the video is stuck, but I'll get that fixed. Matt Patterson helped a lot with the stream. He helped turn off the stream in the evening so that we could have more matches, because I had to leave a little bit early to get back home. And also Ben Friesen. He also helped set up the stream. Okay, so we're going to start at approximately 10 a.m. Match between Steve Sax and Art Benjamin, two Grandmasters. 9-point match. It's the Fighters Bracket semifinal. The winner will play the winner of Kara Schultz versus Kit Woolsey. Before we start, we're going to have an interview with Neil Kazaross. So I'm going to ask people to put their questions in the chat for Neil so that you can ask questions. And then we're going to go to a break video, and then we'll be back shortly. Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream, and during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring the LA Open this year. We're delighted to have been invited.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing great. We're full on spring, it looks like.
Yeah. So for the viewers, these are some of the most beautiful high-end luxury boards, and we're going to talk through them, but I wanted to show some pictures of some of your boards. A lot of them are on the website, but we'll start by showing the viewers some of those, and maybe you can go through and give us about like a one-sentence overview of each one.
Absolutely delighted to. Yeah, this is All Hands. It's a beautiful poplar piece with really striking playing field, blue and white, and then dark blue. It stands out. It's absolutely beautiful. Great little piece. Blush was my wife actually made Blush. Got a little bit of crocodile in there, and again playing pieces and dice and doublers that beautifully accent the leather and the playing field.
Canyon.
Canyon is a sycamore. It's a pretty unusual piece of wood, but just amazing. The wood's the star of that show. Citron is another heartfelt piece, just really beautiful colors. It'll stand out in any room. It's a great little piece to play. Clean Slate's another one. Very sort of regal colors, burgundy set against that gray. Really nice little piece to play.
This looks almost similar to the board on the stream.
Very similar. Not quite as dark a playing field as Clean Slate. Will be a little bit lighter, but very similar. And yeah, we'll have photos. Well, you'll be able to see it during the streaming. Yes.
And Crush.
Crush is a favorite. That's a table, and just it's obviously Orange Crush for those of us that remember the beverage. The colors just told us that's what we needed to name it. A really neat piece with great natural accents to the wood. One of my favorites. We actually made that for a New York interior designer, and just a really dramatic piece of wood set on a beautiful table base. Really fun piece. We still have that piece. It's still available on the website. Envy, it does just that. It just you're going to be the envy of the tournament playing in that one. Really neat little piece. Again, we throw some croc in there that just accents really nicely. And Frank is another favorite, where when we bought this piece of wood, we didn't quite know how we'd do it, but we literally had to stitch it together due to the natural checks, they're called, but the cracks in the wood. But what would result in is just a striking, also a table, coffee table, really striking accent to any room, and neat little piece to play.
Yeah, we were talking about that on social media. It looks like almost the shape of a football or something like that. And it's I guess it's not an ideal for one person to sit in one direction and the other to sit, but this is more of a piece of art for me.
Well, I'll take that and run it. You know, when you sit at a table like that, you actually sit above the table, so that I'm losing the word, but the irregular shape of it really doesn't affect you that much when you're playing it. No, it really doesn't. We've played it, and but what it does, to your point about, we hope somebody does see it as a piece of art, but maybe a good way to sort of introduce the stuff we do. But we really try to maintain. That's from the crotch of a tree, which you can see on the right side. That's a big growth coming off the tree, a trunk coming off the tree. And what it does to the wood is really tough to match. It just gives incredible accents and colors, and just an explosion of colors. And then we were able to tie in the bow ties, which just offset everything and really, again, accentuate the natural aspects of the wood. But again, a striking playing surface, very visible, very easy to play, and really fun little piece.
Are the bow ties decorative, or do they keep the wood together?
They do a little bit of both. You can play with them from a decorative perspective, which I love to do. It's a little complex to do them, and you risk the wood doing them, but they do stabilize the wood a little bit. When we buy our wood, a lot, the wood's gone through a lot, and it's all designed to remove some of the natural flaws, some of the natural elements that a tree goes through before it's cut down. It dries it and stabilizes it, but it also, as it dries it, it produces the cracks a lot of times, because the moisture comes out, the wood cracks. So we use the bow ties to stabilize it a little bit more and make sure that in a piece like this, it's not going to come apart, or continue to dry and get worse in those cracks. We try to leave it for its natural beauty, but up close and personal, it's a really fun thing to be able to add those artistic elements and stabilize the wood at the same time. So it's a little indulgent.
Very good, very good. Go on to the next one.
Gramercy was a piece that we did to sort of show off, and it needed what are called splines. Those are, again, to stabilize the wood on the left side. Those are two very small checks, but maybe a better example of let me be a little artistic in how I stabilize the wood. And there's actually more of those on the underside. So a lot goes into that, and probably, you probably got 15 to 20 hours worth of work in stabilizing the wood before we even start making the playing surface. So a lot goes into that, but the result is a really neat, striking, added accent to a backgammon board.
Next one.
That is Hang 12A. It's got a shape it's a cherry slab, and most often the wood and the wood's accents, we don't start on the leather until we've finished the wood for obvious reasons maybe, but we obviously don't want to get any of the finishing materials on the leather. So by the time we put the leather in, the wood's told us what kind of leather we should use, what colors. And this certainly did that. But when we were finishing the wood, it took on the shape of almost a surfboard, which LA folks know those well. But sitting on, it's a table. It's got really neat, very contemporary legs, but it's got rounded edges on both ends, hence the Hang 12 name. Most of us remember Hang 10, but a play on words.
Yeah. High roller.
High roller is it's a bar height table, and in this one we were able to bring in some really neat leather. You can see there it's almost, folks familiar with cowboy boots know it as verdigris, but it's that stitching on a cowboy boot, and the leather has that accent in it, and it really gives it a very sort of masculine, cool feel to it, and the leathers, the gray and the tan leathers, just fold in beautifully to the wood and to that verdigris playing field. And then we can have a lot of fun with the checkers, as you see we did there.
Right.
Lucky Strike's a brand new one. My wife made that. My wife makes boards right alongside with me. Retired nurse, so to speak. She's too young to retire, but she's doing this. But her color sense is remarkable, and it's a beautiful little piece. It's a black walnut, but the playing surface is just explosive. It's so pretty, and then the checkers really accentuate it nicely. Mistress is another favorite. It's you talk about colors integrating to the wood. This one, again, we finished the wood in advance of using the leather, so we really were able to maximize the look and the coordination of the leather integrating to the wood just magnificently. Carrie, my wife, made that one as well. Really pretty piece. Also a table.
Now this one is probably my favorite one out of the slides in this deck because of what's called the live edge wood, the Nautica. Tell us about that, please.
Nautica, that is it's a maple slab, and when we got that piece of wood, it had so many unique attributes to it. What you see towards the left there are actually, those are bug holes. Bugs live in trees, and that's one of the things that we get rid of through the drying process before we acquire the wood. But also rot and sort of degradation as a tree ages. But when we get it, it's very stable, it's very stabilized, but we then have the opportunity to really maximize it. And as you can see, that here is so dramatic. And the table base we put it on it's a very stout, really impressive table base, but it just reeks of that sort of nautical feel, and almost a compass like rig there underneath it. But we were able to bring a very stately playing surface into the piece, and with the colors and the natural elements this had, which are very dramatic. This is on the website, and other pictures show it off even further than this. It's a great photo, but between the live edge and those natural elements that we've been able to capitalize on, it's a very striking piece. It's it's a pretty good sized tabletop. I'm sorry, table, but like most of what we do, it is a coffee table. And a lot of times we'll include, folks will ask us to, we can include a piece of glass that'll go over top of that playing surface. And it winds up being a really striking, impressive addition to just about any family room, living room, whatever, wherever you want to have your backgammon conquests. But you'll be asked about this one if it's in your living room.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Saddle Up was another fun one where we took some natural element. We took some of the natural aspects of the slab and were able to stabilize, but also sort of an added element in those splines to the right there. They do stabilize. There's more underneath, quite a few more, in fact, on Saddle Up. But again, we went back to that verdigris leather, which is really a beautiful leather. And then the tan playing surface and the bold white make it a really easy piece to play. And Alex, you'd probably stream on that one beautifully too. But it's a very strong, really striking piece. That's a tabletop.
Beautiful. Next one, Sailor's Delight.
Sailor's Delight was a really fun one. It's a box elder, which is an unusual piece of wood to me. I heard of a box elder, I guess, but we do some box elder. It's a really light, very attractive piece of wood, and using Alex, as you pointed out before, that's a really pretty live edge. When we do a live edge, a lot of times we'll finish them off, and I'm probably getting more long-winded than you want me to, but we try to keep live edges when they're a really striking attribute to the wood, and this one does that really nicely. Nice little tabletop.
Yeah. Square Root.
Square Root was a really fun piece that my wife made. She made a lot of them, actually. Now that I come to, as much as I talk about her in it, but it just is a very concise, very solid, beautiful little playing table. If you go to our website, please do note the dimensions. This is a smaller table, so it's probably not a tournament table, but it's a very manageable size. It's mobile. It can be moved around the house. You can put it in the car and bring it to your local club to play. But one of those pieces that it's going to get attention. It's a really pretty little piece.
Storm.
Storm was another really fun piece. We went back to that verdigris. You see, it's a favorite. And again, we used a poplar slab that is such a pretty piece of wood, very easy to work with, really nice weight to it as well. And just the colors, poplar comes in with a lot of gray. And when you see us using poplar, we're probably going to have some gray in the playing surface someplace or in the checkers. This is probably my favorite. And it just told me up and down when I put that leather in there that those look like a pair of church shoes you're wearing at church on Sunday, and a beautiful bold croc design. You notice there we have the stainless clad checkers, which we can do upon request. Sometimes we'll include them in a board, but just one of those pieces that it's a table. It's a good sized table. It's not too big, coffee table, but it is a showstopper. Really, really attractive board. Worth Avenue lives in Palm Beach, Florida, and was another piece we designed for an interior designer who sort of spec'd it out. It was a first of its kind for us, very unusual, but it's a white lacquer finish. It is a tournament size playing surface. As you can tell, that piece would fit. We now have that as part of our repertoire. And that will fit in just about any decor you can come up with. Really pretty piece, standard table height, which is about 28 inches, and then a tournament size board. Really neat piece.
Great. So
very thorough, Alex. Thanks
yeah,
that was a real walk through the inventory.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was a great overview of the beautiful boards, and before we move on, I wanted to mention that the streaming board will be auctioned off. So if people are interested in that, there will be an auction. And if people want to order a board during the tournament, there will be 10% off. And there's a link in the description to Legacy Board's website where they can order it. So let's talk a little bit about legacy boards. When did you start making legacy boards, Bill?
I'm about 12 years into this, Alex. It was you'd asked me the question. It was a fluke at first. I made my first board, which is right here in this room with me. But it was funny little anecdote. I made it, and when I put it all together, and I got the checkers came in, and my son and I sat down to play at this nice big board, and I realized, and everyone's gonna laugh at me when I say this, it only had 20 points. So there was 5 points for each part of the board, and it was such a showstopper moment in front of my 12-year-old. I had all kinds of things to say, but I bit my tongue. But I was able to fix it, and we still play on our first board. But at any rate, it got me started, and actually leads me to the not only the origins of what we do, but the kind of why we do what we do. And I got into the live edge business after Hurricane Sandy. A buddy of mine up in New York lost 200 big old hardwood trees on his property and sent me home to North Carolina with a piece of this wood. What in the world am I going to do with it? And I had the idea, I might make a really cool backgammon board. So I tried it, and it actually came out really well. My oldest son has that, which leads me to my second point. I thought, what a cool thing to make one for each of my boys, and three of them were attaché boards, folding boards. And really the only unique attribute of that was that your dad made it for you. And the fourth one was the live edge slab. But I thought what a great thing for them to have was something that their father had made about a game I had taught them, and what a great legacy that would be. And so from that, I thought, I learned from my mother. She learned from her mother. What a cool legacy, and it's still going. So it was very important to me to signal that in the name of what we do, legacy boards. And I hope people see that and sort of get bitten by that same bug. What a great thing to have to teach children, nieces, nephews, whomever, friends, and pass this game along, which USBGF tournaments like this one, Alex, what you do in propagating the game, it's really exciting to see how many people are working hard to propagate this game and get more people into it. So we're all about it, and so much so we named the company that way.
Yeah, and what I really like about your boards is it's not the average board. These are very luxurious, high-end, beautiful boards, and it's just a pleasure to just look at and play on. So we'll take a look at that some more. This is the website. There's a link in the description to where you can view it. So this has all the stuff. There's the backgammon boards and the tables. So just for the viewers to understand, you make tabletop boards, which are basically flat, open boards that don't fold up, as well as full tables. Is that correct?
Yeah, we make primarily coffee table height, which is about 20 inches roughly. And we've now gotten into, as you saw, scrolling through our other pieces, we actually do 28-inch regular height tables as well. So we're really kind of running the gamut right now. Yes.
So
and whether
go ahead.
Go ahead. What you see right there, as you pointed out, Alex, thank you, backgammon boards will take you specifically to the boards, and then tables there. And, and we also, not to divert attention too much, but we also, across the top banner, we were forced into chess by a customer that said, "Hey, do you do chess boards?" And my ego won't let me say no. So we're now doing chess pieces as well.
So those taller boards, if you put a sheet of glass on them, they could work as like the taller tables, excuse me, can work as like a desk or a dining table or something, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as can the coffee tables, for sure. That's because the playing surface, as you can see, the playing surface is recessed into the wood. A piece of glass fits very nicely over the playing surface.
Okay, so I'll have you guide me through the website. Where would you like me to start?
Well, if you go into Shop Backgammon, nice thing here is what we try very hard to do is to oh, there you are. So if you go into, say, Backgammon boards,
yeah,
and that'll bring up the board specific inventory that we have. And please bear in mind, anybody looking, that this is simply inventory that we have. We like making these, so we kind of keep a running inventory. But we are pretty much eager to do custom pieces, and we work from customers. I work with fabric swatches, paint chips, you name it. I've had someone say a photograph of the room a piece was going to go in, and we collaborate very, very thorough in our collaboration. So just know, if you have an idea, we'll help you flesh it out and come up with exactly what you're looking for. And as you can see, so in each case, you can click on the piece. It'll go to a more in-depth description. And then, as I pointed out, if you look at the dimensions.
Click on maybe storm, for example.
Yeah.
Here, this doesn't have description here. Oh, this one doesn't seem to have the description here. Let's go back and try a different one.
Boy, I hope it's not going to make a liar of me. You see, there's a full slate of photographs, and again, upon a simple request, if there's something you'd like to know about, boy, it's going to make a liar of me, and I'll.
But here we can look at like different angles of the board. So I'll just kind of slide through this. This is beautiful.
Great, and my wife's our photographer. She does a phenomenal job, believe it or not, with a phone. We got a camera, but it doesn't take as good pictures of a phone. Wow. But she takes really striking photographs, trying to capture every element that's unique and important for a customer to maybe see. So, given that I was fibbing to everybody, please, at the bottom is my email address. It comes right to my phone, whatever, my computer. And any questions you have, please don't hesitate to ask. They are unique and different, and we're delighted to explain. And as we say, like just play, right? Just get playing. But shipping is free in the United States. There you go. Some of them.
Here we go. This is the Gramercy, the description of the Gramercy. So people can read this. We won't have to read it during the video, but people can go and read it. But what may be nice is to be able to scroll through some of these other pictures. You can really see the nice attention to detail. And that bag was for the checkers, right?
Yes, every set comes complete with a very high-end leather dice cup, dice, doubler, and checkers. Which, when we design our boards, we really work hard on the checkers as well to make sure that they are a really critical aspect of the art of the look and feel of the piece. We wanted to have, when folks come into your home and see one of these, we want them to go, where in the world did you get that? And then tell them.
Yeah. So let's go to the tables.
Excuse me.
These were some of the ones that we saw.
Some of the ones that you showed, sure.
Let's see. Oh, I don't think we saw the Legend one. Let's pull this one up.
Legend was another one of those challenges. Interior designer asked me if I could do it, and I couldn't say no. And really interesting piece, very sort of stately. Yep, very stately. Every piece of wood in that table is what I call first generation wood. I know the people that cut that tree down, so it's very much in keeping with what we do. But we were able to source the wood in such a way that it came out with a very elegant piece, very different than, say, Nautica, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
Probably both ends of the spectrum, Alex, for sure. And there's the glass hard at work, right?
This is the glass, right? Yeah. Wow.
Exactly. And no chance. No, there's no chance in that glass of wine being there. That's, backgammon. If you're in a tournament, you're probably not drinking, but outside of being in a tournament, you probably have a nice glass of wine going while you're playing. Yeah. But you can see how That's a 3/8 inch piece of glass. It's a very stout piece of glass, but it really adds a very striking and elegant touch to that table. Just the
Yeah.
glass in and of itself, it's really pretty.
Because I tell people this is not just a board, it's also a piece of furniture, it's a piece of art, it's just so much more.
And you will, that's one of the things we hear just about 100% of the time is when people see it, that's the reaction they get is, where did you get that?
Yeah. Wow.
Where
Yeah,
in the
it's
world did you
amazing.
get that?
So let's look at the About Us section here. So this talks about you and your beautiful wife, Carrie, and people
Beautiful
can read.
wife, and
Yeah.
absolutely. And hers is a more exciting story than mine. I'm an old salesman that happened into a hobby, and we started out. I started out making them because I like making them, and I had one. What am I going to do with it? And I was able to find a local, fairly significant charity here in Asheville, North Carolina, that was closed out. Their auctions were closed out, silent auction. And I called them and said, "Would you be interested?" And they said, "We're very interested. It's going to the live auction." And it wound up selling and getting quite a bit of money for the charity, which made us feel great. I finished the next one, my next table, just in for next year's auction, next year's charity event and auction, and it went in as well, and it sold. So it sort of indicated to me that, gee, we might be onto something, we might have a market, but also helping charity at the same time. It was a charity for local underprivileged kids and schools. So not disassociated with what we're talking about here, teaching kids and getting them involved, but a great charity that we've been delighted to be involved with. And it got us out of the gates. Our first commission came from one of the charity events. So you never know how they happen, but this is how this one did.
Fantastic. Well, take a look at the gallery. I think there are some pictures similar to what we saw, but maybe some different ones. I don't think you can click on this, but I'll scroll through this. There's a link in the description to the website so people can click and kind of scroll through this.
And again, the purpose of our gallery was to show off pieces that we have in, as they say, live somewhere else now and are in people's homes, and just to see the range of work that we do and hopefully inspire ideas. Solidify the fact that if you have an idea, we can probably do it. That blue piece is another example of something that I didn't anticipate, but I was asked to do that, and gee, could we? Let's give it a go, and it came out great. That one lives in Palm Beach, Florida, as well, and actually, the one to the right of it, same owner, has both of those pieces.
Wow!
So completely different, but
so
really fun.
How many boards would you estimate you've made over the years?
Well, we number them, so I actually know we're not quite at 100. We're in the 70 range, and I'm asked quite frequently how long do they take, and most of the time it's nice. The folks we work with, they know that it's a process. It takes some
why don't we
time
go to
make
the process page?
Yeah. It takes a minute because of the steps involved, but we generally like to say it's between 6 and 8 weeks, and it could be longer depending on what elements need to go into it. If it's a table base that we're having custom made, that's a steel forger we use, that could push it out. But generally 6 to 8 weeks is a safe timeline. But I mentioned earlier, we get a raw piece of wood that's had a pretty lengthy process already. We finish it, do any elements that it might need. You see there at the top photograph, we actually integrated a really neat stainless steel bow tie. Just at that point, it stabilizes the boat, then we can make it look really pretty too. We put 3 finish coats on the underside. Tabletops do have little rubber feet, so they can sit on other furniture and not damage the furniture, obviously. Very careful with that. And then we finish the upper parts of the exposed parts of the table, parts you play on, with 5 coats of finish. And not only does that accentuate the natural elements of the wood, but it makes it much more durable. We don't want folks to spill anything on it, but you could. They'll wipe clean. But that process of finishing itself takes quite some time, and that's before we even get to the leather. So it's a fairly lengthy process, but um, every step you do, that thing really comes to life and turns into the beautiful finished product that we wind up with. We lean a lot on the beauty of the wood.
Yeah, I can see that. We'll go to the customization page. So this is everyone can customize their own board. So we'll go through this. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the customization process?
So customization can be straight up from the type of wood. As we've mentioned a couple of times, the live edge is something that we do that's very unique. No one else does a live edge backgammon board. But even if we wanted something, a finish that was squared off, you still get all of the natural elements of that wood, but in a more refined shape. So we have folks say this type of wood, this type of finish or edge, want a straight edge or the live edge. Leathers, obviously, we can do a great deal of customization with leather. We use very, very fine grade leather, and have a broad array of colors. We've got a lot of leather folks here in North Carolina, so we have great sources for that. A lot of South American, a lot of Europe comes to North Carolina. And then very recently, pardon me, before I go too far from that, once the leather is chosen, a lot of times folks will give us leeway on the checkers and the accessories to integrate those, because it's hard to really come up with the look and color checkers that will go with the wood that we're seeing right before our eyes. A customer seeing maybe over the phone or a computer photo. So A, we can certainly take the ball and run with it for the accessories. B, if someone has ideas, we're all about that too. Yeah. Most recently, we've sort of taken advantage of some tools that we have to take it another step further in customization, whether it's monograms. I'm particularly fond of that dead logo, so that was a challenge I took upon myself to do, and that is inlaid into the wood, can be done any number of ways. So, and then we've made some for people's yachts, their boats, be it sailboat, motor yacht, whatever it may happen to be, and it really winds up being a stunning added element against the wood to have the image of the yacht, the name, perhaps the home marina where the boat lives most of the time, and we pull those. In most cases, I pull that from the transom of the boat itself. So that is not only exactly the name, obviously, it's what it looks like on the transom boat. So we really try very hard to, when we say custom, we really want to make it very, very custom to exactly what you want. It is your piece. Again, goes back to the legacy aspect. When people see it, they're going to know it is yours or was yours if it's passed down to family. As my brother said, don't say pass down to family too much. Someone's got to die to pass it down. But also, whether it's organizations, yacht club, or city clubs, we've worked with some city clubs around the country to do some more formal tables. So that degree of customization is a really fun one, and drills down a little bit further on just another way to customize a piece.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you mentioned the live edge. We never really defined it for the viewers. We've discussed it in a previous video, but this is an example of live edge, right?
So live edge, and thank you, that I gloss over that. I assume, and I shouldn't. Live edge is a slab is the type of wood we use. A slab is literally a cross section of a tree. So if a tree falls down, they cut it up and they slab it and they pull out, in our case, 2-inch cross sections of that tree. A live edge runs from the outside on one side and the bark all the way to the other side of the tree with the bark. So it is actually what that tree looked like before this piece was cut out of it. And we try hard, if there's bark on it, to keep the bark. But if we've lost a significant amount of bark, we'll go right down, as you can see that picture on the right, where we've removed the bark and finished that edge, so it's nice and soft to touch and really finished. But a different look in a live edge. The one on the left is referred to as, it's not mystery, bark on. The one on the right is considered bark off live edge, but you still get that very dramatic edge that people have come to know us for.
Okay, so that was a great overview of the website, beautiful products. So if someone who's watching this video wants to order or customize a board, what's the best way to start?
Best way to start is to reach out to us, email. My cell phone's there. Obviously, I answer both. We're very quick to respond to folks. What are you looking for? How can we help? What's your timeline? What style are you looking for? Is it a tabletop table? Just those types of things to have in mind. If questions arise, I don't really know what I want, I'm delighted to walk through things that we've done, things that we can do. There's really no end to what we can do in terms, as you can see, whether it's the lacquer piece, live edge slab, very different ends of the spectrum, but we can do just about anything in between. We do stay away from the attaché boards, the folding boards, primarily because, quite honestly, I would tell somebody, I can tell you where to get one, and it's probably better and less expensive than I would make. We stick to what we do well and what we do uniquely, but that's one that we really try to steer away from. But outside of that, we love working custom pieces with folks, and we're really prepared with all the questions you'd need to get simple answers, advice that will help steer you, whatever it may happen to be. We want to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
And as
So
Alex pointed out, right now during the tournament, we're offering a 10% discount for folks that see us here and choose to reach out to us.
yeah, so anyone who's interested, I encourage contacting Bill through the website, through the email, and he'll work with you. Makes beautiful boards, and an outstanding person. I've had the pleasure of meeting you in person and speaking with you multiple times. It's always a pleasure. Looks like we answered most of the questions. We saw some of the investments on the website, but for a typical board, what's kind of the range in investments for a person who's interested in getting a board?
I'm going to give you three answers. The first is, if we're looking at a tournament tabletop, that's going to be in the roughly 2,200 range. That's start to finish, custom, one of a kind. When you look at some of our other inventory, you're going to see a lower price point, typically for a smaller board. So please do know that if the dimensions aren't there, don't hesitate to ask me. That's an important aspect for particularly folks watching a tournament. The size of the board, the size of the checkers matters. And then so they range from about 1,500 on up to, they'll top out around 2,200 as well. That's the high end. And then our tables are harder to nail down. Only because there's many more elements in them. They tend to run in the high threes and can go on up. We have one right now that's about a $6,500 table, which would be about our high end.
Yeah, it's
again,
just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah.
You get these tables, it's like you want to get a table for your house, it's going to cost a lot of money. So why not have a backgammon board in it?
Well, and it does have that aspect to it that's both functional. We like to refer to it as functional artwork, because we make these to be played. When you'll see this board that's being played today, I promise you it's a little daunting to know that for probably, Alex, you tell me, 8 to 12 hours a day, these players are hard on a playing surface, and that tells anybody looking, if they can withstand this, and they can probably do beautifully in your home for a really long time. So we make them to be very durable, as well as to be really striking pieces that make our own.
A man said to his wife for their 50-year anniversary, "Where do you want to go for dinner?" She says, "Anywhere, as long as it's expensive." So they took her to the airport.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We will be having the live stream starting shortly in about 10 to 15 minutes. In the meanwhile, we have Backgammon legend, Hall of Famer, all-time ABT points winner, and my good friend Neil Kazaross. Welcome.
It's a pleasure, Alex.
Thank you. Please project your voice into there.
Okay.
How are you doing today?
Doing fine.
We had the honor of having you on the live stream for at least one match, and hopefully you can join for the commentary.
I'll be on the commentary for this match. I don't know about later.
How has the weekend been going?
It's been okay. I've lost in a couple of money rounds, but fortunately I made some hedges with my opponent, so I have some rooting interest today.
Very good.
Although this match, Steve and Art, I did not play, so they're not part of my rooting interest, and I'm looking forward, and I'll be totally impartial, and looking forward to seeing a nice match between two of Los Angeles's finest players.
Yes, they're both outstanding players. This is the semifinals of the fighters bracket. The winner will play the winner of Kit Woolsey and Kara Schultz. Also two outstanding players, and the winner of that match will play in the grand final against
Richard Munitz.
Richard Munitz, that's correct. We had some questions for you. You received the award for being the ABT Player of the Year last night at the awards dinner. Congratulations.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You gave some words. I'd like to give you an opportunity to say a few words for the streamers who, for the viewers who did not see that.
Okay. Well, one of the main things I talked about was I wanted to, thank our dear departed friend, Bill Davis, who was instrumental. He was the principal behind starting the American Backgammon Tour. I believe this was 32 years ago.
In the 80s. Or
in
90s,
the 90s.
90s,
in
yeah.
the early 90s, the American Backgammon Tour started. I mean, Carol Cole was also a big part of starting that, as was Los Angeles' own Patrick Gibson.
Yeah.
And I remember some three-way phone conversations we had, and even four-way phone conversations we had, because it was me and Bill, Carol, and Patrick. And we just discussed, can we make this happen? How do we make this happen? What do we do for a master point system? Et cetera, et cetera. We tried to work all this out for initially. And we can see what a great success it has been. Without, the American Backgammon Tour, I mean, it definitely gets, in my opinion, more players out. You will see the last tournament of the year is here in Los Angeles in December. That ends the American Backgammon Tour. And in general, you can expect a bigger turnout for that tournament than you have here. Again, it's summer. Most of the country is beautiful in June. People have vacations, people have graduations, people have weddings. So the turnout here is usually not as much as it is in December. In December, it's nice to come to Los Angeles and escape the onset of winter in cold northern places like where I live in Illinois. But again, people will come again. It's the last chance to win ABT points, and often the ABT is decided there. This year, unless I somehow get very hot and win almost every other tournament I play, you won't be seeing me winning the American Backgammon Tour because I've taken some of the year off. And again, I'm not playing every tournament. This is more of a rest year for me because it is hard to play all these tournaments and travel all around.
Yes, I get tired.
Yeah. Like, for example, I get home tomorrow on Monday, and if I was going to play St. Louis, which is only at most a 5-hour drive for me, I'd be leaving Wednesday. So I would get 1 day at home and away I go. But no, I'm taking St. Louis off this year.
Yeah, that was
the rest.
unfortunate.
It's too tight.
Yeah, what happened this year here, our tournament, this tournament was pushed back a week.
Yes.
Unfortunately, to Father's Day, which precluded a lot of people.
That's why some people are here too.
Are not here. That was because of a hotel scheduling conflict. We have another fine young gentleman in the gallery. Last night also, Marty Storer was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Here
Would you
he
like
is.
to say a few words about Marty, please? Yes, we'll have him join us too.
Marty Storer has been a very strong player for many, many years. He used to live in Western New York State, and I remember Marty from when I was in college in New York State, and we are talking over 45 years ago, and Marty was a strong player then. And he's a great player now. He is one of very few Americans who have made the Grandmaster 1 level for having a PR, being able to maintain a PR of under 3 for 300 experience points, 300 match points. I was unable to do that. I've only made Grandmaster 2, but we have right here Marty Storer, Grandmaster 1, and new Hall of Fame member. He's done so much for backgammon, not just from many years of playing and successes, but of being editor of the USBGS Prime Backgammon magazine, which is just a tremendous publication.
Absolutely. It's really an honor and a privilege to have the two of you and many others join us. I want to welcome Marty to the stream. I want to congratulate you on your induction into the Hall of Fame. Last night, I was there to watch your speech, but for the viewers in the live chat right now who are not there, I'd like to give you an opportunity to say a few words, please.
Well, yeah, so thanks, Neil and Alex, for the kind words. It means a lot to me. I mean, I consider myself a lucky human to have been able to participate in backgammon for all these decades. And I just had a great time. I mean, it's just really a central part of my life. And without all the organizers and all the people who work to bring us backgammon events and to publicize backgammon on, streaming venues like this one, we wouldn't have the great thing we have it's really a worldwide community. It's getting to be a whole network of players around the globe. And I'm just glad to be still a part of it.
We hope you'll be a part of it for many more years.
Yes, both of you. So, Marty, before you joined us, Neil was talking about Bill Davis, may he rest in peace, and all his valuable contributions to help grow backgammon. One of the questions from the audience is, how can we further grow backgammon from this point forward? I'll give you both an opportunity. If you want to start, Neil.
To further grow backgammon, you're asking this question? Well, it's simple. Get out and play. Come to tournaments. And if you're unable to come to tournaments, there is so much backgammon online where you can play. We have organized tournaments online. We have the USBGF organized tournaments online. There are the Turkish Players Federation. They run tournaments. There's lots of tournaments online. Or you can just get on and play some casual games on Backgammon Galaxy, on Heroes, and there's probably a couple of other sites too. So just to grow backgammon, play the game, teach your family members if they're interested in the game, teach your friends, and have fun playing the game. That's how to grow the game.
Thank you. And Marty, I'll give you the opportunity next to answer that question. And while you do that, I'm going to go get the players set up. So I'll let the two of you continue the conversation.
All right, yeah, to grow backgammon, you really have to get organized. Get organized backgammon going wherever you are. You might not know in a certain community whether there are backgammon clubs or meetups or any kind of informal get-togethers, but you can look online. I mean, there's the U.S. Backgammon Federation website. You can see where all the clubs are located and get contact information. And if you've got the time, the energy, you can start something up yourself and just reach out to people in your area. And, before you know it, you've got a group of people who are meeting regularly. I think that's happened in many places. Minnesota, for example, I think that's what happened there.
Yep. New York City, there's casual meetups in New York City where it's just not, world-class players playing tournaments. It's just people coming out, meeting someplace, a bar, large bar, restaurant, a club, someplace like that, and just casually playing backgammon, having a good time socially, and having fun playing backgammon. Some of these players will become strong, serious players, but others are just going to, come out, play 10 games of backgammon with friends, meet new people, and have fun.
New York is incredible. I mean, Remy.
That's Remington Wells Davenport.
Yeah, Remy Davenport.
She's incredible.
She runs, I think she runs 2 events per week, and she gets hundreds of people. I mean, it's mostly younger people. It's almost like a singles group for some of them.
Yes, it's a singles group for some people, yes.
And that's fantastic. I mean, that's a way to get out and meet like-minded people. You can bond over backgammon. So it's possible. It's really possible. And we had, the one individual, Remington Davenport, just ran with it. I mean, she's super organized. She got a super personable,
yep,
very capable person. And she just decided this is the kind of thing that would be good for backgammon, and she made it happen.
And one more thing about getting out and growing backgammon. Backgammon is one of the main reasons I got on Facebook maybe 10 years ago. And I mean, there's a lot of backgammon, tons of backgammon on Facebook. So some of you might not be interested in social media or care so much about social media, but then again, here you are waiting for the stream between two of Los Angeles' finest players. So you're interested in backgammon. You're watching it on YouTube. There's so much backgammon on YouTube. USBGF has tons of matches on YouTube you can watch. But I mean, there's backgammon. Backgammon is all over Facebook. People post positions, people commentate on positions, including myself, etc. So it's out there. And you can learn how to play better if you're interested in the game.
If you join the U.S. Backgammon Federation, that's a great start, because suddenly your world opens up. You've got many resources, teaching resources, social resources. You get all the backgammon news. If you want to be a premium member of the Federation, you get access to electronic versions of the magazine that I edit, Primetime Backgammon Magazine. It goes all the way back to 2010. And for many years there was an issue every 2 months. Now it's every 3 months. It's winter, spring, summer, and fall every year. But the print magazine is a special thing. You can subscribe to that. You can also, let's see, how does this work? I keep forgetting they keep coming up with great promotional ideas where you can
well, I get some kind of high-level membership from a, was happy to make a nice donation to the USBGF, and because of that, I'm now a lifetime member. So hopefully I've got 30 years or so more to enjoy that. And I also get the print version mailed to me every 3 months. And it's just beautiful publication. I mean, these are almost collector's items.
Yeah, it's about, these days we're in the sweet spot of length at about 100 pages.
That's about right.
Somewhere around there is where we get, it's sort of ideal for distribution, because if once we start getting about 110 pages or more, the cost to ship goes way up, and that's so we start to worry about money. But we decided we'll try to keep it to about 100 pages, or give or take a few. But it's a glossy, it's a well-made physical magazine, and these issues will last for. You can keep them around, and they'll hold up for many, many years through flipping and flopping. So anyway, that's what else do we say about the Federation? Yeah, you get free entry into certain national events that the Federation runs. For example, that's just you can get access to people who give you lessons if you're very, very serious about the game.
Yep. And speaking of being very, very serious about the game, many people watching this are very, very serious about the game.
Okay, so I have to leave and talk to John Perner, the president of the Federation. So
okay,
Neil will continue.
Come back anytime. I'll come back. So you're talking about the Primetime magazine.
Yes.
It's fantastic. One of the other questions that's actually very helpful for the viewers while you're here. Nowadays, most of the backgammon that we see is matches, but when I started playing, and I'm sure when you started playing, and Marty, go and come back, when we played money games.
Yes.
So it's very different playing a match versus a money game, especially with cube decisions and things like that. And you're one of the best match players of all time, as well as money play, of course. But you also came up with this thing we call Neil's numbers that's used for match play. So I wanted to ask some questions about that. So what are the main differences between a money game and a match for the viewers, please?
Okay. Of course, it's the value of each point and the value of winning or losing a gammon. These are the main differences. In money play, it's straightforward. The gammon value or gammon cost is always 1/2. Let me explain that. Let's assume a standard normal money game, and I've doubled to 2, and you've accepted. If I win the game, I get 2 points. If I lose the game, I lose 2 points. That's a net difference of 4. So if I happen to gammon you, of course winning the game as well, instead of winning 2 points, I win 4 points. That's a net difference of 2. So the game is worth 4 points, and the gammon is worth an additional 2. So the value of the gammon is, compared to the game, is 2 divided by 4. That's 1/2. In match play, this is very different. Sometimes, let's say in a match, we're playing a 7-point match, your standard match you're going to have at your local club, or often in tournaments too, and I have 5 points, and I double you. If I win the game, I win the match. If I win the gammon, it doesn't matter. So the gammon value there is irrelevant. More common situation in match play is what we call gammon go. Let's say again, we're going to have everything a 7-point match. I'm leading the match 6-5, and it's the Crawford rule game, so there's no doubling. If you win the game, it is 6-6. We play one more game. We have 50% equity each of us. If you gammon me, you win the match, and it's over 100%. So right there is the gammon value for you is the 50% added divided by the 50% cost of losing the game, or 1. So it's hugely important. It's twice as important to win a gammon in that situation. Yet you don't care if you lose a gammon, when if you lose the game, you're going to lose the match. This makes big differences. This is all about checker play. But it also affects the cube. Another common situation is, again, the 7-point match. I'm leading you 5-3. If I double you, I'm going to get the cube right back at 4, and we're going to then play. All of a sudden, it becomes double match point. So I'm not going to double you aggressively because gammons don't matter once I double you. And I really don't want to play this game with the cube on 4 too often. I'm not going to go into huge math detail here. If I lose the game, I lose the match. So I have to be way more cautious doubling you than normal. You, however, as soon as you smell a gammon, you can double me, because if you double me with the cube on 2, you win 4 points, you win the match exactly. How nice. So right then and there, turns out with the cube on 2, it's gammon go for you when you're trailing 5-3 in a 7-point match. Because if you gammon me, you win the match exactly. And again, winning the game ties the match 50%. Winning the gammon, 100%. So it becomes, again, 50% gain, 50% cost. Gammon value is 1. This is what is so different from match play, from money play, excuse me. Commonly see, it takes a while for money players to figure this out and understand this. So we often can see, I know playing online, you see some of these newer players to matches, they may not understand this, and they, may double too soon when they're ahead in the match, and all of a sudden the cube comes back at 4, and they're like, uh-oh, I don't have this game sewed up. I would have been happy to double for money and, play with the cube on 2, but maybe I should have been more cautious. Conversely, you also see players with a lead that are just terrified of doubling, and they have a huge advantage in the game, and like minimal chance to win a useful gammon, etc., and they don't double, even when their opponent would have to give up. So these are big differences from money play. The points to double and the point to take and pass, and gammon value and gammon cost, these vary a lot between money play and match play, and it makes match play for me much, much, much more interested in money play. You'll see me, I almost never, ever play for money at these tournaments. Again, I'm often involved in the tournament, or I'm doing commentary like this. Once in a while I might even have a pre-day, early in the day lecture, but I'm tied up with other stuff than having time for money play. But I do like money play, but again, the strategies and the intricacies of match play are so different. It's also, again, the value of points toward winning the match. Even when there's no gammons floating around, the straight race is easier, but still your take points and doubling points vary somewhat from money play. Marty, what do you have to add?
So you've explained the Crawford rule, and I know that a lot of players are used to thinking about match scores just in terms of the raw numbers. Like, I'm ahead in this match 4-3. Well, it could be a different length of match. It could be an 11-point match, or it could be a 5-point match. And the meaning of the score changes a lot. And so there's a way that we commonly talk about match scores, instead of referring to the score itself, we refer to the number of points needed to win the match. Maybe you could explain that a little bit to the viewers. 3 away, 4 away, that kind of thing.
Okay, 3 away, 4 away. That means one player needs 3 points to win the match, and his opponent needs 4 points to win the match. That's all it is. You might see it written 3A, 4A. Or sometimes you might see -3, -4.
Yeah, that's very useful, because really that's all there is to it. How many points do you need to win the match? How many points does your opponent need to win the match? So that's what generates all of the complex considerations you mentioned about
Exactly.
trying to win the match, versus in a money game, every point is just worth a certain amount of money.
It's all worth the same.
But in a match, if I'm ahead and I need 2 points, well, 1 point can be worth a lot, or it could be worth relatively little. If I'm ahead 11-0 to 13 and I get 1 more point, well, okay, my opponent can't double. That's the
For one
Crawford
game.
rule. For the first game that situation occurs, right? The first double match point, the first match point game. But 12-0 versus 11-0 versus 13-0, it's 100% winning chances, right? You won the match, but 12-0 is pretty darn close. What is it, 98% or who knows what? I forget.
About right.
So now match play is so complicated that what you have to do if you really want to be a good match player is you have to have a working knowledge of the winning chances from each score. And so what are my winning chances if I'm ahead 8-0 in an 11-point match? I'm 3 away. My opponent is 11 away. Well, you can have that number in your head. You could have looked at a match equity table, which gives all the winning chances for each score, and you can say, "Oh, I have 90% chance to win," and that's what the
or
the
80,
default
or
match.
more accurately, 89.3%.
89.3.
Because you're talking to somebody here who can memorize this stuff,
Yeah,
and who's been playing forever.
Neil was a commodity trading guy.
Stock options, actually.
Options trading, yeah.
But I was playing a
Same
game. I
ideas.
was playing a game with numbers, so I'm also a mental math savant. So I'm good with this stuff.
So you invented a quick way to figure out what your winning chances are at any given score. If you're not a savant and can't memorize a match equity table with, 64 entries or something
Well,
like that.
for starters, he's talking about Neil's numbers. For starters, I'm going to recommend people just for a 5-point match where Neil's numbers stuff, may not always apply. Just memorize the match equity table for a 5-point match. It's honestly, you can work at it, make flashcards, whatever. Neil's numbers, again, it doesn't work for Crawford, when you're 1 away, and 2 away, it basically doesn't work either. It might, work for an occasional score, but 3 away or more, it really matters. And how I came up with this is maybe 30 years ago. This is Bill Roberti and Kent Goulding. They had a publication called Inside Backgammon. Kit Woolsey, with the help of like 3,000 matches that had been played in Hal Heinrich's database, and they came up with a match equity table. Some of this empirical, and a lot of it, again, then there were calculations made. So I saw the Kit Woolsey match equity table, 15-point table. I looked at this grid of numbers, and I looked at it, and I'm like, oh my God, in a lot of these, especially somewhat longer matches, the value of winning points per point is almost the same. So I came up with this, and I told Roberti about this, and Roberti named it Neil's numbers, and we had an article in the next magazine about this, or this was in some other newsletters as well. And it's, quite simple. In an 11-point match, let's say I'm let's say I'm 11 away from victory, and you're 8 away from victory. Each point is worth like 5% of match equity. So you're leading the 11-point match 3-0. So that's 3. Each point is 5. So you add 3, multiply 3 times 5 is 15, and of course add it to 50%. So a 3-0 lead in an 11-point match is basically worth 65% chance for the match leader. So of course 35% for the trailer. If you want to pull out XG or GNU and look at a match equity table, you'll see that that's almost spot on.
And now that I know that, I can about the 5% per point thing in an 11-point match. What if I'm ahead 4-0? So I think, from what Neil just said, that's going to be a 70% winning chance.
This is correct.
Yeah.
And this is going to be accurate within a fraction of a percent. Now, let's say you're ahead 9-0. You've almost won the match. So you're not 95%. You're going to be a little less. I believe you're 93.7 or something like that. But you're starting to get. But again, I mean, for most of the match, until you get, and again, I said don't use this 2-away anyway, and that's a 2-away score. But for most of the match, this is pretty accurate for determining match equities. Let's say we're playing a 8-point match.
Yeah, I may need you to drive people there and back.
Then each point is worth about 6.
Yeah, is that okay? You're all right with that? Good.
5-point
And you
match
can
again.
carry how many
It's
people
around
can
7.5 or 8. 6-point match, it's around 7 each point.
Okay, so it looks like Steve Sax and Art Benjamin
Two Hall of Famers.
are
Oh man, okay.
Commenting on
going to joust here. So this is the semi-final of the fighters bracket. They've each lost one match in this tournament.
Okay. That.
These guys are both from California.
Both from Los Angeles.
Yep. Art Benjamin's at the bottom there. You can see him drinking water from his cup. The blue shirt and glasses. He is a math professor. He's a world-famous discrete mathematician. And he applies his acumen in mathematics to backgammon. And he writes many articles about, how do you figure out your winning chances in a race, or how can you move your checkers to maximize your chances to win a race. That's called effective pip count. And he also, he's got a lot of good math tricks, a lot of ways to memorize things.
Over here.
Shall I move this away? Okay, here we go.
Okay, you talk. I'm going to take a short.
Okay.
I'll be here.
This won't start yet anyway.
We're going to start shortly.
Yep. Now Steve Sax is approaching the table in the salmon-colored shirt, whatever you want to call it. Yep, I'd call that salmon.
Salmon.
And he has been playing since I remember he played in the early 1980s.
Mm-hmm.
I remember he played. He probably played before that. His mother, Ricky Sax,
Yes.
is a well-known bridge and backgammon player in this area. So here they are. Steve they're both in the American Backgammon Hall of Fame. Art was inducted in maybe 2020, that sounds about right. And Steve was inducted maybe in
both play well.
2018, I want to say.
That's all I hope for.
Somewhere like that, maybe 2017
Really
or 16. But Steve has won very many tournaments, and he is
So I can
still
think
doing
Alex
that.
says, move it over. Oh,
No,
you're
As
there.
witness,
That's
he's
good.
if he wins then he plays the winner of this match. Let's say whether it's Art or Steve plays Rich Munitz, another very strong player. And Rich Munitz won the Cherry Blossom Championship this year. So now it's game on. It's a 9-point match. 9 away is the score. Art opened with a 4-2, made his 4-point. Steve rolled 6-3, and he split as he moved his back checker out, which Art hit with a 4-2. Steve hit back with a 4-3, and now Art hit back with a 2-6 in turn, and now this 5-1 from Steve does not hit a thing. So he's thinking, shall I enter on Art's 5-point and move the back checker up like that? Or shall I? He could have come in on the 1-point, anchored, and brought another checker down to his 8-point safely. But he thought that was kind of not very enterprising, given that Art is ready to make points up front and perhaps even hit the checker in Steve's outfield.
Art is on roll here.
Art has a 4 to play from here. He's just played a 6, 13-7, and he's going to
do that, of course.
He could have.
Better than hitting on the 2-point.
I think so, because the trouble with hitting on the 2-point, I believe, is that if your opponent comes back in, you're a little bit disjointed up front. Whereas here you have a nice structure, broken 4-point prime, as we call it. It would be 4 points in a row.
Look at this joker.
Double sixes is
Devastating roll.
beautiful. What about the last 6? Are we going to play 13-7? Are we going to hit? Are we going to come out?
I'm going to do that.
I would do that for another attacker into the zone. Now this is if Steve wants to put a point in the bank, he could just turn the cube. But
Because
this
Art
might
has
be
2 on the bar.
2 on the bar is worse by far for the player.
Do you think Art has enough structure down there that this position is not too good? Steve's going to take some time on this.
This is exactly the kind of thing Steve is thinking about right now. He says, okay, what are my gammon chances? What are the chances that Art turns the game around? Well, the most likely variation where he turns it around is if Steve hits the blot on his own 1-point but doesn't cover, and then Art rolls a 1 in return, all of a sudden Art, even if he remains with 2 more on the bar, all of a sudden Art is back in the game. So
I think Steve
says, I'll take a chance. If he still has 2 on the bar, maybe I can double him.
There are other ways Art could turn the game around but Steve took some of them away by anchoring on the Art's 5-point over there. Art could have turned the game around from the bar by entering with a double.
Right. That's the thing about blitzing games is if you're attacking, you're vulnerable to really good throws like a double 3 or something from the bar, or double 1 in this case. Now Art has 3 checkers on the bar, and Steve is trying his best to just make that last point and close that board.
Steve just brings builders around, and
now
Art
says,
that may save Art.
I am not going to.
Steve is still playing.
Roll over for this, he says. So now.
Now I would.
Oh.
That's the right 5, I believe.
Now I
right?
would put the blot into my board because 3s now hit and 4s, 5s, and 6s escape.
Yeah, that's called diversifying your numbers. And now Art has stayed on the bar again. And there's a 3. What do you know? And now I think he should come out.
I come out with the 5
because
that's bringing a builder, but he's running some risk of cracking with a small double.
So if he rolls a 3, I think so too. I made a similar mistake.
I think that was like. I think that was. No, I don't think that was a small mistake. I think it was a large mistake. Borderline blunder not coming out.
It probably was. It's a bad conceptual mistake anyway. It's the wrong. It's not. It's giving short shift.
Now and again,
to your
another small number breaks his board. Steve may now think he's not too good anymore.
Yeah, if he rolls, let's say he rolls even a 2-1 and he plays 4-1, keeps his board, and then Art enters with a 5. Suddenly, Steve be scrambling to get
Art still can't take this cube.
And
I think Art passed.
I think he passed. Yeah,
Art passed. Yes.
Art
can't take this cube due to significant gammon threats, and it's still hard to win. But Steve decided to take a point there, with risk of breaking his board further, or Art just rolling a 5 and getting somewhat back into the game.
Yeah, so there's 1 point on the board for Steve. It could have been 2 points if he'd been a little more.
He made a big mistake not coming out with the 5. He was too short of checkers. Right. That's one thing the bots have taught us. In general, the humans in these blitzes bring builders directly, where the bots are more concerned with getting another checker out, having almost no risk of having to crash the board or getting stuck in the opponent's board, and realizing the checker that you do get out does come around to become another builder in a roll or two.
So it's a hybrid strategy rather than a one-dimensional strategy where everything is...
Also, going back to Steve's play, he made a direct 3 to cover, but 3-1, 3-2, and 3-3 while they covered would then be forced to break because there was no other checker to play.
They only had one checker left to cover with.
Yeah, so Steve made a sizable mistake there.
So now Art has got the Steve's got the advantage with an anchor on Art's 5 point, and now
Art decided to run, which is the right play, running past the builders.
Yep. Now this is an interesting play. Steve could have slotted his 5 point, but he decided that his back checkers are well positioned and the race is pretty close.
Yep.
It was down to 147 pips for white.
This is
141 for red. So
this is a concept that of playing safe, more safe than people used to with an advanced anchor. That's, I knew about it for years, as did some other players, and it's mentioned in Michi's book.
Backchecker
strategy talks about it, and just you try to keep better race and just win the game with a nice double or roll natural numbers to make points, rather than giving the opponent a bunch of shots. The last one had to be double pass. Yeah, we said it was pass. It's not too good as we said. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost. Yeah.
Now Steve has rolled a nice 3-1 and built his 5 point on the heels of having built his 4 point. He rolled before.
Steve should be considering doubling here. He can pound Art's checker.
Now, Art is ahead in the race, so I think he can take it without
I would
trouble.
take.
It's about a 12 pip lead, I think.
I would double and take.
130, 134, 123, yeah, it is 11.
Yep. So it's a close double and a trivially easy take. I would not double if I were Steve, if Art had the point in his board closed. If he had that 3 point board closed, or that 3 point closed, because then hitting back would mean a whole lot more than it means hitting back here.
Yeah, so he correctly, as I see it, hit, and Art does not want to expose another checker on his side of the board to be hit, and he doesn't want to go to his 2 point. And
now Art needs to get the safety here, and he does not.
So that was unfortunate that Art could not escape. Now Steve again has a
loving to hit.
2/3 chance to hit. He does not hit.
So he just makes his board and doesn't leave any blocks.
And hopes that Art cannot
get the
safety that checker. And he can with a 5-2. And he just plays to his 4 point. That's better for the race. It's better for future board building.
That's how you win this game.
Yeah.
Again, that's the beauty of sitting on an advanced anchor in a close race. You're just one lucky double away from being a big favorite.
So Steve was up 7 pips, I think, there. 87 to 94 I got. Now it should be pretty even. 83 and 83. It was
Art is caught up. Art is catching up.
So now the chances are about even because, well, Art has an advantage that he owns the cube, and with even chances, he's 4 pips behind, but he's on roll. No, that's illegal. He played a 3, but the roll is
either too much or too little.
I play 7 to 5, 8 to 4.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't even mind 7 to 5, 7 to 3.
That's okay too.
It's smoother.
That's okay too.
It's better to come to the 4 point, but the 3 on the
that's hard. That hardly
7
mattered.
point
Art may know for sure.
Yeah, when in doubt,
Smooth it out.
smooth it out. There you go. That rhymes. So
Now-
there, now he's able to smooth by making his 5 point. 2 on the 5. is
Now
very-
for some of our newer
good.
players here. Here, Steve has to get to 100% to win the game. Art just has to get to about 75% to be able to redouble Steve out.
or redouble him in.
Or
where there's
redouble him
not
in
a-
because Steve has a little bit of
there's not
cube
a
fig.
big of a there could be you know, when one redoubles, maybe there's not a big difference between taking and passing, which is almost as good as
Almost as good as
the
winning.
game. Now that was a bad number.
Yep, so
Now Steve is winning the race now.
So think of it as a football game, 100 yards. Steve has to move the ball all the way 100 yards down the field from his goal line to Art's goal line, whereas Art only has to get to about Steve's, 20 to 25-yard line to win the game because of the doubling cube.
I was given instructions by Alex.
Art is still
Art is
finding
needing,
small numbers.
Art is needing a big double here, or some big numbers, 6'4", 6'5", a couple of times to catch up. So Steve's a big favorite here.
Talking about American football.
American football, yes.
A lot of European dudes.
Some of who've seen some American football.
Right?
Because we do have the Super Bowl televised over there, or they get some games.
Did you know Tim
Let me
Cross
double-
is a Chicago Bears fan?
Me?
Tim Cross is a Chicago Bears fan.
Really?
Wasting all my bad
I'm
rolls.
saying I have a chance.
That's
And the game is over.
Oh,
It's
good.
over.
5 checkers left. Will not bear off on one turn.
Steve is
will
off
be
in 2 rolls of gin.
Steve will be off. So now we've got 3 to 0 to 9 for Steve.
How do we determine the match equity? With Neil's numbers here, in case it matters. You may not think it matters, but sometimes cube decisions come up where this becomes a relevant score, and it does matter.
Right. So what you have to do is you have to know what each point is worth in a 9-point match.
Well, how do we do that?
From
Neil's
Well, you memorize
asking me
Neil's
to
numbers.
bear
for
into here?
No.
8-point match.
Oh, the cube.
It's
Oh.
Once the cube is
6
past that,
for an
it's not-
11-point match.
Totally right. And
It's
then
5.
it's not interfering.
Extrapolate.
Yeah. So for now you can set
So for a 9-point match, it's 5 2/3. 5 2/3 times
Oh,
3.
good to know. Any other comments? Any other?
That's 17. So Steve is about a 60. So 17 plus 50. Steve is a 67% favorite in this match. Or Steve will win from here 2 times out of 3.
Got it. Okay, 5.
Of course, that's assuming that the players are of equal strength.
Which they basically are.
They're both very strong players. And we've got endless
Ah.
doubles being thrown. No, okay, no. So, Art, now there's some argument for bringing 2 checkers down from the midpoint of the score.
I don't think. Yeah, I would bring 2 down from the midpoint were I further behind. Again, that's a little worse for winning the game, but it makes the game more gammoners from both sides.
Right, because the 2 builders are oriented toward making points up front
Right.
to get an advantage, hopefully in board strength or even the blockade. So I tend to make plays like that, even if I know that Extreme Gammon disapproves, and I know it would disapprove of the 5-4 with 2 checkers down from the midpoint on the first roll there.
What do you do here with the 6-3?
I'd probably come out from the 24 point all the way. Or this is all right too.
This is duping 4s and 2s.
The other one would be duplicating 3s and 1s to hit and to make the 4 point. This
There's
is
a nice roll.
This is duplicating 4s and 2s to hit in either place.
Yeah, you had to come out with something.
Yeah, you don't want 3 checkers.
This is important. Make an anchor somewhere.
And he says, okay, what about, I guess the chance to gain after slotting the 7 point is not so great. And this is at least try to generate some contact. Now,
Art could run away, but he has all these checkers in the zone. He decides to attack.
this is quite reasonable.
Now Art's going to double.
Running away would be more passive. Is it too good? I don't think so.
Art's going to double this now.
Yeah, I don't think it's. He'll get on the scoreboard with this because Steve is not going to. He doesn't have a board.
This is a pass.
He's behind in the race.
He's ahead in
got a
the
checker
match.
on the bar. He's ahead in the match. Everything.
The match score here is we talked about this earlier. The match score here matters. Steve is less inclined to take this position than he would playing for money. Because when Steve is ahead, when Steve would redouble to 4,
This opportunity to draw.
Art could take the cube much easier.
Or should I say, point taking?
Yeah,
Good, yeah, I like that.
Alex said it's too good. Alex, change the score to money. No. Change the score to money and give Steve the cube. Give the cube over here.
Yeah,
Now is it too good? Now is it too good? Oh, it's still too good for money owning the cube. It was slightly too good. That's how many gammons Art was going to win, and how unlikely Steve was to arrive at a takeable position. So that was too good. So slight cube error for Art, and cube error from your commentators as well. Did you think it was too good, Marty?
I thought I wasn't
did not.
sure. I
would've
wasn't
cashed.
sure, but I would have been sitting, thinking hard about it.
Longer.
Yeah.
Going, yeah. Taking your time on cube decisions like that, going through all the numbers.
It's just that Steve's position was so weak. He had a stripped 8-point. He had the 16-point, but he had a checker on the bar.
Steve's only
And there were a
asset
lot
was
of-
the 16-point.
Right, and there were a lot of builders coming in at him. Now, many times when you're in an overwhelming position like Art was there, you can say if you think it's a close decision for your opponent if you think it's a close decision for yourself rather to whether to play for the gammon or to cash the game, you say if it's a close decision, maybe you want to just throw the cube because once in a long while your opponent, even a strong opponent,
Makes a huge mistake and takes.
yeah, so you might give up a little bit of equity in making a slightly incorrect double.
Notice here,
hoping your opponent will make a big
notice
mistake.
Steve's 6-4 play. He's keeping the 20-point anchor. He's not stepping out to the 16-point. He's leaving a couple of beautiful joker numbers like 3-1 or 1-1 or 3-3. But again, he wants to stay back ahead in the mat, behind in the pips.
Yeah, see, right, because that anchor on Art's 5-point is great defense for the whole rest of the game, and if he gives it up now, he'll have a blot there, a target for attack.
What happened here?
I think the dice fell down. They were looking for the dice or something. And now it's Art's roll.
It looks like Steve walked away.
Oh, Steve. Yeah, maybe Steve. Yeah, Steve's walking out of the room there. I see him way in the back of the video. I don't know what he's stopped. He's talking to someone. Is that right? I don't know. It's hard to see. He's just getting water, I think.
Maybe that's it. Okay.
Maybe water for both players.
Okay.
There were a few water stations, and here he is with a couple of
Trying to do that again.
I know. I had
Couple of cool
I was
cups.
playing doubles once with Chuck Bauer, and he took his.
So now that
dice
he's got
and
two, he doesn't have to go and get
put it
more
in his
for
water
water.
instead of the dice cup. And I said, well, there could have been a much worse error. He could have used the water as the dice cup.
So it was your turn.
It is my
Art
turn. Yes,
might be cautioning him not to
I
mistake
won the goldfish.
the dice cup for the water cup for the dice cup. Now
6-5.
it is 6-5. So instead of breaking his own anchor to hit, which is risky, given all the blots that he would leave.
Too risky with 3
Swear,
blocks and
now I'll
many
have to
numbers
be,
hitting back and
one
some
of
numbers hitting 2 checkers. You can't hit. You just gotta make your 2-point and wait.
Yeah, and
Steve may not safety his blot.
right, and making that 2-point, the 2-point is an asset. Now the 3-point in reward and no blots.
Art is considering hitting because his position is getting stripped. He's running out of spare checkers to play.
but he figures
But you still just have to do this. in my
I'm
opinion.
ahead in the race, so why should I enter a
Well,
high contact
that's a
game?
nice number.
That's that 10 point that Steve just made is restraining Art's back checkers, and since Art is ahead of the race, he would very much like to escape those back checkers, and Steve's play just made it harder for him to do that. Now Steve just slots another point.
Steve's running out of spare checkers to play. There goes
There's
Art.
a beautiful double two, so Art's just going to move the back checkers
All the way.
out.
All the way. Try to get them around, rather than stopping on the 18 point and playing to the 11 point, or stopping on the 18 point and making the 2 point. Those are plays to be considered. But I think in general, when you're ahead, substantially ahead in pips, just try to come around.
Yeah, the
Many-
value of a holding point is not so great. You just want to get away.
Yep. So many errors are caused by failure to come forward when significantly ahead in the race.
Now Steve has a 4-point board, and Art is
Now Art is going to have a
running-
5-point board because he can
running
make
out of-
both points.
running out of time now. Art
He's
is not
running
going
out
to
of
leave
time.
any-
He's running out of time, but Steve has to move.
Steve has to move, and there are some aces, rolls of the one, including a 1, that are not so
See,
great. Now,
Steve
this
has
is-
to give up Steve has to give up
this
one of
good,
those
so-
outfield blocking points now.
and he gives up the 10-point correctly because he can he retains more contact. Or he has more playability from his back checkers.
Marty, you've got to make a play here. What do you do?
I probably just play like a wimp at 6-1 and probably 4-3 because that gives me more. 3-2. Okay,
I think I would do that.
give up your 3-point. This is all right, but you'd have a spare 3 to play. But you already have a 3, 16-13. So it's interesting. And Steve says, "I will not leave a second blot on my board. I hope to get a shot immediately."
No, he's not going to get one.
Well, unless
Oh,
no,
Art's
Art,
gonna give him
Art
an ace.
says, "All right, I'm gonna bravely
You
do
see,
this."
this time Art is only leaving one blot. And
And leave 2 blots. Is that what Extreme Gammon says?
I don't know. I'm just looking
I don't think so. No, I wouldn't leave the 2
I would have left one.
blots.
I would have left one blot. You see.
Yeah, the other was to leave no
now
blots
what
and
does
break the
Steve do?
6 point. I
Steve
think
could
he
have
just
run with the
runs-
6-1 last
I
turn
think he
actually
should-
with nothing to hit.
He could have. I think
he's supposed to go.
Here, yeah. Because
Oh, Joker by Art.
yeah, Art says,
That's
"All
that's
right."
that's a game winner unless if Steve dances, the game is over. Game over.
Yeah, so Art is going to cash this game because he with a 5-point open, he doesn't win very many gammons. And
He can win some games, but I don't think it's too good.
Yeah, Steve has some.
Steve can get right back in the game with a
resurrect
quick 5,
with a 5 and help
even though he's got a blot on his own.
help play his
5-point.
4-point board. Now, Art Benjamin has come back from down by 3 points. Now he's only down by a point, and Steve is winning this match 3-2 to 9, or in away terms, we say 6 away, 7 away.
Or he's ahead 1-0 in a 7-point match, and Neil's numbers is 6.5, so Steve is about 56.5% to win this match. This is the correct play here. It's a lousy response, but that's your best bet. Play 4-3 like that.
Yep, and now at least you've got a builder,
Got all kinds
and
of
an
nice
attacker,
rolls.
and you've got an anchor. You could
And it was
roll
all
3 to anchor.
diversified. Yeah, he could have anchored with a 3 and hit with 6s, 2s, and 1s. He rolled none of that. But the
He
5,
rolled even 5-4 does something, but now here's a joker from Steve double 2.
that's a beautiful number.
I
Now
think
what?
You just make the 11. You're just hoping to avoid disaster now, and
Avoid
then
silly things happening.
maybe you have a cube.
Now what? Getting cubed, no matter what you play?
I think Art's going to hit, and I think Steve's going to double.
I would double.
And Art may even have a take, but it's a little dicey. He's got dicey as it were. I should
I'm doubling.
Qualify that.
Was Art's hit right? Or should Art have just stepped up to the 22-point back there? The problem with that is still getting attacked. Yeah.
Yeah. So Art says I must know this by heart. I'm just going to take. And
Yeah.
there's a slight disadvantage at the score because Steve needs an even number of points, and if he wins 2 points, he's 4 away, which is a nice score to be at.
By how much? Yeah. I was kind of thinking it was probably still takeable, but it's tough.
Yeah, if I were in doubt about the take, I would have hit for sure.
Yes.
I was in doubt about the take, so. And here is Steve with a 6-3, and
When
he
in
can
doubt,
hit.
hit is always always been a very good policy in this game.
Right.
Another policy is
always hit.
when you hit and you have a 3-point board, 25% of the time you're very happy because they failed to come in. If you don't hit them, they can't dance. But what about the 6?
I would just hit. I mean, this is what your 3-point board is for.
Exactly.
There's blots everywhere.
Yep.
And look now, he's got an anchor, and he gains a tempo by hitting. That's a good response, actually. If it's failing a hit, that's a good response, anchoring and hitting.
Look at this.
But now here's a hit cover. Now Art can stay in the game for a while.
Art can stay in the game very nicely with
just
a 3.
by rolling a 3, and he stays on the bar.
Now the only thing that matters in this position is the blot over there on the 22-point, and it's not hit.
And there's the 3.
Steve is in it now.
And now he's not going to bury a checker. He's going to. This is Art playing the
Art's
back,
in it
playing
now.
a prototypical back game, and Steve says, "Well, I will force you into a back game if possible. I'm just gonna go forward."
He's just going to make sure. Steve is trying to make sure he can go forward.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give Art resurrection chances. There's a big resurrection chance. Double ones. Now
That's
a
a nice
3-1 is
roll.
a nice roll because he can deploy that stacked up checker on the 6-point.
And the spare checker enter where it wants to enter to be able to escape.
Yep, and there is a 5-6, which is very nice. I think he's just going to make the 11-point. Secure builders for his critical bar point. So what do you do now? Do you bring them all off the 10-point? Do you leave a blot on the 10 and make your 3?
I do this. I make the 3 now. What do you do?
I think so. I think I do this because it's not a pure back game yet.
This is
Steve has work to do to get home, and a 3-point board,
and this is a bad shot.
can be important tactically. It's a bad shot because
The 8 is blocked.
this is what Steve has what's called TMP, and that stands for too many points. He's got 7
And
points
the 8
made.
is also not pleasant playing inside the board. If he plays 11 to 5, he doesn't have a good 2. I think he's kind of got to play 11 to 5 and come out with the 2.
11 to 5 and out looks best to me because if you don't play that, then you're going to have to leave another blot somewhere.
Another direct shot blot.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you play, suppose you come out with a 6,
So you have to
and
play
then
11
and then
to
you
5
go
and
13 to
20
11. Well, now
18.
you're leaving 2 blots, and the 2 blots can get pushed back, hit and pushed back, and suddenly Art's 3-point board he's made his 3-point.
Art can
coming in
still win
handy.
this game going forward because he's not primed back there. He has avenues of escape.
Right. And
So Art just wants to try to make his 5-point, hopefully hitting Steve in the process, and see what happens. And if he does, and if Art gets hit back, oh well.
so
This is another play. This is a
that's
very bad roll.
That's bad because he moves a lot of pips forward, and he moves a checker past his open 5-point to the 3-point. That checker on the 3-point urgently wants to go to the 2-point later in life. So now this is interesting because you can put a spare checker on the 5-point. That's a very good place for spare checkers against a back game involving the 1 and 3 points. Or you can just play safely like this and say, all right, I can.
That is a great roll for Art. That's a good roll for Art because he's not getting primed. Well, this is going to help prime him. See, the danger here is most of the danger is in Art not getting his spare checkers out, cracking his board, or Art just running out of time. He doesn't really have so much time for a back game anymore, unless Steve rolls a big double or something.
I like that one from Steve. I like spares on the 5 point because once you bear all your checkers in, if you're Steve in this position, if you don't have any more checkers on the outer board, you really want to play 5s and 3s safely.
Yes.
They can't play safely from the 6 point. They can't play from the 6 point at all. So if they play from the 5 point, you'd really like to have spare checkers on that point.
This is the end of this back game, and Art should just come out with all 3 checkers and try not to lose a gammon or maybe win an ace point game. Sometimes Steve won't be able to make his board. I gotta come. I think you gotta come out with everybody.
Yeah. So Art is considering.
If he doesn't come out, he runs his builders into his board. But then next time, if he does, he's going to have to come out next time or crash probably.
Right, and he doesn't want to crash.
So I just come out now.
Might as well come out now because then you have a ton
I just
of
come out
spare
now, and I
pips
hope Steve doesn't make the point.
Now he should not. Yeah, he should come out with all of them, not stay back.
Well, he has to
and
come
maybe
out
get
with all of them
attacked.
because he doesn't have 2 more safe 6s. This is fine. He's trying to make his 2 point quickly. That's a fine. That plays okay.
Yeah, either final 6 would have been fine with me.
Yeah,
too.
and there's the prime. I think I would make it.
I would make it too. I just like
There is some risk of
point.
getting hit and getting stuck.
There is, but there's also
but often
risk.
when you get hit, you hit back and win easy gammon.
Yeah, and that 3 point is so valuable.
You need
If
that
Steve-
3 point for later.
If
And it
Steve
also
fails
means
to make it soon, then he will be in some trouble. Now I believe he should just
I'm going to hit and hope.
hit and hope that.
I think I hit and leave. I hit and bring the builder around. I leave only 1 blot out there. I leave only 2 blots in the position, not 4.
Exactly.
I don't want to get everybody picked up.
Exactly.
And lose a gammon for sure, and possibly a backgammon in the match.
By leaving all the blots outside, you get extra coverage of your outfield, but the coverage isn't going to help you too much if you're on the bar after a 2 like that.
Yep.
Now you're very happy not to have 3 more blots.
You're very happy to come in.
Especially now, you can just lift that blot. And so Art is unhappy to be in this game, but he's happy that he's got some winning chances.
And he's got decent gammon save chances.
Significant winning chances. Now, he's got a choice. He can leave a blot. He can leave direct shot by moving his back checker.
Or he can stay back and hope. He can stay back and move his spares deep in his board.
He decides he doesn't want to move spares deep in his board, and now
Try this again, Sean.
he says, well, I'd better hit, and maybe I can
Trap him.
trap that
He
checker.
comes in with 1-5, 1-4, then gets stuck. 2-4, gets stuck. Plenty of ways to get stuck back there. That's not one of them.
Yeah, the worst such number would be double 2. Well, double 2s could, yeah, they could keep the prime with a double 2.
For now,
so
yeah.
Now he's going to slot his bar point. So if he makes that point, he'll have 5 points in a row. And Art.
He also wants
to
to diversify to make his 2 point. Make his 2 point.
I guess he has to just make his 2 point because he'd be hoping to do that next turn anyway. And if Art enters with a 1 and then doesn't get out a couple of turns, then he
Notice that Steve kept a spare checker on his 6 point. So if he rolls 1-5, he can play it.
Yeah, he can.
Without cracking. That was a good play
right.
by Steve.
That's right. Yeah. Sometimes a spare checker.
The likely
you
occurrence, the most likely occurrence in this game is going to happen most of the time is Art is going to crash and try not to get gammoned.
Yeah. All right. So Art says, "Shall I avoid being hit with a 1-6 and avoid having to put a checker on my 1 point with a 6 next turn?"
Probably.
I think so too. He might get into some trouble here, but at least he doesn't.
He's going to get into
another
trouble.
block. Doesn't
He's
leave
in
a
trouble.
second block.
He does not want anybody else hit.
Yeah, that's a big
Yes.
So Steve is still lurking on the bar.
Steve is happy to dance.
Art
Dance.
Art says, "Oops, a 5." Now says, all right, I'll keep my 4-point prime, and if he gets hit, then there's some outside chance.
There it is. Well, he
There's
also
a
kept his
4-1.
4-point prime because if he covered the ace point, he was in a position where he had a lot of rolls to continue to leave blots.
Yep.
There's the crack.
And Steve brings in 2 checkers with power prime.
The
but
problem
breaks his
is
prime.
Art still is not likely to win this game unless Steve cracks again. Now, if Steve broke his 6-point,
Yeah, that would have been a different ball game if he had rolled a 4, another number, not a 5 or 6.
Art is also keeping his timing for not cracking his board further,
It's
which is important.
3 for Steve, 2 for Art to 9. Somebody asked what the score is.
3-2, Art.
So I like 3-2 here. 12 to 11 is safer.
I'm playing 12 to 11, so double fives don't blot.
Double fives is a blot number.
And to me, there's almost no way yet to worry about going to the 2-point from the 3-point. I like my spares higher. Now 3-2.
Yeah, well, I would play 5 to 4.
Actually now 5 to 4, so double 4 doesn't blot.
I'd play 5 to 4.
Double 6 is blots, but this is still better. That's where you want your spares.
Spares on the 4 are better than spares on the 2
Yeah,
in general.
5
You
to 4
still have a double 4 blot number. Here you've got
No,
a 6-5
double 4
blot.
doesn't blot,
Not
no.
here, no, not here. But in the other position it would have.
It's better for later, yeah. The other position, double 4 is blotted. You want your spares like in this middle, right where they are.
Yeah, now suppose, this is since Art has got a weak board, Steve is going to be biased for ripping checkers off. Trying to play the gammon.
I try to get a gammon.
I rip too. That's a nice 6 for Art. Doesn't have to break his board
Give
anymore.
out a better board, I would have cleared the 6-point.
Yes. Good thing about clearing the 6-point is that if you stack your spares up in good high on high points in your board, you can bear those off later and
Yes. And
make
still,
up for the time you might have lost by not bearing one checker off.
Correct. Looks like a gammon if he's not hit. Though you never know.
He exits. And there's a non-blot double 3. Now I think he's supposed to stay there with both checkers. But he says, "Oh, maybe this is interesting."
I would do this.
This is interesting.
I want a 3 to leave 2 blots. I also don't want to get
right,
BG'd.
and and I also want to hit if he takes 2 off his 4-point.
That's true too. That was a nice split. I'm pretty sure that split was correct.
If it weren't for the deuce,
Now what?
splitting, I think you come out with a 4 and find a 2.
If you stay and he rolls the blotting ace,
You have more ways to hit.
you've got like 9 more ways to hit, but you're risking getting BG'd
you're
and
risking
losing the
BG'd,
match. You're risking getting
such
BG'd
as
if he rolls a
big
double and you
right?
miss.
So we
Like
think
now.
we think that the only number that loses an instant backgammon is 3-2, and that would lose the match for Art. A 3-2 would lose the match. There's the 2-1,
Lifesaver.
and he makes the 9-point just because he
Make the
can.
9-point. You're trying to save the gammon. You're not going to win this game.
Yeah.
I make the 9-point.
If he doesn't make the 9-point, he has more ways to make his 5 or 6-point next turn, but
It's not enough to worry about.
it's not enough to. I don't think. I think.
It's really not enough to worry
I would.
about.
And if you got a couple of checkers,
You got more ways to hit him when he rolls small, but I still
if you've
think I
got a
would-
couple of,
This worked out for us.
This is great. Yeah. Now his gammon saving chances just went way
very
up.
big. And he might be 2% to win this game.
Right. I think he should. Now he's thinking, shall I stop on the 15-point? Now that's illegal, right?
Oh.
He was on the 23-point.
Was here.
Yeah, so he played 10 pips from his back with his back check. He could play to the play out there. Now he would get a return shot with double. If Steve would roll
It's
double
just a matter
5,
where he wants those on other numbers in double 5.
that too. But
He could get back.
he could
If he
get
misses-
backgammon. 4-2
if he misses
would be
with
a
a wrong
backgammon.
number,
Yeah,
4-2.
2-1.
Or
Sure.
2-1.
3-1.
Yeah. It's close. That plays close.
Then there's the variation where Steve doesn't get off and Art hits him, and then Art wins. Well, that's far-fetched. So shall he go closer or shall he go 6-4? I would go closer because
I'm gonna go closer. The Barros faster.
Barros going to be faster.
This game can be won.
Might win this game.
He can win it several percent of the time.
Yeah, that comes right off.
And more if he could have rolled 1-1 or 2-1 and closed the board, he'd be up there.
Or double sixes.
That would help too.
Yeah, so now it's
What he really wanted was double sixes there.
Nice 6-4. There's 3-1. Okay, now he's going to keep his 5-point board and just go 6-3 and bear one off.
Yep.
So he saved the gammon, which is no mean feat.
Now he hopes for a small number of double sixes. That's not the right roll.
He should just bears one off.
Bear off and leave it there.
No, he could keep a bigger board longer.
I think that's the plan.
By breaking the 6-point.
I think he's dead if Art gets in. If Steve gets in anyway. There we go.
Pretty close. So he says, "Shall I get hit?"
Not now.
I shall not get hit. I shall.
Don't leave 3 blocks.
I shall try to win. I keep that 3-point board.
This is winnable.
He's born 3 checkers off.
I don't know what he's thinking about, honestly. He's thinking about...
He could bear 1 off and go to 4-1. Or he could bear 2 off and go 6-3. Go with 2 off from the 6-point. But I wouldn't. I would take the 3 off.
He's thinking of taking 2 off and leaving a shot. I would do this. I'm taking 3 off.
Yeah, because even if you get 1 checker off next turn, you're down to an even number of checkers.
You can still win. You can still win this game if Steve comes in. You can still win this game with a couple doubles, or Steve rolling tiny.
All right, so Steve comes in, and Art rolls. He takes 2 checkers off. And Steve will definitely hit.
This is close.
He will definitely hit with a 2 if he can, and he does.
He does.
That's going to make it
much harder
now. Much harder for Art to win the race.
He's got to come in,
hit him. Spare 1.
Got to hit him, catch him coming around, and then still win.
Yeah. He's got to roll small now, which he does.
Where's the 2 Art?
Got to hit him with a 2.
Game
he
over.
doesn't.
That's that.
2. That's okay. Well, he can. It's not. Actually, he could roll. Now he can roll 2.
Could.
He can double 6s or 5s now, but this is Jim.
He could, but
yeah.
Looking at him number 1.
Yeah. Okay, so
mission accomplished.
Art escaped being gammon, but he is now down 7 away to 4 away.
No, how so? What?
If you rolled 3-2 when I left the A shot, it would have been a backgammon for the match.
Right. That's right.
And I got hit and was in danger of losing, getting the 15 checkers hit.
So
that was an important save for Art. At this score, a doubled gammon wins Steve the match, though Steve has to be careful about doubling too early in a mutually gammonous situation because the cube will quickly come back at 4, negating any gammon Steve wins and making those. Yep, you see he's going to anchor up there. It's probably the right play anyway.
Yeah, I would do that for money.
Somewhat more than a half. The problem is the redoubled value. Yes, more than a half. But the problem is the gammon value on the 4 cube is 0. Look at the gammon value on the 4 cube for the trailer, which is almost 1.
So now Steve has been unable to remake his 8-point, and Art has hit a blot.
I think I come out.
And now there's a 4 to play, and
or do you come down, or do you hit loose on the 2? There's 3 possible 4s here. Which do you like, Marty?
I would. Let's say I'm behind in the race, right? Substantially, right? So I would come down.
I come down for a builder.
I do not like to hit loose on the low point.
I don't hit loose on the 2-point with only 7 checkers in the zone and the 2-point.
And a spare on the 4-point. Now it's not so bad to come out because you're controlling some outfield territory and you get a potential builder for your 10 and 11 points.
The problem is that stack of 5 checkers on the midpoint needs to be developed.
And you also want to make points on your side of the board.
The other
so-
problem is you're getting hit half the time when you come down there.
Yeah, you can. But
But you're also, when you come out,
spare-
you're getting constructively hit about half the time. Those are hits that don't break the
right.
hits that don't break an outfield point.
Right. Like you wouldn't hit with a 2-1, for example. You just make the 20 angle.
Correct.
Yeah. So.
Wouldn't hit with a 5-2 either, maybe.
5.
I'm more inclined to play 13-9.
Yeah, it unstacks and it puts an attacker into the attack zone.
Right.
And if now Steve does not have a spare on his 20 point anymore, and that's in some variations.
That's a nice roll.
Again, so that was the builder.
Well, Steve's plan worked out there. That worked out for Steve.
That was great. Yeah, he made a good blocking point. And now Art is forced to choose
Just play
between
13-4.
13-4 safe or
There's nothing else.
abandoning the anchor. I would not abandon the anchor at this early point.
I wouldn't even think about
in the middle
abandoning the
game.
anchor.
Looks a bit risky for not very much gain at all. So now Art says, okay, nothing better than to just make another point on my board. Behind the anchor, but it is a third point. Now
where's the 4?
Steve leave a blot? Okay, so
no.
Steve says no.
I would play 13-3. I would not break the 8 point and bury another checker.
It's a very close race.
Art's ahead in the race.
I think it's after the roll he is, but before the roll it's close.
The thing is, Art's running out of spare checkers to play. So by playing 13-3, duplicating aces, he gets a spare he can play next time, and he starts another point he needs, and doesn't doesn't break a point he wants. He wants his 8 points. So I play 13-3.
I play 13-3 as well because you're keeping your assets. The only one you're breaking is your midpoint, but you're compensating by leaving fewest shots and starting a good point in your board. So that's really forced for Steve. He doesn't leave any hittable blots.
This is not good.
Good. No, he could keep the 11 point, or he could break the 11.
I'm going to keep the 11. I think I keep the 11, and
I don't know
the
because
problem is it didn't play well otherwise, but I think I still might have found it.
I think that Art is ahead in the race now. What did Steve roll before that? I forget. Okay, so we have
Art was right to look at it. Art has
116 for red, and after the roll we got 112 or something. It's close. Yeah.
One thing that Marty's doing to pick up. One thing that's happening here is these guys that are playing this game, they have the pip count. They're keeping running pip counts, or they can count it almost instantly. Whereas we're farther from the board, commentating on the positions. We don't have instant pip counts like these guys do.
So Steve is thinking, shall I put 2 blots on my board and
1 blot on my board, bury a checker?
1 blot on my board.
The problem with 2 blots in my board is stripping the position. I would do this.
Otherwise you'd have to either break your 10 point, or leave a wreck shot, or bury a checker under 1 point, which you also don't want to do.
Make the ace point. Slot the ace point.
I'm making it.
Run a checker because there's 2 blots in the opposing board. I'm just making my ace point and waiting.
Because it's... Steve is stripped. Steve's position is stripped. He's going to have to break something next turn.
Well, Art is stripping here too. Art is stripping here too to some extent, but Steve's moving first. I just make the ace point.
Yeah, I make the ace point. I know he says, all right, he's looking at flexibility next turn.
That matters too, but I would have made the ace point anyway.
I would have made the ace point as well. And note that a 6-2 is inflexibly played right by Art next turn.
This 6-2 speaking of 6-2, this is not so good.
This is where
you're happy to have that ace point covered.
This is where Steve's strippage makes a difference, and now Art is wishing perhaps he had covered the ace point. And Steve says, "Well, I can't avoid leaving a blot, he has to play a 6, and then after a 6, no matter where it is, then he can't play safely. And there's Art hitting and covering. He says, who needs to cover? Last turn, I can cover right now.
He didn't.
And he might, if Steve stays on the bar, Art will think, is this too good to double? And he says, no, of course it's not too good to double. How can anybody think that? Double drop.
You think it's too good?
I do not think so. I think there's too many doggone pips to move, and plus the gammon chances are pretty
chances
low.
are low. The man's going to enter. Okay. Okay. Kit has won his match, so the winner of this match is going to play Kit Woolsey.
No, I thought, oh, this is the fighters. Okay,
right,
so
this is the fighters. The winner of this match plays Kit Woolsey, and then the winner of that will be the winner of the fighters and get into the finals and play one match against Richard Munitz to see who becomes the Los Angeles Open champion.
So Rich is the undefeated finalist, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I was confused about that, so thank you.
Oh,
now,
look at this.
Wacky, wacky. Make that 3-point.
Make 3-point. Art will be doubling most numbers that don't hit him.
He might be there. That does not hit, so he's going to double this for sure. This is an easy double. Question is it a take? If
you double this for money? Or an even score? If we're 0-0, would you double?
I would think about it, because I think that, especially in a high stakes situation, I might get a few passes, or if passing is wrong.
Listen to my logic here. I asked Marty, would he double this for money or an even score in a long match, and he said I would think about doubling. So the effect of the lead is not so much to force Steve to pass this. I would take this. Run this in XG, please.
And Steve does take it, and that makes me kind of confident that it really is a take. So double sixes is a nice non-hitting number. For a non-hitting number, it's very good. So he'll just go 13-7 again. Well, Steve did take it pretty quickly. Matt Cohn-Geier, an expert, says one of the top players in the country, says it was clearly a take.
I was taking.
Yeah, it's one of those positions where you're afraid that everything bad will happen all at once. Right. And it just won't happen all at once very quickly.
Probably very close.
So now we've got, Art says, I see a blot out there, so I'm going to not let him consolidate the blot so easily.
And I'm going to hit. There's a hit, but no consolidation.
A bad 4.
Actually, there's a hit in a new blot. Or there's no hit and nice consolidation and a playable point. 13-9's a play, I think. And a big miss here.
So he could enter with a 1 and just go to the 9-6.
Enter with a 3.
Looks reasonable.
Challenge blots.
Entering with a 3.
I like this. I'd rather not get pointed on. I'd rather not get pointed on than I can try to tee off on Art's blot. I think Steve has to save everything up now.
I hear funny noises behind me. I think that it's a conversation they had with a dog. No, that's not. Oh no, hi. No, it wasn't you. Okay, it was Matt and the doggy. I was right the first.
So Art's going to continue the attack.
Yeah.
And see what happens. If he gets hit.
He doesn't want Steve to have the full roll to escape. Now Steve says, "Well,
Steve has.
I'm called away to play a match.
Safe 5, so he hits. Hey,
I will leave it in Neil's capable hands, and whoever else might want to come.
Marty, do us both a favor and win this match.
I will do my best.
If anybody wants to guess, I have a piece of Marty from our consolation match last night, which in the money round, which went to DMP, which I did not win. Well, now you've got a problem with an extra 5 here. 1 has to come in, and you've got to play 3, and you want to play 4 or 2 in this position. I think I make the. I don't think I do that. That looks fishy. I don't like that. I don't know. I'm inclined to make the 2-point. You could play 18 to 13 and hope. I make the two. Yeah. Sit down, Matt, and start commentating.
Looks like if you do this, any entry is going to kill you. Yeah, I don't like this play.
I don't like this play at all.
Any entry kills your game, and even if you fans, you got a long way to go.
This is Matt Cohn-Geier here. He's a super strong American player. He's a favorite to win the PR in any BMAB he's in. He's basically,
I've never played a BMAB.
Yeah.
This is a double hit, right?
For those of us who like to win PRs and BMABs, we are thankful for that because Matt is basically about a 3.0 player in terms of PR. Super strong. Hi, Kit.
I always like to be pure if I can, so if I
Yes.
am ever breaking my board in some fashion, I need a very,
Yes,
very,
you're talking to
very,
two
very
people
good
here
reason.
Who hated Art's switch with double fives.
Yeah. And just, if I have a choice between a pure play and a not pure play, I usually go for the pure play. Double threes?
That's fine.
Yeah, it's a good roll.
Saves
Makes the
everybody up.
3-point.
Makes points. Builders and. I'd rather. I prefer Steve's position
Yeah,
to
Steve
Art's.
is his favorite. He's got better board, more flexibility.
Now what? Out?
Yeah, that's a great roll.
It is a good roll. Try to control the outfield. Don't
Not
limp
sure.
home somehow.
Not sure Steve is a favorite after that roll. I mean, you have a 10 shot, and if you miss, Art has the outfield.
For what it's worth, and it's usually worth something because.
Yeah.
Worth a good bit.
This is a monster roll, so
No, I wouldn't call it a monster roll, but you don't throw it back, and you're happy to play it.
Yeah, but like if you don't make this play, you're. I mean, I guess you can look around the board to see if you're missing a move, but you're definitely not.
What are you missing? You're going to slap your 6-point and make it hard to cover?
No.
You're going to bury a check around the 3-point? So
No.
you have to play this.
Looking for an open 6-point. He got the roll that gets him to the game.
I mean, this is like almost a joker.
Here's one thing to say. Look at the time Art's taking here. This is an unusual position. He doesn't have his 6-point. In these positions, players, I've even seen the top giants, okay? The guys that, super giants, super BMAB, super grandmasters miss plays in these funny positions with no 6-point or take an exceptionally long time to make a play.
Yeah.
Because you're just not used to playing this position.
Yeah,
The
you gotta.
neural nets haven't seen those positions.
You gotta at least try to find the legal
The
moves.
neural nets play this position
No, the
fine,
human
but the
neural
human neural
nets.
net doesn't. Yes, that's what Kit's
They
saying.
don't see him very much.
Do have to at least find the legal moves. This looks like
well,
you
I got a
just
legal move,
safety
14-5.
the blot.
That's
Yeah,
not bad.
safety a blot. Get a cover for your deuce point. Spare on the highest point in your board now.
Steve makes a lovely 5-point board. I think I would stay
1,
back.
2,
if I was
3.
Or
Not
do you come
sure.
up?
I think you split, right? I think you make the 5, you make the 2, and then you split at the back.
You can't make the 5 and make the 2 and split.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Unless you want to make a legal move.
Yeah. No, I guess I just make a 5-point board. 5-point board is a 5-point board.
It's not clear where he wants his back checkers anyway.
Yeah, I
I make a
mean,
5-point board.
you'd probably like to split if you could, but the board is way stronger.
That's a lovely roll for Art. Leaves no blots and covers his board cleanly. Okay.
3-2 does that. 2-1 is gonna have to come off the 16-point.
So you have to leave 2 shots.
Yeah.
4s and 6s hit.
Those are good rolls anyway. They're pretty much winners regardless of what you do.
Yes.
So,
They'll be gammon winners if they hit.
Yeah, maybe.
to limp for our next couple of rolls.
Yeah, but limping is better than being on the bar.
He didn't make the prime there, which I would have done.
Yeah, I would have also. I'm not sure.
He wants more ways to make a 6-point board,
but he would have a 6-point prime already.
If I don't make a 6-point board and have to break the prime, I still have a 5 prime with 2 builders. So
yeah, no,
I didn't like breaking the prime in case I would hit a shot in the outfield.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he played that one too quickly.
I don't know if he just missed that he could make a 6.
Again, it's only going to be a small error.
Yeah.
What's plan B that Art's thinking?
There is no plan B.
The problem is you don't want to leave fly shots, and you don't.
Midpoint, no flexibility, but
David, when do you play your Masters?
I played one. I'm in the final.
Thank you, both of us. See,
who's in the final with you?
I'm waiting for Alfredus or
Alan Tish.
Yes.
Okay, so David Wells is in the finals of the Masters, and
I really
going
don't
to play
see
the winner of
play
Al Hodis and Alan Tish later today.
Shots out there.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really gain a lot by leaving fly shots, right? I mean, okay, you have some flexibility, but if you get hit, you're dead.
If you leave a fly shot, you're leaving 2 blots. If the Joker is thrown and you dance, you're going to get gammoned and the match is over.
Right. And like, how much do you gain? How much do you gain by not having another checker on your midpoint if he misses? Like, maybe you make a point in the outfield. I don't like it.
I wouldn't do it.
I don't like it at all. Okay, ace up is always nice. You're not getting hit if he throws an ace up. Yeah, this. I mean, he's quite happy.
Oh, he's gained some.
He's quite happy that he did this. If he doesn't get hit, yeah, he makes the 6-point. Yeah. It transposed, right?
The position's transposed. Position's transposed exactly.
It is better when you get missed, but the cost of getting hit is extraordinarily high. I guess you make the 10-point.
Well, you have to leave no blots.
You don't even have another play.
You're happy to make the 10-point.
Yeah. You don't have any other play. Okay, 6 is there, and 3 is to the ace point.
Yep.
Yeah, Steve is winning the race, actually.
Yeah.
So 12-5.
Not leaving any blots is a good roll.
Yeah.
It's doing very well so far.
Yes, or double ace.
Double ace was a monster. Yeah, 6-3 doesn't have a 6.
Killed.
So he will be able to keep the anchor on that 6. 5-4, you clear the 10-point?
Yeah,
I
no
guess
choice,
so.
There's no plan B.
Yeah. Don't really want to clear the 10-point, but
sometimes you have to do what you don't want to do. You don't want to do this either.
yeah, I'm gonna have to come out and hide a blot. Okay.
He hid the blot because
you could get hit on the 4-point hit back, stuff like that.
There's no way not to leave a triple shot. You get hit on the 4-point and hit back. Yep.
Just like this. I'm gonna need a 4. 4.
That's how you save the damage.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or it's still in reasonable shape here.
Yeah.
If he comes in.
Art is in very reasonable shape. He's still a favorite.
Even with
Steve on roll.
He's a big favorite with Steve on roll.
Yeah.
Steve comes in, he has to break.
Right.
Steve has to hit, bring the other checker in.
Okay.
Then hope he can scamper through the outfield.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Oops, sorry. Take that.
I think Art's an underdog if Steve has a 4-up. Not after this. Okay.
Okay, 16 numbers.
It's going to be more now.
17 numbers, double force covered.
13-10. Come out from the back.
No. I would not lift it if I were facing a 5-point board. I
Yeah.
wouldn't lift it.
Yeah.
If I were facing a non-prime 5-point board, I would still leave the slot.
Yeah. Me too. If I didn't need a gammon, I would leave it slotted.
That's a different story.
I would still do
wow.
it.
Now
Okay.
what?
You have to come out, right? No? No?
Well, you have to come out.
You have to come out.
You just assume the
Yeah.
guy's gonna flunk.
You have to,
Yeah.
you have to assume the guy's going to flunk. I think you got to come out and face the music. Because it's huge if the guy flunks.
The guy... I don't know, but if the guy fans, you are winning and possibly winning a gammon.
Yes.
To the other variation.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And we see why it's
Okay.
bad to crack your board.
Yeah, yeah. All right, small underdog to win a gammon.
Close out or my opponent's close.
That makes sense.
You should play quite aggressively here.
Sure.
Art's plan is to bring its spare checker to his 6-point.
Yeah. I would play 17 to 12 for that reason, but this is
That's what I would
okay.
play. This
Yeah.
is okay too.
Yeah. I guess he's... I mean, he leaves a shot on double sixes this way anyway, so the other play is probably safer, right? Safer and more aggressive.
He wants speed.
No, I know safety doesn't matter, but it's both more aggressive and also safer, right?
I would not do that.
Yeah, yeah. I
This
would
is
go,
the safest
yeah.
play, but it wins fewer gammons.
Correct.
That's a 4-point crash board over there.
Yeah.
And I believe Art's
Yeah.
beautiful. See, it worked out better this way. Well, positions transposed. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't
this is better.
transpose.
This is-
Yeah,
this is
this is much better. Yeah.
Art's almost 50-50 to win this gammon now.
Big roll coming up.
I knew you were
See,
gonna
you,
do that.
you knew.
piece in.
First time I've ever been doing
6
this.
would be nice.
Being a favorite and an underdog to get off the gammon this roll.
There's a
Favorite
6.
now.
Pretty big favorite to save.
Some chance to get hit too.
3-2 takes nothing off. Okay. Any entry and oh, that's gonna
Oh,
save
wow.
for sure.
Well, plan B.
Oh,
Strange
plan
thing
B
is
is not
that-
very good.
Plan B is not very good when there's going to be 7 pieces born off.
I did win something like this the other day.
Yeah, we all have.
I can't remember the last time I did it.
We all have. You need
It might have been
Well, he
like
can't
20 years
remember
ago.
Matt can't remember the last time he did it, so we all know, folks, it was not in the $100 chouette, or he certainly would remember it, as would his hapless opponents. He did?
Not
Oh,
in,
David
not in the
remembers it.
chouette. Not in the chouette.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay. Well, guys, they have the score wrong. The score is 7-5. Art won 4 points here.
What?
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't a
Oh,
gammon.
it wasn't
you
a
saved,
gammon.
You
Oh, what
saved
am I
gammon.
doing? It wasn't a gammon.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. Okay. 4-0-A, 4-0-A.
Good score.
Tends to mean quick initial cubes. Because a gammon will win the match after doubling.
Initial take point is also higher.
Initial take point is also higher, but the redoubling vig is enormous.
Yeah.
More than normal. So this is a very interesting cube situation.
Yeah.
In other
You
words,
also killed gammons by redoubling.
yes.
Here it's I'm not sure if it's this or making the 18 point. I think it's like super close, right?
I think it's close, but I
think it's like right on the edge.
I think it's close, but I would. My inclination is I would have hit.
Yeah. I think for money it's like almost a wash. What you do?
Okay.
Five 4 makes the anchor.
That's a nice roll.
Yeah.
What you don't do with this score is double well-timed back games. Because
Well,
well-timed
5s makes this, makes the 3
makes
point.
a 3-point on his head and brings a builder. Yep, perfect. Because a well-timed back game is about 50-50
Yeah, and you kill the gammons
with
by
lots of
redoubling.
gammons. So then the redouble kills all the gammons.
I'm not sure about the well-timed back games. Yeah, I don't know. They're very interesting, I think, at the score.
Yes.
This I would not double. Yeah, this looks like
I
you got so many pieces to bring around. You got so many open points.
This roll is a nice roll. Now you make a play here.
You come off the 18 point and you
Make the 10
safety
point.
the 10 point, and you get
I make
some
the 10
guys
point.
bearing on your 4 point. And
Now if he
fans,
now I double.
I would think it's a good double. Yeah.
You're actually good enough to double now. Yeah.
This is a double. I would double this for sure. Alex, tell me what the computer says.
I think it's a take.
I'm doubling this for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a take. There's a lot of games.
There's so many open points. You got the 5 point.
thing is, there's
He's got to check her back.
There's significant number of gammons here. In spite of it.
There are some gammons. It's not like you're never getting gammon because you have the 5 point.
You don't think that
but
many gammons?
I mean, it's not.
The opening position, particularly.
The opening position is 14% gammons. I think this position is about 18% gammons.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Art takes. I think is a good take.
I think so too.
6 comes out. 3 just goes to the 3
I
point.
think it probably was a take.
Yeah, I mean, it's the long way to go. You're coming
a
on the
long way to
ace
go.
point, and now you have the anchor and the guard.
It's basically a
Yeah.
5-point holding.
Point
game.
9.91 take. Yep. How
Yeah.
many gammons? Click on the window. 70% gammons.
Double ace.
I thought it was 18.
You want to come forward to the 14 point, but you don't really have a whole lot of last aces. So he does this.
He plays safe. a
Okay.
lot.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. You want to play safe.
You don't want to get hit. And
I mean, he also
the
kind of
9
wants
point,
to
the
hit.
9 point is easier to clear than the 10 point.
You also kind of want to hit off the ace point, but
That can happen later. The problem is later.
later he has a board.
Later's facing a good board.
Right.
So maybe he was supposed to play 3-1. He's playing.
I don't
4-1.
know. I mean, he didn't have a good way to play an even number of aces, right?
That works.
Yeah. 3-1 makes it 5.
That's nice for Art.
Yeah.
Here's a problem.
2-1 is a problem. 6-3.
6-3 is ugly. Strippage.
Is prettier than leaving a blot.
But it's the play he has to make.
Yeah. Prettier than getting hit and being back there. 5-4. You can make the 4. Can you do anything else? You don't have any. You don't have a safe play, right? You could go 15 to 6.
You can go 15 to 6, which is
but
okay.
I think you make the 4.
I prefer to make the 4 point. I want action if I get hit.
Yeah.
And I need the landing point.
Yeah, you also have like let's say he doesn't hit, he's gonna have to move his checkers. You have play against the blot on the 24 point. Maybe you can gammon him like
has
this.
to be the right play.
Yeah. Agreed. You win more gammons this way. Is Art thinking about a redouble?
I don't know. I wouldn't redouble this. I thought I was a favorite, which I'm not.
Right. 4 hits.
Now he is.
I mean, if he fans, can he think about a redouble?
Yeah, I think so because the take point on a redouble is
33%.
33%.
Yeah. It's
with no gammons.
Very high. Yeah. Right.
It's very high, but the gammons don't matter.
Right.
He's thinking about lifting that blot.
I would think you safety the blot on the 16 just to get the maximum number of covers for the bar point in case it comes in with like an ace 4, let's say.
Where's he got left to play?
A 3.
3.
Yeah. You clean up a blot either way, and it seems like, putting a checker on your midpoint is better than putting a checker on your 5 point.
Yeah, you like having the 7 point slot in. You want that for it, so I don't see.
Right. I'm going to go to the midpoint.
I mean, you are kind of duplicating ace 6, but like it's not really.
I go to the midpoint.
Well, you're cleaning up a blot either way, but the blot on the 16 point seems like the harder blot to clean up. I guess you could play 7 to 4, but I hate that.
He's looking at what does he have to do to redouble on a dance, etc.
Well,
can he redouble a dance?
I think even if you play 16-13, I think even if you play 16-13 and the guy dances, it's not so obvious to me that it's just like a pass. So
I know. I don't. If you play 16 to 13 and the guy dances, I know I'm taking the cube.
right.
That doesn't mean it's not a redouble.
I would.
Right, but I mean,
that's
I
what
wouldn't,
would
I
take.
wouldn't play so safe because I just thought I'm cashing the game. You know, like,
Yeah.
you know, you got to also worry about what if the guy comes in.
You're not. I don't think you're not cashing this game if he dances.
Right.
In my opinion.
So he does fan. I would think it's a reasonable
Can you put this in
redouble.
there?
Yeah.
Put it in, kid.
I like.
Put it in.
I like the redouble.
You know how to use it. You use it. Put the position in.
Would I take? I think I would take, even at 33%. Would I?
I can't reach it. This looks like a take. I think this is still take. Alex, can you put this
Yeah. It looks like a take. It's not the happiest take in the world given the score, but I think you can get away with taking it.
He's got to win roughly a third of the time cubeless.
Yeah, almost
you need
exactly.
30 You need about 33%. It's about 33%. Yeah, I would take.
Yeah.
32%. I take.
Steve's still winning the race, right? Yeah, I think he's winning the race.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
Probably just about there.
Yeah, it's a very strong double. But I do think it's enough to take if you're Steve. But honestly, like, I would, yeah, okay, borderline double.
Borderline double. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that I had no problem taking this. I would have grabbed this. I mean it. I said I was taking.
Yeah. We did all agree on that. So what if he had played 16-13 instead of 8-5 though
Still
with
an
a
easy
3?
take. It's
It's
not
got to
gonna
be.
take much.
Oh, it's got to be a much better position, right? It's going to be a take,
gonna be somewhat better position, yeah.
I would think it's.
The win percentage.
Can
That's
you,
all it is.
Can you check that one?
Well, you're behind in a race. Both sides have a 4-point board.
If he played 16-13 instead of 8-5, move 16 to 13,
Take
and
the
move
checker from
5
8 to 5.
Yeah,
Move the checker from 5 to 8.
Yeah.
and now check this
Now
one.
check that. That's a stronger double. It's still
Yeah.
an easy take.
I don't know about easy, but okay.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't change it much.
All right.
63.
Red wins this position 60%. Red will win the other position about 62, 63.
Yeah.
62. Right.
It's a little more dangerous on that.
Come on, take it. Do it. Yes. Fan. Okay. You have to come out from the 24 point. Oh no. No, you got to. The 24 point has to move. I don't know.
I think you have to make the 24 point and the bar point.
Me too.
Yeah, you have to move the back checker somehow.
You make the 20 in the bar.
Yeah, make the 20 in the
That's what I
bar.
meant, the 20,
Sure.
The 20 point and the bar point.
Yeah, he didn't move that guy, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Now he's thin.
It would have played.
3-1. He doesn't have an ace,
Now we
so
have
he
a
has to
roll.
hit. You have to hit, right? Like,
Now we
what
have a
else can you
horrible
do?
The obvious play.
Yeah, you have to play 16-13 and 4-3, because otherwise you're gonna get smashed, right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna play 16-12?
Well, 16, 13, and 4-3.
I think
You can play
so.
6-3, 6-5, and leave one
Okay.
lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait a minute. Am I seeing it? What's the wrong?
It's
here?
3-1.
It's awful.
Are you gonna play 16-12?
What's wrong with the 16 to 12?
I just let him shoot.
Just let him shoot. You're losing.
Hit yet if he
I
hits,
think it's
not
16 to
fatal.
12.
You still got
Yeah, 16 to 12.
I don't think you break the board.
I know
Okay.
I think it's 16 to 12 as well.
All right. I
I
mean,
know I'm not
You're
playing.
That desperate. You're not that desperate to break the board.
I know
okay.
I'm not going to
All
play.
right,
I know
all
I'm
right.
not making Matt's initial play of 16, 13, 4-3. I think that's ridiculous.
Right.
You have
Right.
to, how do you clean up the board?
So desperate.
Okay. Fine.
Unless he hits with a 2 or a 9.
How bad is the race, by the way? Steve up 10 pips after the roll. Okay.
The other one when it doesn't work.
All right. So yeah.
You got to do this.
All right.
And hope.
I-
To, and
yeah.
hope to, if you get hit, hope to enter.
Yeah. He only has a 4-point board. He doesn't have a 5-point board. You know. Double fours? That's got to be good. You can just go to 6-point.
It's
I
nice.
mean, it's not a hit, but it's
Hey, you're up in the
you know
race.
you safety a checker.
You got threats next
Yeah.
time.
2-1.
Another horrible roll.
Okay.
Well, not horrible. It's poor. Poor.
Double threes
Goodbye.
is a monster. Makes that and makes the ace point. Make the 5, make the ace. Okay. All right.
By the way, folks, this should not be allowed. I find this very distracting. I understand he's taking pictures on his own time. The match is being recorded. He can study it later. I understand how fast he's taking pictures. Some players find it distracting. I'm not taking any offense with anybody, but I would not do it.
Fours.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Yeah, this is the God's punishment for taking a picture. If you take a picture of your jokers, your opponent's gonna roll joker. Alright, Art's gonna put it back and take a picture.
Now Art is going to play 5 fours.
The fifth one.
Did he? Oh, okay. Steve is correcting it because he played 5 fours. Yeah.
Steve caught it.
Yeah.
Right.
But it was a good play. I think his play was superior.
Yeah, he made the best play with 5 fours.
That was legal, right?
Wow. How do we play this?
I also think 13 to 6.
Well, I don't think we're going to play 9 to 2.
No, I mean you still have to win the game. You have a 5-point board. He's
So we
a
have to
big
play
underdog
13
to
to
enter.
6.
Yeah, you play 13 to 6.
Sometimes he doesn't roll a joker.
Do you have any other way to
This is only
duplicate?
3 shots.
Yeah,
That's all you play.
it gives you double 3 to close the board. Yeah.
It leaves only 3 shots.
3, 6.
That's one of them.
Ooh. Art's gonna need a double 4 again. You should probably get off of double 4s. Okay, he does. And then he just comes around with that guy. Yep.
Yep. Nothing hits.
Are you joking or serious?
No, I wasn't.
I played 4.
Okay,
6-1 goes there and there. Okay. Four, 3.
Well. It's not totally over.
Yeah, you could clear the 9 points.
You can clear the 9 point.
What else?
Leaving 4 jokers.
Yeah.
Or you can just bury a guy on the 3 point, leaving no jokers and worrying about later when later comes up. This is the difficult play.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you can go 10 to 3. And yeah,
Says
leave no
safe looks
jokers.
right to me.
Okay.
I might take a chance if it were 2 shots, but I don't think I'm going to take a chance when it's 4 shots.
I think I would clear the 9 point if I needed a gammon, but given that gammon doesn't matter, probably just
Clearing that
play
9 point,
safe.
you win more gammons, they don't matter.
Right.
MCG is saying.
Probably just play safe, given that you don't need a gammon.
I play safe. Does the computer have an opinion? What does the computer say here?
mean, 4 shots is yeah.
Safe. By how much?
Put it, yeah.
So it's
I'm
very
yeah.
tiny.
Yeah, for money or any score where you need a gammon, it's going to be clearing the 9 point.
Yes. Very tiny. Hardly matters.
Yeah, here it's a borderline decision.
In.
Really?
Really.
Okay.
This match is about over, folks.
And that is all she wrote. 5-2.
Pretty much.
Four, 3
That's
off.
clean.
Yeah, no shot numbers next turn. 4 in, and that'll reduce shots probably even further.
You'll beat this 4-point game about 90% of the time.
No, it's more than that.
Well,
it's like 96, right?
It's more than that because you don't win it because Art doesn't win all his hits.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if Art won all his hits, it's about 90 from there.
I think it's
now it's 100.
Yeah. Congrats to Steve into the final.
Into the finals, and I'm going to be taking a break. Somebody else will be commentating on the next match.
I will also be out of here, so good luck to our future commentators.
I think I wanted you to.
I don't want you to lose on time.
I guess against Steve here.
Yep. Wow.
Good luck.
We had a big race.
The last joker, as so often happens, wins. That was some
Doesn't
jokers.
it almost always win?
That was some jokers. That was.
Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream, and during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring the LA Open this year. We're delighted to have been invited.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing great. We're full on spring, it looks like.
Yeah. So for the viewers, these are some of the most beautiful high-end luxury boards, and we're going to talk through them, but I wanted to show some pictures of some of your boards. A lot of them are on the website, but we'll start by showing the viewers some of those, and maybe you can go through and give us about like a 1-sentence overview of each one.
Absolutely delighted to. Yeah, this is All Hands. It's a beautiful poplar piece with really striking playing field, blue and white, and then dark blue. It stands out. It's absolutely beautiful. Great little piece. Blush was my wife actually made blush. Got a little bit of crocodile in there, and again playing pieces and dice and doublers that beautifully accent the leather and the playing field.
Canyon is a sycamore. It's a pretty unusual piece of wood, but just amazing. The wood's the star of that show. Citron is another heartfelt piece. Just really beautiful colors. It'll stand out in any room. It's a great little piece to play. Clean Slate's another one. Very sort of regal colors, burgundy set against that gray. Really nice little piece to play. This looks almost similar to the board on the stream.
Very similar. Not quite as dark a playing field as Clean Slate. Will be a little bit lighter, but very similar. And yeah, we'll have photos. Well, you'll be able to see it during the streaming. Yes.
And Crush.
Crush is a favorite. That's a table, and just it's obviously Orange Crush for those of us that remember the beverage. The colors just told us that's what we needed to name it. A really neat piece with great natural accents to the wood. One of my favorites. We actually made that for a New York interior designer, and just a really dramatic piece of wood set on a beautiful table base. Really fun piece. We still have that piece. It's still available on the website. Envy, it does just that. It just you're going to be the envy of the tournament playing in that one. Really neat little piece. Again, we throw some croc in there that just accents really nicely. And Frank is another favorite, where when we bought this piece of wood, we didn't quite know how we'd do it, but we literally had to stitch it together due to the natural checks, they're called, but the cracks in the wood. But what would result in is just a striking, also a table, coffee table, really striking accent to any room, and neat little piece to play.
Yeah, we were talking about that on social media. It looks like almost the shape of a football or something like that. And it's, I guess it's not an ideal for one person to sit in one direction and the other to sit, but this is more of a piece of art for me.
Well, I'll take that and run. You know, when you sit at a table like that, you actually sit above the table, so that I'm losing the word, but the irregular shape of it really doesn't affect you that much when you're playing it. No, it really doesn't. We've played it, and but what it does, to your point about, we hope somebody does see it as a piece of art, but maybe a good way to sort of introduce the stuff we do. But we really try to maintain. That's from the crotch of a tree, which you can see on the right side. That's a big growth coming off the tree, a trunk coming off the tree. And what it does to the wood is really tough to match. It just gives incredible accents and colors, and just an explosion of colors. And then we were able to tie in the bow ties, which just offset everything and really, again, accentuate the natural aspects of the wood. But again, a striking playing surface, very visible, very easy to play, and really fun little piece.
Are the bow ties decorative, or do they keep the wood together?
They do a little bit of both. You can play with them from a decorative perspective, which I love to do. It's a little complex to do them, and you risk the wood doing them, but they do stabilize the wood a little bit. When we buy our wood, the wood's gone through a lot, and it's all designed to remove some of the natural flaws, some of the natural elements that a tree goes through before it's cut down. It dries it and stabilizes it, but it also, as it dries it, it produces the cracks a lot of times, because the moisture comes out, the wood cracks. So we use the bow ties to stabilize it a little bit more and make sure that in a piece like this, it's not going to come apart, or continue to dry and get worse in those cracks. We try to leave it for its natural beauty, but up close and personal, it's a really fun thing to be able to add those artistic elements and stabilize the wood at the same time. So it's a little indulgent.
Very good, very good. We'll go on to the next one.
Gramercy was a piece that we did to sort of show off, and it needed what are called splines. Those are, again, to stabilize the wood on the left side. Those are two very small checks, but maybe a better example of, let me be a little artistic in how I stabilize the wood. And there's actually more of those on the underside. So a lot goes into that, and probably, you probably got 15 to 20 hours worth of work in stabilizing the wood before we even start making the playing surface. So a lot goes into that, but the result is a really neat, striking, added accent to a backgammon board.
Next one.
That is Hang 12. It's got a shape it's a cherry slab, and most often the wood and the wood's accents, we don't start on the leather until we've finished the wood for obvious reasons maybe, but we obviously don't want to get any of the finishing materials on the leather. So by the time we put the leather in, the wood's told us what kind of leather we should use, what colors. And this certainly did that. But when we were finishing the wood, it took on the shape of almost a surfboard, which LA folks know those well. But sitting on, it's a table. It's got really neat, very contemporary legs, but it's got a rounded edges on both ends, hence the Hang 12 name. Most of us remember Hang 10, but a play on words.
Yeah. High roller.
High roller is it's a bar height table, and in this one we were able to bring in some really neat leather. You can see there it's almost, folks familiar with cowboy boots know it as verdigris, but it's that stitching on a cowboy boot, and the leather has that accent in it, and it really gives it a very sort of masculine, cool feel to it, and the leathers, the gray and the tan leathers, just fold in beautifully to the wood and to that verdigris playing field. And then we can have a lot of fun with the checkers, as you see we did there.
Right.
Lucky Strike's a brand new one. My wife made that. My wife makes boards right alongside with me. Retired nurse, so to speak. She's too young to retire, but she's doing this now. But her color sense is remarkable, and it's a beautiful little piece. It's a black walnut, but the playing surface is just explosive. It's so pretty, and then the checkers really accentuate it nicely. Mistress is another favorite. It's you talk about colors integrating to the wood. This one, again, we finished the wood in advance of using the leather, so we really were able to maximize the look and the coordination of the leather integrating to the wood just magnificently. Carrie, my wife, made that one as well. Really pretty piece. Also a table.
Now this one is probably my favorite one out of the slides in this deck because of what's called the live edge wood, the Nautica. Tell us about that, please.
Nautica, that is it's a maple slab, and when we got that piece of wood, it had so many unique attributes to it. What you see towards the left there are actually, those are bug holes. Bugs live in trees, and that's one of the things that we get rid of through the drying process before we acquire the wood. But also rot and sort of degradation as a tree ages. But when we get it, it's very stable, it's very stabilized, but we then have the opportunity to really maximize it. And as you can see, here is so dramatic. And the table base we put it on it's a very stout, really impressive table base, but it just reeks of that sort of nautical feel, and almost a compass-like rig there underneath it. But we were able to bring a very stately playing surface into the piece, and with the colors and the natural elements this had, which are very dramatic. This is on the website, and other pictures show it off even further than this. It's a great photo, but between the live edge and those natural elements that we've been able to capitalize on, it's a very striking piece. It's a pretty good sized table, but like most of what we do, it is a coffee table. And a lot of times we'll include, folks will ask us to, we can include a piece of glass that'll go over top of that playing surface. And it winds up being a really striking, impressive addition to just about any family room, living room, wherever you want to have your backgammon conquests. But you'll be asked about this one if it's in your living room.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Saddle Up was another fun one where we took some natural element. We took some of the natural aspects of the slab and were able to stabilize, but also sort of an added element in those splines to the right there. They do stabilize. There's more underneath, quite a few more, in fact, on Saddle Up. But again, we went back to that verdigris leather, which is really a beautiful leather. And then the tan playing surface and the bold white make it a really easy piece to play. And Alex, you'd probably stream on that one beautifully too. But it's a very strong, really striking piece. That's a tabletop.
Beautiful. Next one, Sailor's Delight.
Sailor's Delight was a really fun one. It's a box elder, which is an unusual piece of wood to me. I heard of a box elder, I guess, but we do some box elder. It's a really light, very attractive piece of wood, and using Alex, as you pointed out before, that's a really pretty live edge. When we do a live edge, a lot of times we'll finish them off, and I'm probably getting more long-winded than you want me to, but we try to keep live edges when they're a really striking attribute to the wood, and this one does that really nicely. Nice little tabletop.
Yeah. Square Root.
Square Root was a really fun piece that my wife made. She made a lot of them, actually. Now that I come to, as much as I talk about her in it, but it just is a very concise, very solid, beautiful little playing table. If you go to our website, please do note the dimensions. This is a smaller table, so it's probably not a tournament table, but it's a very manageable size. It's mobile. It can be moved around the house. You can put it in the car and bring it to your local club to play. But one of those pieces that it's going to get attention. It's a really pretty little piece.
Storm.
Storm was another really fun piece. We went back to that verdigris. You see, it's a favorite. And again, we used a poplar slab that is such a pretty piece of wood, very easy to work with, really nice weight to it as well. And just the colors, poplar comes in with a lot of gray. And when you see us using poplar, we're probably going to have some gray in the playing surface someplace or in the checkers. This is probably my favorite. And it just told me up and down when I put that leather in there that those look like a pair of church shoes you're wearing at church on Sunday, and a beautiful bold croc design. You notice there we have the stainless steel checkers, stainless clad checkers, which we can do upon request. Sometimes we'll include them in a board, but just one of those pieces that it's a table. It's a good sized table. It's not too big, coffee table, but it is a showstopper. Really, really attractive board. Worth Avenue lives in Palm Beach, Florida, and was another piece we designed for an interior designer who sort of spec'd it out. It was a first of its kind for us, very unusual, but it's a white lacquer finish. It is a tournament size playing surface. As you can tell, that piece would fit. We now have that as part of our repertoire, and that will fit in just about any decor you come up with. Really pretty piece, standard table height, which is about 28 inches, and then a tournament size board. Really neat piece.
Great. So
very thorough, Alex. Thanks
yeah,
that was a real walk through the inventory.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was a great overview of the beautiful boards. And before we move on, I wanted to mention that the streaming board will be auctioned off. So if people are interested in that, there will be an auction. And if people want to order a board during the tournament, there will be 10% off. And there's a link in the description to Legacy Board's website where they can order it. So let's talk a little bit about legacy boards. When did you start making legacy boards, Bill?
I'm about 12 years into this, Alex. It was you'd asked me the question. It was a fluke at first. I made my first board, which is right here in this room with me. But it was funny little anecdote. I made it, and when I put it all together, and I got the checkers came in, and my son and I sat down to play at this nice big board, and I realized, and everyone's gonna laugh at me when I say this, it only had 20 points, so there was 5 points for each part of the board, and it was such a showstopper moment in front of my 12-year-old. I had all kinds of things to say, but I bit my tongue. But I was able to fix it, and we still play on our first board. But at any rate, it got me started, and actually leads me to the not only the origins of what we do, but the kind of why we do what we do. And I got into the live edge business after Hurricane Sandy. A buddy of mine up in New York lost 200 big old hardwood trees on his property and sent me home to North Carolina with a piece of this wood. What in the world am I going to do with it? And I had the idea, I might make a really cool backgammon board. So I tried it, and it actually came out really well. My oldest son has that, which leads me to my second point. I thought, what a cool thing to make one for each of my boys, and three of them were attaché boards, folding boards. And really the only unique attribute of that was that your dad made it for you. And the fourth one was the live edge slab. But I thought what a great thing for them to have was something that their father had made about a game I had taught them, and what a great legacy that would be. And so from that, I thought, I learned from my mother. She learned from her mother. What a cool legacy, and it's still going. So it was very important to me to signal that in the name of what we do, legacy boards. And I hope people see that and sort of get bitten by that same bug. What a great thing to have, to teach children, nieces, nephews, whomever, friends, and pass this game along, which USBGF tournaments like this one, Alex, what you do in propagating the game, it's really exciting to see how many people are working hard to propagate this game and get more people into it. So we're all about it, and so much so we named the company that way.
Yeah, and what I really like about your boards is it's not the average board. These are very luxurious, high-end, beautiful boards, and it's just a pleasure to just look at and play on. So we'll take a look at that some more. This is the website. There's a link in the description to where you can view it. So this has all the stuff. There's the backgammon boards and the tables. So just for the viewers to understand, you make tabletop boards, which are basically flat, open boards that don't fold up, as well as full tables. Is that correct?
Yeah, we make primarily coffee table height, which is about 20 inches roughly. And we've now gotten into, as you saw, scrolling through our other pieces, we actually do 28-inch regular height tables as well. So we're really kind of running the gamut right now. Yes.
So
and whether
go ahead.
Go ahead. What you see right there, as you pointed out, Alex, thank you, is backgammon boards will take you specifically to the boards, and then tables there. And we also, not to divert attention too much, but we also, across the top banner, we were forced into chess by a customer that said, "Hey, do you do chessboards?" And my ego won't let me say no. So we're now doing chess pieces as well.
So those taller boards, if you put a sheet of glass on them, they could work as like the taller tables, excuse me, can work as like a desk or a dining table or something, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as can the coffee tables, for sure. That's because the playing surface, as you can see, the playing surface is recessed into the wood. A piece of glass fits very nicely over the playing surface.
Okay, so I'll have you guide me through the website. Where would you like me to start?
Well, if you go into Shop Backgammon, nice thing here is what we try very hard to do is to oh, there you are. So if you go into, say, Backgammon boards,
yeah,
and that'll bring up the board specific inventory that we have. And please bear in mind, anybody looking, that this is simply inventory that we have. We like making these, so we kind of keep a running inventory. But we are pretty much eager to do custom pieces, and we work from customers. I work with fabric swatches, paint chips, you name it. I've had someone say a photograph of the room a piece was going to go in, and we collaborate very, very thorough in our collaboration. So just know, if you have an idea, we'll help you flesh it out and come up with exactly what you're looking for. And as you can see, so in each case, you can click on the piece. It'll go to a more in-depth description. And then, as I pointed out, do look at the dimensions.
Click on maybe Storm, for example.
Yep.
Here. This doesn't have description here. Oh, this one doesn't seem to have the description here. Let's go back and try a different one.
Boy, I hope it's not going to make a liar of me. You see, there's a full slate of photographs, and again, upon a simple request, if there's something you'd like to know about, boy, it's going to make a liar of me, and I'll.
But here we can look at like different angles of the board. So I'll just kind of slide through this. This is beautiful.
Great, and my wife's our photographer. She does a phenomenal job, believe it or not, with a phone. We got a camera, but it doesn't take as good pictures of a phone. But she takes really striking photographs, trying to capture every element that's unique and important for a customer to maybe see. So, given that I was fibbing to everybody, please, at the bottom is my email address. It comes right to my phone, whatever my computer, and any questions you have, please don't hesitate to ask. They are unique and different, and we're delighted to explain. And as we say, like just play, right? Just get playing. But shipping is free in the United States. There you go. Some of them.
Here we go. This is the Gramercy, the description of the Gramercy. So people can read this. We won't have to read it during the video, but people can go and read it. But what may be nice is to be able to scroll through some of these other pictures. You can really see the nice attention to detail. And that bag was for the checkers, right?
Yes, every set comes complete with a very high-end leather dice cup, dice, doubler, and checkers. Which, when we design our boards, we really work hard on the checkers as well to make sure that they are a really critical aspect of the art of the look and feel of the piece. We wanted to have, when folks come into your home and see one of these, we want them to go, where in the world did you get that? And then tell them.
Yeah. So let's go to the tables.
Excuse me.
These were some of the ones that we saw.
Some of the ones that you showed, sure.
Let's see. Oh, I don't think we saw the Legend one. Let's pull this one up.
Legend was another one of those challenges. Interior designer asked me if I could do it, and I couldn't say no. And really interesting piece, very sort of stately. Yep, very stately. Every piece of wood in that table is what I call first generation wood. I know the people that cut that tree down, so it's very much in keeping with what we do. But we were able to source the wood in such a way that it came out with a very elegant piece, very different than, say, Nautica, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
Probably both ends of the spectrum, Alex, for sure. And there's the glass hard at work, right?
This is the glass, right? Yeah. Wow.
Exactly. And no chance. No, there's no chance in that glass of wine being there. That's backgammon. If you're in a tournament, you're probably not drinking. But outside of being in a tournament, you probably have a nice glass of wine going while you're playing. Yeah. But you can see how that's a 3/8 inch piece of glass. It's a very stout piece of glass, but it really adds a very striking and elegant touch to that table. Just the glass in and of itself, it's really pretty.
Because I tell people, this is not just a board. It's also a piece of furniture. It's a piece of art. It's just so much more.
And you will, that's one of the things we hear just about 100% of the time is when people see it, that's the reaction they get is, where did you get that?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Where in the world did you get that?
So let's look at the About Us section here. So this talks about you and your beautiful wife, Carrie, and people can read. Yeah.
Absolutely. And hers is a more exciting story than mine. I'm an old salesman that happened into a hobby, and we started out. I started out making them because I like making them, and I had one. What am I going to do with it? And I was able to find a local, fairly significant charity here in Asheville, North Carolina, that was closed out. Their auctions were closed out, silent auction. And I called them and said, "Would you be interested?" And they said, were very interested is going to the live auction. And it wound up selling and getting quite a bit of money for the charity, which made us feel great. I finished the next one, my next table, just in for next year's auction, next year's charity event and auction, and it went in as well, and it sold. So it sort of indicated to me that, gee, we might be onto something, we might have a market, but also helping charity at the same time. It was a charity for local underprivileged kids and schools. So not disassociated with what we're talking about here, teaching kids and getting them involved, but a great charity that we've been delighted to be involved with. And it got us out of the gates. Our first commission came from one of the charity events. So you never know how they happen, but this is how this one did.
Fantastic. Well, take a look at the gallery. I think there are some pictures similar to what we saw, but maybe some different ones. I don't think you can click on this, but I'll scroll through this. There's a link in the description to the website so people can click and kind of scroll through this. Beautiful.
And again, the purpose of our gallery was to show off pieces that we have in, as they say, live somewhere else now and are in people's homes, and just to see the range of work that we do and hopefully inspire ideas. Solidify the fact that if you have an idea, we can probably do it. That blue piece is another example of something that I didn't anticipate, but I was asked to do that, and gee, could we? Let's give it a go, and it came out great. That one lives in Palm Beach, Florida, as well. And actually, the one to the right of it, same owner has.
This is still 9, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the finals 11? Is that where it's set up?
Or maybe it was even Crawford that was doing that. Anyway, one of the announcements about somebody, for those who get, I kind of went, oh, maybe that is actually a really good way to do it. It's just to, right. Well, right. I mean, like Andy told me, that's why.
Steve, whenever you're ready.
You know what? Illegal things.
I told you it was Texas, 33 different people, but this
So
is
that's what
I'm not ready.
reality, but maybe
I need until I'm finished.
Charity.
Okay, but you interrupted.
I apologize for interrupting.
All right, I'm gonna get some work done. We'll talk.
What?
But yeah, like I said,
What is he?
but I don't want
asking if he's ready.
And he's not. Of course. That's to be expected.
Then let's make that happen. Yeah.
Oh, I was mentioning.
Yes.
So the cube is not visible off to the side, so please put it here.
Yeah.
Or here. It's probably easier here, that way you can bear off there. But when you put it here, then it's not visible. Okay. Would you like a sheet of paper?
Oh, boy.
Joe's gonna commentate.
He really wanted that too.
Yeah. It would be nice.
Frank, Patrick, or Kiki, please come to the front and record names for me, please. Frank, Patrick, or Kiki. 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 Frank, Patrick, and Kiki. I need one of you there. Okay, yeah, one of them come up.
Happy to see you. Working.
Bring it again.
Alright, time for my revenge finally.
Your revenge. You won 9 out of 10 matches against me over like the previous 6 years.
Oh, as I remember, you just.
No, I know that. I know I won a couple
and
times.
you beat us in the doubles.
Right. So we both have revenge against each other in a friendly way.
Okay.
Please shake hands.
Yeah, sure. 2-0 Trump.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right.
Just double check.
Okay,
Everything
good luck.
is right. Cameras are set.
Oh, I want a sport card. You want one? This paper?
I'll bring it.
Yeah, okay.
I want one of those green ones.
It has to be green? Let me see if I can find it.
So after I beat you, you beat like 2 or 3 more people?
Yeah, let's see. I beat Neil. I beat somebody in between, I can't remember who. I beat Moshi and I beat Karis. So I've won 4 matches.
Okay.
Play in between.
I don't know. You can look on the draw.
Yeah. Should go here. Let's see. Okay. Maybe not.
Next, Alex.
Steve, would you like the green one or the green one?
I'll take the blue that's not the right color.
Yeah, you have a pen?
Yeah.
All right. Good match. Ready to start when you are.
Okay.
All right. 9 points it is. Good luck.
You too. You got a 5. Hard to hit it. The safety of that. See, I could have popped it over.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We have another great matchup. Steve Sax versus Kit Woolsey, both top grandmasters out of California. Thank you to Rory for transcribing. Hello to everyone in the chat. Whoever's in the chat, please say hello and let me know where you're joining us from. We're going to start a poll here. I'll be joined by Joe Russell and Michi. Oh. So who's going to win this match? All right, so this is the Open Fighters Final. So this is the one-loss bracket. So the winner of this will play the winner of the undefeated bracket, who is Rich Munitz. So Rich is going to get a little bit extra for being undefeated. So this is a 9-point match. Steve Sax playing the yellow checkers at the top. Kit Woolsey playing the red checkers at the bottom. Thank you to our sponsor, Legacy Boards. Bill Shea makes this beautiful board. The winner of the auction is our local favorite, Hans Ghaffari. Congratulations. We're also using the Ace Point Backgammon Matchmasters score sheet. Joined by Michihito Kageyama. Welcome.
Hi, Alex.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
This is Kit versus Steve. I was just telling people this is the Matchmaster scorecard, the ZMF clock, Wycliffe Brothers doubling cube. These are FM Gammon finger dish checkers, the Backgammon Galaxy reduced glare dice, and the Backgammon Learning Center baffle box. So this is for you.
Thank you.
This is just the first game. They started.
Okay. This is the final of fighters bracket.
Correct. So the winner plays the grand final against Rich Munitz.
Okay. Okay. So the score is 0-0 to 9. And what's going on?
Hello to Crew and Frank Lay joining us.
Okay. So Steve Sax is a favorite, but the cube is still in the middle.
And Joe Russell, do you want to eat first?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What is this? Ultimate Fighters Final?
Yes. How did you know?
I don't know. It's
So
like a gift.
follow that one. This is just a.
That one's delayed.
It's delayed, but this is for the chat.
Okay, so 5-3 for yellow, and he's considering maybe hitting 2. Okay. Okay. It's a nice shot. There is no reason to hesitate. Wow! What a great dice.
Double one.
Now yellow is ready to offer a cube.
That should be the game ender.
2-1.
It's a red shot too.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen?
It's like double take.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't.
He rolled.
And
6-2. Okay, so. Hit on the 15.
Okay.
6-1. They like it when you read the dice.
This has to be a double.
Yeah, red doesn't have a timing to play a back game.
You need a lot more timing.
Mm-hmm.
And yellow may make the bar point, which
Red
would be
to make the bar point is so strong you can't take this.
So, Michi, do you think if yellow makes the bar point, that will lose the market?
Wow.
Like that? Like that?
But this is not the one. This is not the one.
It's not bad.
Now red has timing.
Now red just gains some timing, but.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, yellow didn't make the 2 point.
Hello to Rory. He's transcribing this match. Rory said no double last roll by .03. Thank you, Rory.
Oh, really? Interesting.
That's shocking.
Joe says that's shocking. They probably can't hear you with the microphone over here. So 6-1. He played the 6 down, right?
So after hitting, yellow has immediate bad dice.
Take it back. Okay.
Like a 1-5, 2-5. Oh, it's better to use just one hand.
Yes.
Please tell him.
So please explain why it's important to use one hand.
But because of the rule.
But why is that the rule?
Because if we put the both hands on the board, we can manipulate something strange. Yeah, yeah. Maybe it leads to some cheating.
It's confusion.
Yeah. Oh. Double 5 for red. Okay. Wow. So whatever red plays, it's quite bad.
Now can you double?
Yes.
Joe says yes.
Absolutely. That's got to be a double.
Steve is consistent.
Do you think he's thinking it might be too good?
Maybe.
Very. Now what?
Now he's making a phone call.
Oh. What?
You like the player cameras?
What?
You can see it.
Now it's a double pass.
Rory's gonna be due.
Once he rolls a 6. Oh, okay.
Double 4. Oh,
Yeah.
wrong person.
It's an anti-joker. No, it's too good.
We have a poll. Who will win this match? 62% Steve, 38% Kit.
Oh, there's a poll. Wow.
Yeah, I did the live chat. Yeah.
Interesting.
13 people. A nice feature.
Yeah.
Really?
Is it possible to play 23
No,
to 20?
just put them all on the 22 point. I mean 21 point. That can't be right.
Wow. Wow. It's a surprise.
So do you make the point or you slot it? You make it?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Joe, do you make the point?
I don't know. I'm not sure either.
Slotting is thematic in these types of positions.
Okay.
6-5 is forced.
Yep. Yellow has a great shape.
2-1, great.
Perfect dice.
With the double twos, when you put 4 men on the 21 point, Mitchie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will keep the home board.
Well, it's more about getting the man up there so you get off the gammon. Here, Steve has real gammon chance. You don't get gammon that much if you make the other point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So of course, Steve slot on the 1 point. So what is Yellow's gammon winning chance?
Gammon winning chance. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily do those calculations, but it's a good question.
Maybe 40.
Yeah. 6-1. So you talk about these in endgame technique, these types of positions, right? Bearing in against a 2-point anchor.
Yeah, but I didn't mention about the gammon winning chance.
No. But just how to bear in and how to bear
Oh
out.
yeah. Yes.
It's a very good book. I recommend it. Carol Joy Cole is selling it.
Thank you. Yeah, red must be the favorite to save gammon.
5-3. Oh, he's
Yep.
going for it.
Yep, totally agree.
2-1.
Oh, not good.
6-2. Okay, so that's going to leave a shot.
Yep.
Double
No.
one.
Gammon's pretty close now without a hit.
Is it? 6, 9, 10 crossovers. Two off.
Sure.
4-2.
Oh.
Makes a 6
Ah,
point.
yeah.
Double
Oh.
4. Okay, he's going to leave a shot somewhere. Take off an extra checker. Leave 2 more shots.
Oh.
Double 5. So
maybe this is a great dice.
Okay.
Wow.
4-2, 1 off.
Okay.
So for the novice viewers, you can play 5 to 3 off with that roll.
So Yellow needs to roll double. Oh, okay, he did. So next, double 5 doesn't work.
2-1.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a gammon. So we have a lot of novice viewers watching. If you bear off all of your checkers before your opponent bears off any, it's a gammon. So you win 2 points instead of 1. With a center cube in a match, you can do that.
Yep. It's different from a money game.
Yeah, money game. There's a Jacoby rule.
Yep.
Did they have the Jacoby rule when you were doing that thing in Russia? In the first round, they had the money game session with Jacoby rule.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, very unique format. Yeah.
Yeah.
For TV.
Let me ask Rory what one fits double two in the last one.
All right. Rory Joe is asking what the double 2 was for Kit in the last game. Was it 23 to 21 twice? All right. So now.
By the way, the placement of checkers are not beautiful.
Because it off a little bit.
Yeah. Like a snake.
Yeah, like a snake. You know,
Yeah.
you like animals. Did you know sometimes double one is called snake eyes?
Oh yeah.
You know that one.
I've
Okay,
heard that.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems the obvious choice to make the fight point. He was considering about the Q.
So that's a 6-1.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now red is in a very good shape.
Five two for Steve.
Okay, so would you double?
Double. So now, okay.
Yeah, 3 versus
Oh,
3.
I guess he's doubling.
Mhm.
You know, Kit Woolsey always says, if you're not sure if it's a take, then you should double.
But it's sure.
Yeah.
Take is the easy part.
Rory says up was right with the previous double too, but it still may be a double.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Even though it's an obvious take, yeah, still it might be a double. Yeah, but you're right. Oh,
6-3.
okay.
Steve missed some doubles last game. 2-1. So, would this be a take now? Did he lose his market?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Double 5.
What?
Well, the back two are stuck. That's the bad news. This is the good news.
Mm-hmm.
5-3.
Oh wow.
Okay. Double
Oh
one.
my goodness, that's a perfect dice.
Double 4 can't come in. Now 3-2.
Like same scenario, 3 left, 2
Now red has a great chance to win gammon. And of course, yellow has a nice chance to win the game.
4-1. Double 2.
No, fishing.
Five three cannot come in.
Maybe come up was not
Yeah, coming up,
unnecessary.
you gotta fish more checkers, right?
Yeah. So red wants a slot on the 2 point.
For the novice viewers, why would you slot on the 2 point?
Because the red wants to make the 2 point as quick as possible. Otherwise, each time red gives the opponent a chance to roll 2-1 or double 1 from the board.
Also, if yellow had rolled a 2, it would force red back, which would destroy yellow's time.
And you're not concerned about being hit because of the weak board. Well, now it's stronger, but
yeah,
at that time. Okay.
So next 6-5 is anti-joker. I don't clear the bar point. Would you?
What's that?
It's speaking the microphone.
Yeah, it seems a normal play. So they both from California.
Yep.
And you are
Yes,
as well.
I am as well. A lot of California players. Kit is probably the best player in Northern California since Knight Valor doesn't really play much anymore. And Steve is one of the best players in Southern California.
Okay. So we know. Oh, okay. Obviously.
Better than 5-4 and 6-5. Right?
Yeah. There's a horrible anti-joker. So yeah, yellow is happy to split with a 4.
Wow,
okay. Yeah. So 1, 5, 6, 4, 15 shot. So red has 5 checkers on a 2 point, which is not good.
I personally don't care, but you want you to put the checkers there so spectators can
But
see.
probably prefers his position to yellow.
I realize there's a place.
Definitely.
See you.
Oh, it's getting worse.
Getting more awkward. Steve has a reasonable chance to escape Gammon because he shot equity combined with the racing equity.
What? So, okay.
Okay, now some win equity rears its head.
Yeah, just go.
Steve, a pretty big favorite to save again.
Yep. Okay, so 1 double. Oh!
Now he's an underdog.
Yeah, he is.
But not that much.
Okay.
Nice save.
Yeah. So 2 7 away, 7 away.
So what percentage of the time do you think Kit was going to win a gammon in that position where he was starting the bear off and Steve had 4 checkers on the 24?
That was one of the best books I ever read.
Oh,
absolutely.
Wow, it's a tough question. Yeah.
2/3 of the time, maybe something like that.
I think it's less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. No, I think it's higher than that.
So of course, Steve has to hit instead of making the 3 point. Oh, I like his style, but not fancy. Okay.
You never display positions in your book like that. Why is that?
Maybe I'm gonna ask to draw. Yeah. Wow, great dice.
That's the big, right? Maybe 660.
Some shot. Okay, it's a wrong 9. Wow.
Yes, what?
Would you double?
Yeah.
I
would. Even better.
Available.
You have the taker back there.
What do you mean?
I said, I'll bet it.
Okay.
50. Done.
Rory, we need to know whether this is a double or not. No double.
Oh.
Who shall lose?
By
how much?
0.069.
Thank you, sir.
That was
Yeah.
it was no double by 0.069.
Well, you did it. Well,
Point
Well, you
zero
were
six
betting that
nine.
he would, right?
Maybe they are listening to you.
Good roll.
3,
Yeah,
4.
roll with 3, it's a double. Better that.
Well, there are a lot of rolls that made it a double.
3.
Yeah.
Threes are still pretty good.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah, hitting on the 4 point doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
Oh, David. Oh.
Doesn't seem that hard. He's tempted to make the 4 point because he's duplicating the 5s and 3s. The guy has to come in, hit everywhere, and make the 3 point. But I still think it's right to make the 21.
Yeah, I think so. Oh. What? Wow.
It duplicates a lot of duplication there.
Wow, I didn't consider the switching. Oh. Okay. So having 3 checkers on the 1 point is horrible, but
That was wrong by 0.03.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't that bad.
Okay. Okay, tidy up. Yeah. The 10 point is not great, but yeah, still, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Unstuck the heavy anchor. Hitting the easy part. Kid likes it. Yeah, hitting checker.
What's the character in your book? I forget one of the comments on
Oh.
your.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Nomo.
Nomo.
Yeah.
Nomo.
Nomo is a pitcher in
Nono.
Dodgers.
Yeah. Hideo Nomo.
Yeah.
Nono.
Yeah, I like Nomo.
I heard rumor that Nono plays the checkers like Kit Woolsey.
Okay. Okay, I need to ask Nono.
I wasn't watching.
Oh, it's a great shot. What? What's going on? So once red rolls a 2. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so he used semi-dead checker on the 3 point.
Not a bad shot.
Ah. It's best of the best. Or maybe
Oh,
two,
double-
maybe 2-1.
Double one might have been better.
Yeah. Double 1, 2-1. I agree. Probably. Now double 6 is a dream dice. What? What? Is that true? Oh yeah.
Costly error.
Wow. It's easy. It's 3. So after coming out, how to play a 1? Maybe. Yeah, yeah. I like 6 to 5, yes. Now yellow's game winning chance is about 50 or more.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, maybe 60.
There's also backgammon chances.
So double 6, double 5. Oh, that's okay. No bad dice.
Yeah, not bad dice.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Welcome, Neil.
Hi. Good to see you guys.
How'd you do in the consolation?
Marty beat me last night at DMT in the money round.
By the way, I looked at that 4 cube in our match. It was a pass 1.1.
Really? Is that one I took?
Yeah.
Okay. Really? Okay. Not good then for me. Show it to me later, please.
Okay.
We keep the 5 point.
I don't know. Those are tough plays. If you want to demand a crack and waste checkers.
Oh, really? I don't like it.
He doesn't want to have 3 blot numbers, but he has 4 blot numbers with the other play. But the other play, as you know,
I think this is right.
Is more better for Landersman later. I think I would avoid getting hit now, honestly.
I would too. Because later, if you get hit, you may still win the game. Or you'll win it more often. Take the man off.
Okay, so we all agreed.
We all agree on taking off there.
Wow.
That's Masayuki.
Yeah, it's a great dice.
It is good dice. Put it in. Masayuki. Maybe get a shot on 6 numbers. Now go if you get no shot. Nothing I want to do. You might get a shot, but more likely you just Gammon doesn't get anything to hit you.
Okay.
A lot of blot numbers.
3-2.
3-2.
It's interesting. Yeah.
He's looking at taking it off. I don't know. It's a little better if he gets hit, but he's got a gap if he gets a little bit. Ah, genius.
What?
Genius, but the problem is repeating. Here's the repeater.
Oh no! So maybe he can win backgammon.
That was a close play.
Oh. What?
What? It's crazy.
Okay. Yeah.
Big one there.
I'm curious about taking that guy out.
I think it was wrong.
Taking the ace off?
I don't think
I'm
it's.
not sure.
I don't think it's a big deal.
I'm not sure.
It really only hurts you on the four dances, right?
Right.
Mm.
And that's
So
the
30% of the time you get hit, you have an extra checker off.
Yeah, you have an extra checker
and otherwise
off.
it's only four
You have
dances.
an extra
Maybe
checker
it's
off,
right.
but a
But if
gap.
you get
It could be
hit,
right.
If you get
There's a
hit
good chance
later
it's
in
right.
the game, you may lose another.
Off was wrong by 0.01.
Okay, I can believe that.
Okay.
It's very close.
No, I'm relieved. Yeah.
You don't have the full value of the extra checker after bearing off because you have a gap on the ace point. But there's only 4 checkers to clear that gap.
Would you hit? I wouldn't hit.
Just make the 18.
Especially, at this
Especially with
score.
a 6-2 lead, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Stevie is 3
I might
away.
make the 18 with any score there.
Yeah, same.
Maybe at Gammon Go you do hit them both. You probably hit them both at Gammon Go, but even that could be wrong. This is nothing resembling Gammon Go, of course.
Hit and continue.
No double tiger.
I don't do that.
No, I don't do that either. I go to 4.
No,
I go to the 4.
Same.
Oh,
Steve
1-5.
does not want to get involved in mutually gammon this stuff. Think you do that and
Clear.
oh. No, you duplicate to it.
Rory, how about his 6-3? Shouldn't he have hit and gone to the 4?
Shouldn't he make the 3-point here?
No, I play this. It duplicates 2s.
I get it.
The other plays a lot of blots. The other plays a triple shot.
I think it's better to make the 3.
I keep my 8-point and do 2s.
What's everybody else? I like Steve's play.
Hit to make the 11. This looks obvious. Or do you hit on the 18 and lift? I do this.
Roy says the 6-3. I think he's referring to the 6-3 was a big blunder.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's a nice roll.
Very nice. I don't know.
That's a nice roll. Look at this.
It's a beautiful.
The 6-3 was wrong by 122.
I believe it.
Wow.
I have a saying about thin plays like that. Thin double tiger. Double tiger equal double whopper.
Yeah. Sometimes or often that's mislead.
All right. That's a no.
Again, I'm gonna ask him. So red has a big racing lead,
but nowhere near a cube.
No,
Even at the score.
It's not very gammonish. Kit needs to make his 4-point, get some flexibility,
Oh,
and then think
okay,
about the point.
he did.
Now Kit may be thinking about it.
Well, one thing you can count on Kit Woolsey, he's not going to miss a cube.
This is true.
Oh, I didn't know that.
See?
See. He may double too early, but he's not going to double too late. I would take this.
So what is the red winning chance?
He's not that far behind in the race.
He's not that far behind. He'd love to roll double sixes. This has to be an easy take. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it was a double. I make the 9-point here. Now this position is a double. The other one I wasn't sure on. The other one may have been a double score. Run around out of time, but make a 5-point board and see what happens. Easy game.
Yeah, there's double six here.
There's no bad dice.
Now you gotta break something.
Here's the thing is,
some sixes are killed. Thank you. I don't know that. I'm not sure that's the right play. Now you have the same problem. The worst board.
Okay.
Going to the 13 would have failed. Pointed on him. Butchered. Can you hit this? Of
Wow.
course.
Okay.
Of course.
Now this is an important dice.
3? No. Duplicated sixes. Need 4 to escape.
Yeah.
Game is not over. Oh.
Okay.
Has to hit.
Yeah. So after hitting, which ace?
I leave it there.
serious.
Match could end right here, folks.
Right now. Yep. Oh.
Now he's got sixes killed. So some of these sixes don't leave a blot.
Left it.
Now you got
Kill your
fives killed and
fives.
no blots. He knows he's going to play, of course.
Okay, now.
Right in.
Now red is a favorite.
Yes,
red is a favorite.
Big favorite. Well, medium favorite.
Okay,
Red is less of a
okay,
favorite.
Now
okay.
yellow is the
Red is
favorite.
much
Okay.
less of a favorite.
Now red is the
Well-
favorite.
All right. So no option.
And they play the only 4 you have.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. It is exciting.
Look at that. Okay, it goes to a good spot, right on the 6-point where you want it.
Yeah.
Nothing to think about, kid. You have to play that. Stay back. Thinking of coming out, I would stay back. I don't want to be hit. Boxes and 4s that hit me. Boxes, 4s that, and 3s that hit me probably win the game anyway. Match anyway. Game anyway.
Right shot.
Okay. Yep.
There's a nice
Yep.
shot. 7s
Yep.
and 8s, 12 shots.
Yeah. Great dice.
12 shots.
Oh.
Stay back, you're way behind.
So he expected that he hit.
You're usually going to hit on that. Usually shooting from the 20-point. The 5-4 usually hits. On the
That's what he was thinking about.
So 5-1, 5-2, 6-1.
kid is deciding should he slot a point or not, or should he leave no blots. Probably leave no blots inside. He's going to hit something. Nope, no chance to hit.
No hit.
Why hit?
What?
That's why.
That's why.
What?
It's still not a good race for Kit.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
He should run.
He has to run or break his board, so he has to run. This is going to be way wrong if he stays there. So you don't stay there.
His race isn't that bad.
Got to run. Then you got to hit it and still win with a busted board.
Did you count the race?
No, I busted board.
10 pips.
Okay.
10 pips, but there's extra crossover and there's a lot of wastage.
And yeah, at least 4 pips wastage.
So I'm thinking it's.
This has got to be a mile right. Also, if he rolls a 4 and picks and passes, your race is gone.
Yeah, I think it's gone. I'm thinking this is probably. What does White win this game? 73, 74% of the time? 75 maybe?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a huge wonder.
whoa.
That's a huge wonder. Enormous wonder.
Oh! Wow!
What did he know?
Amazing.
Well, he's got to survive this roll.
Amazing. Okay.
He does not.
Okay.
And he does not.
Okay. Well, still, it may come.
Yeah, you gotta be a wizard.
Wow. What is this? What is this?
What is this to leave a shot?
Yeah.
So you're hit.
Good news and bad news.
Not more.
Oh.
Might be more good news than bad.
Okay. Yeah.
Might be
Now.
the match.
Yeah.
I play the 4 over and bear the 1 off. And I risk 3 bad numbers.
Okay, this entering is very important. Great dice. Wow.
Gonna probably save it.
Yeah, now red is a favorite.
A favorite to save it, yes. He's also not cute because the take point is 9.3%. Take point was 9.3%.
So after yellow wins a single game, it will be 8-2. 1 away 7.
About 9%.
Yes. Well, I think Kit really messed this one up. Kit would have had a playable race.
9. He resigned?
Roy can give some info on the 5-5 play by Kit. We all felt running was right by a lot.
I think it's only 0.1. I think it's worse.
Only.
I think it's worse.
It's hard to be a lot more than 0.1 because he was not in great shape anyway.
Oh, I thought he had about. I thought he had a good 25% if he ran.
Yeah, so did I.
And it might have been 26, 27. Probably 25, that's my opinion.
5-1 twice.
That's never good.
Not happy.
You're happy if you roll a double next time.
I don't know.
Yeah?
Other than that, you're not happy.
Okay, unstacking. Wow.
Wipeout.
Now, yeah, now Yara has Orca. Okay, at least.
And now what with the 5?
You just go to the 3 point.
That's what I do. The possibility is to come out and try to make that, but you're getting hit with 19 numbers, and you're only going to you're only going to make that point with 13 numbers. So odds don't favor this.
Double five. The double five was the blunder by .099. Who said .1?
How many percent did double five cost?
We don't know. Well, you can probably roughly figure that out.
If it's .099, it's not as bad as I thought.
Yep. Yeah, I like
but
to
again,
name
it's Joe
down.
pointed out that wasn't the best game for Kit either way. This match is about over, folks.
Mm.
No.
David Wynn was looking for you for sure. I think he's somewhere around.
Get out of trouble. It's fine.
Okay, at least he came in.
Okay, no blots.
Rory, can we get a evaluation of the running PRs in this match thus far?
Someone's able to record it. Rory's recording it?
Yeah.
He's good.
He's transcribing it.
I can't do that this fast like he can.
Well, you're an old man.
It's true.
Like me.
You're older.
And more of a man.
Well.
Oh, I have no idea about you guys' age.
We keep that a secret.
Neil's in his 70s. I'm in my 80s.
I don't look like I'm 80.
This is not true. I have
take a decade off and then you'll be right.
Take a decade off. I have no idea about Michi's age.
Okay.
Michi's about 60, right?
That's about that's what I think.
Yeah.
I think he's about 60. Yes.
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. Now what for Kid? Oh, it's a Steve's role.
Yeah.
I'm even older than Kent Goulding. Can you believe that?
Okay. Okay.
And he's the oldest person I know.
Will you hit there, Joe?
See, he's not. You see here. See, Steve is not hitting because he's taking no risk of being hit back, and he just figures he's going to prime one checker or close out one checker and win. He doesn't need a gammon. He just needs one game. I cannot say
he didn't want the guy to establish an ace point. Then.
Yes, exactly. I cannot say Steve is wrong.
I can't either. You can always choose to do it now, anyway.
Yeah. It is Crawford game with gammons not counting. This is a nice roll.
What's going
Get
on?
them all home and play against one checker. That's what he's going to do, of course. He's thinking of shifting.
Yeah.
Current PRs are Sax 2.89 and Woolsey 3.97.
Okay.
And Woolsey.
Would you do that?
I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Shift? I don't know.
Yeah, this must be a very good option.
I think when you leave, now you gotta, when you leave gaps.
This is a very smooth position.
You would have pointed on him the other way. And had,
okay, that's good for red.
But red's still in a world of hurt.
Yeah, this is about over. It's very hard for kids to get anything out of this. Except, so that helps. Anything that doesn't, of course, anything that doesn't point on kids.
Doesn't change it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Close it up. Close it up. I would cover the ace point.
Me too.
I would make the 8 point. And I would play that too.
Key roll.
Yeah,
right
many
right here
dice.
problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. But here options.
Not much.
I get that checker knocked out of dodge. I don't want it sitting there waiting for me. I'm gonna roll a 2 and get a beautiful setup.
Only 2 bad dice.
Kit wants to dance until they're shot. Kit wants to dance because maybe there's a miracle later. Maybe he rolls a clearing 2.
Okay.
The match is over.
Now it's very difficult. Okay.
Again.
Some people would shake hands here.
Some people will in a couple of turns.
Okay. Well, it's a match. Okay, now.
Yep. All right.
Good
Wow.
match, boys.
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations, Steve Sax. Yeah. So the final will be Steve and
Sax versus Richard Munitz.
Mm.
And that will be an 11-point match. And just one match.
Okay.
And that's at 2 o'clock, the final?
I think.
We are. Okay. It's time for shred?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's Alex?
In the Calcutta, I got Stevie and I got Richard. Yeah, I definitely won.
I know that. I know you know how old we are.
Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Los Angeles Open. I hope you're enjoying the action. My name is Alex Eshaghian. I'm running the stream and the commentary. You can join me on my YouTube channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon, or there'll be a link at the bottom. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board exclusively on the stream, and during the breaks, we're going to be showing off some more of the Legacy boards, and I have the owner of Legacy Boards Backgammon, Bill Shea, joining me. Welcome, Bill.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having us, and we're thrilled to be sponsoring the LA Open this year. We're delighted to have been invited.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing great. We're full on spring, it looks like.
Yeah. So for the viewers, these are some of the most beautiful high-end luxury boards, and we're going to talk through them, but I wanted to show some pictures of some of your boards. A lot of them are on the website, but we'll start by showing the viewers some of those, and maybe you can go through and give us about like a one-sentence overview of each one.
Absolutely delighted to. Yeah, this is All Hands. It's a beautiful poplar piece with really striking playing field, blue and white, and then dark blue. It stands out. It's absolutely beautiful. Great little piece. Blush was my wife actually made blush. It's got a little bit of crocodile in there, and again, playing pieces and dice and doublers that beautifully accent the leather and the playing field.
Canyon
is a sycamore. It's a pretty unusual piece of wood, but just amazing. The wood's the star of that show. Citron is another heartfelt piece. Just really beautiful colors. It'll stand out in any room. It's a great little piece to play. Clean Slate's another one. Very sort of regal colors, burgundy set against that gray. Really nice little piece to play.
This looks almost similar to the board on the stream.
Very similar. Not quite as dark a playing field as Clean Slate. Will be a little bit lighter, but very similar. And yeah, we'll have photos. Well, you'll be able to see it during the streaming. Yes.
And Crush
is a favorite. That's a table, and just it's obviously Orange Crush for those of us that remember the beverage. The colors just told us that's what we needed to name it. A really neat piece with great natural accents to the wood. One of my favorites. We actually made that for a New York interior designer, and just a really dramatic piece of wood set on a beautiful table base. Really fun piece. We still have that piece. It's still available on the website. Envy, it does just that. It just you're going to be the envy of the tournament playing in that one. Really neat little piece. Again, we throw some crock in there that just accents really nicely. And Frank is another favorite, where when we bought this piece of wood, we didn't quite know how we'd do it, but we literally had to stitch it together due to the natural checks, they're called, but the cracks in the wood. But what would result in is just a striking, also a table, coffee table, really striking accent to any room, and neat little piece to play.
Yeah, we were talking about that on social media. It looks like almost the shape of a football or something like that. And it's, I guess it's not an ideal for one person to sit in one direction and the other to sit, but this is more of a piece of art for me.
Well, I'll take that and run it. You know, when you sit at a table like that, you actually sit above the table, so that I'm losing the word, but the irregular shape of it really doesn't affect you that much when you're playing it. No, it really doesn't. We've played it, and but what it does, to your point about, we hope somebody does see it as a piece of art, but maybe a good way to sort of introduce the stuff we do. But we really try to maintain. That's from the crotch of a tree, which you can see on the right side. That's a big growth coming off the tree, a trunk coming off the tree, and what it does to the wood is really tough to match. It just gives incredible accents and colors, and just an explosion of colors. And then we were able to tie in the bow ties, which just offset everything and really, again, accentuate the natural aspects of the wood. But again, a striking playing surface, very visible, very easy to play, and really fun little piece.
Are the bow ties decorative, or do they keep the wood together?
They do a little bit of both. You can play with them from a decorative perspective, which I love to do. It's a little complex to do them, and you risk the wood doing them, but they do stabilize the wood a little bit. When we buy our wood, the wood's gone through a lot, and it's all designed to remove some of the natural flaws, some of the natural elements that a tree goes through before it's cut down. It dries it and stabilizes it, but it also, as it dries it, it produces the cracks a lot of times because the moisture comes out, the wood cracks. So we use the bow ties to stabilize it a little bit more and make sure that in a piece like this, it's not going to come apart, or continue to dry and get worse in those cracks. We try to leave it for its natural beauty, but up close and personal, it's a really fun thing to be able to add those artistic elements and stabilize the wood at the same time. So it's a little indulgent.
Very good, very good. We'll go on to the next one.
Gramercy was a piece that we did to sort of show off, and it needed what are called splines. Those are, again, to stabilize the wood on the left side. Those are two very small checks, but maybe a better example of, let me be a little artistic in how I stabilize the wood. And there's actually more of those on the underside. So a lot goes into that, and probably, you probably got 15 to 20 hours worth of work in stabilizing the wood before we even start making the playing surface. So a lot goes into that, but the result is a really neat, striking, added accent to a backgammon board.
Next one.
That is Hang 12A. It's got a shape it's a cherry slab, and most often the wood and the wood's accents, we don't start on the leather until we've finished the wood for obvious reasons maybe, but we obviously don't want to get any of the finishing materials on the leather. So by the time we put the leather in, the wood's told us what kind of leather we should use, what colors. And this certainly did that. But when we were finishing the wood, it took on the shape of almost a surfboard, which LA folks know those well. But sitting on, it's a table. It's got really neat, very contemporary legs, but it's got rounded edges on both ends, hence the Hang 12. name. Most of us remember Hang 10, but a play on words.
Yeah. High roller.
High roller is it's a bar height table, and in this one we were able to bring in some really neat leather. You can see there it's almost, folks familiar with cowboy boots know it as verdigris, but it's that stitching on a cowboy boot, and the leather has that accent in it, and it really gives it a very sort of masculine, cool feel to it, and the leathers, the gray and the tan leathers, just fold in beautifully to the wood and to that verdigris playing field. And then we can have a lot of fun with the checkers, as you see we did there.
Right.
Lucky Strike's a brand new one. My wife made that. My wife makes boards right alongside with me. Retired nurse, so to speak. She's too young to retire, but she's doing this. But her color sense is remarkable, and it's a beautiful little piece. It's a black walnut, but the playing surface is just explosive. It's so pretty, and then the checkers really accentuate it nicely. Mistress is another favorite. It's you talk about colors integrating to the wood. This one, again, we finished the wood in advance of using the leather, so we really were able to maximize the look and the coordination of the leather integrating to the wood just magnificently. Carrie, my wife, made that one as well. Really pretty piece. Also a table.
Now this one is probably my favorite one out of the slides in this deck because of what's called the live edge wood, the Nautica. Tell us about that, please.
Nautica, that is it's a maple slab, and when we got that piece of wood, it had so many unique attributes to it. What you see towards the left there are actually, those are bug holes. Bugs live in trees, and that's one of the things that we get rid of through the drying process before we acquire the wood. But also rot and sort of degradation as a tree ages. But when we get it, it's very stable, it's very stabilized, but we then have the opportunity to really maximize it. And as you can see, that here is so dramatic. And the table base we put it on it's a very stout, really impressive table base, but it just reeks of that sort of nautical feel, and almost a compass-like rig there underneath it. But we were able to bring a very stately playing surface into the piece, and with the colors and the natural elements this had, which are very dramatic. This is on the website, and other pictures show it off even further than this. A great photo, but between the live edge and those natural elements that we've been able to capitalize on, it's a very striking piece. It's a pretty good sized table, but like most of what we do, it is a coffee table. And a lot of times we'll include, folks will ask us to, we can include a piece of glass that'll go over top of that playing surface. And it winds up being a really striking, impressive addition to just about any family room, living room, wherever you want to have your backgammon conquests. But you'll be asked about this one if it's in your living room.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Saddle Up was another fun one where we took some natural element. We took some of the natural aspects of the slab and were able to stabilize, but also sort of an added element in those splines to the right there. They do stabilize. There's more underneath, quite a few more, in fact, on Saddle Up. But again, we went back to that verdigris leather, which is really a beautiful leather. And then the tan playing surface and the bold white make it a really easy piece to play. And Alex, you'd probably stream on that one beautifully too. but
Yeah.
It's a very strong, really striking piece. That's a tabletop.
Beautiful. Next one, Sailor's Delight.
Sailor's Delight was a really fun one. It's a box elder, which is an unusual piece of wood to me. I heard of a box elder, I guess, but we do some box elder. It's a really light, very attractive piece of wood, and using Alex, as you pointed out before, that's a really pretty live edge. When we do a live edge, a lot of times we'll finish them off, and I'm probably getting more long-winded than you want me to, but we try to keep live edges when they're a really striking attribute to the wood, and this one does that really nicely. Nice little tabletop.
Yeah. Square Root.
Square Root was a really fun piece that my wife made. She made a lot of them, actually. Now that I come to, as much as I talk about her in it, but it just is a very concise, very solid, beautiful little playing table. If you go to our website, please do note the dimensions. This is a smaller table, so it's probably not a tournament table, but it's a very manageable size. It's mobile. It can be moved around the house. You can put it in the car and bring it to your local club to play. But one of those pieces that it's going to get attention. It's a really pretty little piece.
Storm.
Storm was another really fun piece. We went back to that verdigris. You see, it's a favorite. And again, we used a poplar slab that is such a pretty piece of wood, very easy to work with, really nice weight to it as well. And just the colors, poplar comes in with a lot of gray. And when you see us using poplar, we're probably going to have some gray in the playing surface someplace or in the checkers. This is probably my favorite. And it just told me up and down when I put that leather in there that those look like a pair of church shoes you're wearing at church on Sunday, and a beautiful bold croc design. You notice there we have the stainless clad checkers, which we can do upon request. Sometimes we'll include them in a board, but just one of those pieces that it's a table. It's a good sized table. It's not too big, coffee table, but it is a showstopper. Really, really attractive board. Worth Avenue lives in Palm Beach, Florida, and was another piece we designed for an interior designer who sort of spec'd it out. It was a first of its kind for us, very unusual, but it's a white lacquer finish. It is a tournament size playing surface. As you can tell, that piece would fit. We now have that as part of our repertoire. And that will fit in just about any decor you can come up with. Really pretty piece, standard table height, which is about 28 inches, and then a tournament size board. Really neat piece.
Great. So
very thorough, Alex.
Yeah,
Thanks that was a real walk through the inventory.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was a great overview of the beautiful boards. And before we move on, I wanted to mention that the streaming board will be auctioned off. So if people are interested in that, there will be an auction. And if people want to order a board during the tournament, there will be 10% off. And there's a link in the description to Legacy Board's website where they can order it. So let's talk a little bit about legacy boards. When did you start making legacy boards, Bill?
I'm about 12 years into this, Alex. It was you'd asked me the question. It was a fluke at first. I made my first board, which is right here in this room with me. But it was funny little anecdote. I made it, and when I put it all together, and I got the checkers came in, and my son and I sat down to play at this nice big board, and I realized, and everyone's gonna laugh at me when I say this, it only had 20 points. So there was 5 points for each part of the board, and it was such a showstopper moment in front of my 12-year-old. I had all kinds of things to say, but I bit my tongue. But I was able to fix it, and we still play on our first board. But at any rate, it got me started, and actually leads me to the not only the origins of what we do, but the kind of why we do what we do. And I got into the live edge business after Hurricane Sandy. A buddy of mine up in New York lost 200 big old hardwood trees on his property and sent me home to North Carolina with a piece of this wood. What in the world am I going to do with it? And I had the idea, I might make a really cool backgammon board. So I tried it, and it actually came out really well. My oldest son has that, which leads me to my second point. I thought, what a cool thing to make one for each of my boys, and three of them were attaché boards, folding boards. And really the only unique attribute of that was that your dad made it for you. And the fourth one was the live edge slab. But I thought what a great thing for them to have was something that their father had made about a game I had taught them, and what a great legacy that would be. And so from that, I thought, I learned from my mother. She learned from her mother. What a cool legacy, and it's still going. So it was very important to me to signal that in the name of what we do, legacy boards. And I hope people see that and sort of get bitten by that same bug. What a great thing to have to teach children, nieces, nephews, whomever, friends, and pass this game along, which USBGF tournaments like this one, Alex, what you do in propagating the game, it's really exciting to see how many people are working hard to propagate this game and get more people into it. So we're all about it, and so much so we named the company that way.
Yeah, and what I really like about your boards is it's not the average board. These are very luxurious, high-end, beautiful boards, and it's just a pleasure to just look at and play on. So we'll take a look at that some more. This is the website. There's a link in the description to where you can view it. So this has all the stuff. There's the backgammon boards and the tables. So just for the viewers to understand, you make tabletop boards, which are basically flat, open boards that don't fold up, as well as full tables. Is that correct?
Yeah, we make primarily coffee tables height. Coffee table height was about 20 inches roughly. And we've now gotten into, as you saw, scrolling through our other pieces, we actually do 28-inch regular height tables as well. So we're really kind of running the gamut right now. Yes.
So
and whether
Go ahead.
Go ahead. What you see right there, as you pointed out, Alex, thank you, is backgammon boards will take you specifically to the boards, and then tables there. And we also, not to divert attention too much, but we also, across the top banner, we were forced into chess by a customer that said, "Hey, do you do chess boards?" And my ego won't let me say no. So we're now doing chess pieces as well.
So those taller boards, if you put a sheet of glass on them, they could work as like the taller tables, excuse me, can work as like a desk or a dining table or something, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as can the coffee tables for sure. That's because the playing surface, as you can see, the playing surface is recessed into the wood. A piece of glass fits very nicely over the playing surface.
Okay, so I'll have you guide me through the website. Where would you like me to start?
Well, if you go into Shop Backgammon, nice thing here is what we try very hard to do is to oh, there you are. So if you go into, say, Backgammon boards,
yeah,
and that'll bring up the board specific inventory that we have. And please bear in mind, anybody looking, that this is simply inventory that we have. We like making these, so we kind of keep a running inventory. But we are pretty much eager to do custom pieces, and we work from customers. I work with fabric swatches, paint chips, you name it. I've had someone say a photograph of the room a piece was going to go in, and we collaborate very, very thorough in our collaboration. So just know, if you have an idea, we'll help you flesh it out and come up with exactly what you're looking for. And as you can see, so in each case, you can click on the piece. It'll go to a more in-depth description. And then, as I pointed out, you look at the dimensions.
Click on maybe Storm, for example.
Yep.
here. This doesn't have description here. Oh, this one doesn't seem to have the description here. Let's go back and try a different one.
Boy, I hope it's not going to make a liar of me. You see, there's a full slate of photographs, and again, upon a simple request, if there's something you'd like to know about, boy, it's going to make a liar of me, and I'll.
But here we can look at like different angles of the board. So I'll just kind of slide through this. This is beautiful.
Great, and my wife's our photographer. She does a phenomenal job, believe it or not, with a phone. We got a camera, but it doesn't take as good pictures of a phone. Wow. But she takes really striking photographs, trying to capture every element that's unique and important for a customer to maybe see. So, given that I was fibbing to everybody, please, at the bottom is my email address. It comes right to my phone, whatever my computer. And any questions you have, please don't hesitate to ask. They are unique and different, and we're delighted to explain. And as we say, like just play, right? Just get playing. But shipping is free in the United States. There you go. Some of them.
Here we go. This is the Gramercy, the description of the Gramercy. So people can read this. We won't have to read it during the video, but people can go and read it. But what may be nice is to be able to scroll through some of these other pictures. You can really see the nice attention to detail. And that bag was for the checkers, right?
Yes, every set comes complete with a very high-end leather dice cup, dice, doubler, and checkers. Which, when we design our boards, we really work hard on the checkers as well to make sure that they are a really critical aspect of the art of the look and feel of the piece. We wanted to have, when folks come into your home and see one of these, we want them to go, where in the world did you get that? And then tell them.
Yeah. So let's go to the tables.
Excuse me.
These were some of the ones that we saw.
Some of the ones that you showed, sure.
Let's see. Oh, I don't think we saw the Legend one. Let's pull this one up.
Legend was another one of those challenges. Interior designer asked me if I could do it, and I couldn't say no. And really interesting piece, very sort of stately. Yep, very stately. Every piece of wood in that table is what I call first generation wood. I know the people that cut that tree down, so it's very much in keeping with what we do. But we were able to source the wood in such a way that it came out with a very elegant piece, very different than, say, Nautica, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
Probably both ends of the spectrum, Alex, for sure. And there's the glass hard at work, right?
This is the glass, right? Yeah. Wow.
Exactly. And no chance. No, there's no chance in that glass of wine being there. That's backgammon. If you're in a tournament, you're probably not drinking. But outside of being in a tournament, you probably have a nice glass of wine going while you're playing. Yeah. But you can see how that's a 3/8 inch piece of glass. It's a very stout piece of glass, but it really adds a very striking and elegant touch to that table. Just the glass in and of itself, it's really pretty.
Because I tell people, this is not just a board. It's also a piece of furniture. It's a piece of art. It's just so much more.
And you will, that's one of the things we hear just about 100% of the time is when people see it, that's the reaction they get is, where did you get that?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Where in the world did you get that?
So let's look at the About Us section here. So this talks about you and your beautiful wife, Carrie, and people can read. Yeah.
Absolutely. And hers is a more exciting story than mine. I'm an old salesman that happened into a hobby, and we started out. I started out making them because I like making them, and I had one. What am I going to do with it? And I was able to find a local, fairly significant charity here in Asheville, North Carolina, that was closed out. Their auctions were closed out, silent auction. And I called them and said, "Would you be interested?" And they said, "We're very interested. It's going to live auction." And it wound up selling and getting quite a bit of money for the charity, which made us feel great. I finished the next one, my next table, just in for next year's auction, next year's charity event, an auction, and it went in as well, and it sold. So it sort of indicated to me that, gee, we might be onto something, we might have a market, but also helping charity at the same time. It was a charity for local underprivileged kids and schools. So not disassociated with what we're talking about here, teaching kids and getting them involved, but a great charity that we've been delighted to be involved with. And it got us out of the gates. Our first commission came from one of the charity events. So you never know how they happen, but this is how this one did.
Fantastic. Well, take a look at the gallery. I think there are some pictures similar to what we saw, but maybe some different ones. I don't think you can click on this, but I'll scroll through this. There's a link in the description to the website so people can click and kind of scroll through this. Beautiful.
And again, the purpose of our gallery was to show off pieces that we have in, as they say, live somewhere else now and are in people's homes, and just to see the range of work that we do and hopefully inspire ideas. Solidify the fact that if you have an idea, we can probably do it. That blue piece is another example of something that I didn't anticipate, but I was asked to do that, and gee, could we? Let's give it a go, and it came out great. That one lives in Palm Beach, Florida, as well, and actually the one to the right of it, same owner, has both of those pieces.
Wow!
So completely different, but
so
really fun.
How many boards would you estimate you've made over the years?
Well, we number them, so I actually know we're not quite at 100. We're in the 70 range, and I'm asked quite frequently how long do they take, and most of the time it's nice. The folks we work with, they know that it's a process. It takes some
why don't we
time
go to the process page?
Yeah. It takes a minute because of the steps involved, but we generally like to say it's between 6 and 8 weeks, and it could be longer depending on what elements need to go into it. If it's table based that we're having custom made, that's a steel forger we use, that could push it out. But generally 6 to 8 weeks is a safe timeline. But I mentioned earlier, we get a raw piece of wood that's had a pretty lengthy process already. We finish it, do any elements that it might need. You see there at the top photograph, we actually integrated a really neat stainless steel bow tie. Just at that point, it stabilizes the boat, then we can make it look really pretty too. We put 3 finish coats on the underside. Tabletops do have little rubber feet, so they can sit on other furniture and not damage the furniture, obviously. Very careful with that. And then we finish the upper parts of the exposed parts of the table, parts you play on, with 5 coats of finish. And not only does that accentuate the natural elements of the wood, but it makes it much more durable. We don't want folks to spill anything on it, but you could. They'll wipe clean. But that process of finishing itself takes quite some time, and that's before we even get to the leather. So it's a fairly lengthy process, but every step you do, that thing really comes to life and turns into the beautiful finished product that we wind up with. We lean a lot on the beauty of the wood.
Yeah, I can see that. We'll go to the customization page. So this is, everyone can customize their own board. So we'll go through this. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the customization process?
So customization can be straight up from the type of wood. As we've mentioned a couple of times, the live edge is something that we do that's very unique. No one else does a live edge backing board. But even if we wanted something, a finish that was squared off, you still get all of the natural elements of that wood, but in a more refined shape. So we have folks say this type of wood, this type of finish or edge, want a straight edge or the live edge. Leathers, obviously, we can do a great deal of customization with leather. We use very, very fine grade leather, and have a broad array of colors. We've got a lot of leather folks here in North Carolina, so we have great sources for that. A lot of South American, a lot of Europe comes to North Carolina. And then very recently, pardon me, before I go too far from that, once the leather is chosen, a lot of times folks will give us leeway on the checkers and the accessories to integrate those, because it's hard to really come up with the look and color checkers that will go with the wood that we're seeing right before our eyes, a customer seeing maybe over the phone or a computer photo. So A, we can certainly take the ball and run with it for the accessories. B, if someone has ideas, we're all about that too. Yeah. Most recently, we've sort of taken advantage of some tools that we have to take it another step further in customization, whether it's monograms. I'm particularly fond of that dead logo, so that was a challenge I took upon myself to do, and that is inlaid into the wood, can be done any number of ways. So, and then we've made some for people's yachts, their boats, be it sailboat, motor yacht, whatever it may happen to be, and it really winds up being a stunning added element against the wood to have the image of the yacht, the name, perhaps the home marina where the boat lives most of the time, and we pull those. In most cases, I pull that from the transom of the boat itself. So that is not only exactly the name, obviously, it's what it looks like on the transom boat. So we really try very hard to, when we say custom, we really want to make it very, very custom to exactly what you want. It is your piece. Again, goes back to the legacy aspect. When people see it, they're going to know it is yours or was yours if it's passed down to family. As my brother said, don't say pass down to family too much. Someone's got to die to pass it down. But also, you know, whether it's organizations, yacht club, or city clubs, we've worked with some city clubs around the country to do some more formal tables. So that degree of customization is a really fun one, and drills down a little bit further on just another way to customize a piece.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you mentioned the live edge. We never really defined it for the viewers. We've discussed it in a previous video, but this is an example of live edge, right?
So live edge, and thank you, that I gloss over that. I assume, and I shouldn't. Live edge is a slab is the type of wood we use. A slab is literally a cross section of a tree. So if a tree falls down, they cut it up and they slab it and they pull out, in our case, 2-inch cross sections of that tree. A live edge runs from the outside on one side and the bark all the way to the other side of the tree with the bark. So it is actually what that tree looked like before this piece was cut out of it. And we try hard, if there's bark on it, to keep the bark. But if we've lost a significant amount of bark, we'll go right down, as you can see that picture on the right, where we've removed the bark and finished that edge, so it's nice and soft to touch and really finished. But a different look in a live edge. The one on the left is referred to as, not mystery, bark on. The one on the right is considered bark off live edge, but you still get that very dramatic edge that people have come to know us for.
Okay, so that was a great overview of the website, beautiful products. So if someone who's watching this video wants to order or customize a board, what's the best way to start?
Best way to start is to reach out to us, email. My cell phone's there. Obviously, I answer both. We're very quick to respond to folks. What are you looking for? How can we help? What's your timeline? What style are you looking for? Is it a tabletop table? Just those types of things to have in mind. If questions arise, I don't really know what I want, I'm delighted to walk through things that we've done, things that we can do. There's really no end to what we can do in terms, as you can see, whether it's the lacquer piece, live edge slab, very different ends of the spectrum, but we can do just about anything in between. We do stay away from the attaché boards, the folding boards, primarily because, quite honestly, I would tell somebody, I can tell you where to get one, and it's probably better and less expensive than I would make. We stick to what we do well and what we do uniquely, but that's one that we really try to steer away from. But outside of that, we love working custom pieces with folks, and we're really prepared with all the questions you'd need to get simple answers, advice that will help steer you, whatever it may happen to be. We want to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
And as
So
Alex pointed out, right now during the tournament, we're offering a 10% discount for folks that see us here and choose to reach out to us.
yeah, so anyone who's interested, I encourage contacting Bill through the website, through the email, and he'll work with you. Makes beautiful boards, and an outstanding person. I've had the pleasure of meeting you in person and speaking with you multiple times. It's always a pleasure. Looks like we answered most of the questions. We saw some of the investments on the website, but for a typical board, what's kind of the range in investments for a person who's interested in getting a board?
I'm going to give you three answers. The first is, if we're looking at a tournament tabletop, that's going to be in the roughly 2,200 range. That's start to finish, custom, one of a kind. When you look at some of our other inventory, you're going to see a lower price point, typically for a smaller board. So please do know that if the dimensions aren't there, don't hesitate to ask me. That's an important aspect for particularly folks watching a tournament. The size of the board, the size of the checkers matters. And then so they range from about 1,500 on up to, they'll top out around 2,200 as well. That's the high end. And then our tables are harder to nail down, only because there's many more elements in them. They tend to run in the high threes and can go on up. We have one right now that's about a $6,500 table, which would be about our high end.
Yeah, it's just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah.
You get these tables, it's like you want to get a table for your house. It's going to cost a lot of money. So why not have a backgammon board in it?
Well, and it does have that aspect to it that's both functional. We like to refer to it as functional artwork, because we make these to be played. When you'll see this board that's being played today, I promise you it's a little daunting to know that for probably, Alex, you tell me, 8 to 12 hours a day, these players are hard on a playing surface. And that tells anybody looking, if they can withstand this, and they can probably do beautifully in your home for a really long time. So we make them to be very durable, as well as to be really striking pieces that make our owners real proud to have them. That's important to us.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be playing on a board here at the tournament, but it's not a sort of board where you'll travel with. It doesn't close up. You're not going to travel with it to a tournament. It's something that's designed to be placed in your home or office or something like that.
Showpiece, we hope. And just so, I literally just sent one to Houston last week, and part of the customization was, I might like to bring this to my club to play and show it off. Well, first of all, I want him to take it to his club and show up. But secondly, fair question. So we came up with a piece of wood and a species. It's poplar, which is, he can carry this to a tournament if he wants to. It's big, but you and I will see folks this week in LA that carry big, big FMH boards and stuff like that, attaché boards that are big. So we even try to go to that extent. Yes, for the most part, they're going to have weight and size that makes them a little immobile. But if that's important to you, we'll work hard to make that work too.
Yeah, so these are solid pieces of wood, excluding the tables, of course. If you do like a standard tournament size tabletop board, how much would you estimate it weighs?
Well, I know that pretty well, because when I ship them, I'm always surprised. They're not as heavy by weight as I think. Means I'm getting old, but typically they range from the high teens. I've shipped a tabletop board as high as just under 30 pounds, a very heavy, dense piece of wood. So typically from, call it 18 to about 30 pounds.
Fantastic. So What a beautiful collection of boards. Thank you so much. Any final comments before we conclude?
Anybody watching, keep watching. These tournaments get exciting, and we're beyond proud to have our board streamed on. I promise you, it's a labor of love, and we are thrilled to be involved with Gammon Associates West. Alex, you've been terrific to us, and we're delighted to be sponsors of this tournament. So thank you.
My pleasure. I'll tell some of the viewers some of the aspects of the board that I wanted to do specifically for the stream, because a stream is different than playing on a board in person. On a stream, there are many viewers and you're watching it on a monitor or a TV or maybe on your phone. So things need to be clear. I really wanted the high contrast with the simple colors, with the gray background, with the black and white points and checkers that stand out. And I'm using larger dice to make everything more visible. So that's ideal for a stream because we're going to have a lot of people watching. We want everything to be clear, but the other ones, I'd actually prefer, if I were going to have one in my home, I would prefer one that we looked at on the website and to the slides.
You mean when you have one in your home?
I know. It's so hard. People ask me, okay, how many boards do you have? Or are you going to travel?
In the 6s and you played somewhere in the 7s. Really? Yes.
Ooh, exciting.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when me and Chris Trench were playing in the finals of the Texas Longhorn Classic. We both played in the 6s. That's remediable.
Yeah, exactly.
One moment, please. Where'd you get the match?
John Georgiou sent it to me on Facebook.
Yeah, John is a very nice. Did you send it to me also? I didn't look.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think he has yours.
He may have you.
Oh, thank you.
So there's a link in the description that goes to all the matches on the Google Drive, so you can get all your matches.
Oh,
I'll send that to you too. And to be visible, this should be like close. All right, you guys both using baffle boxes? That's fine.
We'll both use the same baffle box.
Same. Have you seen when people put two baffle boxes, one on each side?
Or two people are recording the same match?
Yeah.
I love that. Like,
or one person's recording the match and another person takes photographs of the position.
No, that would never happen. Yeah, perfect. That'll keep him asking questions.
All right, come on.
Okay. Yes. Likewise. I guess we can start. Yeah. Probably. Okay.
Starting.
Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
Back. Good to see you. Yeah. All right. So we are back. This is the grand final of the 2025 Los Angeles Open, the Open Division. Yes, please join me. Neil will be coming momentarily. Mochi may be coming as well, in which case we'll have to share microphones. I have Jake Jacobs joining me. We're playing on a beautiful Legacy Boards backgammon board. This was auctioned off. The winner is local friend Hans Ghaffari. Congratulations. Sponsored by Legacy Boards, the USBGF, and the ABT. You feel free to donate to the USBGF. They provide a lot for us. So the other equipment that you see is an Ace Point Match Master scoreboard. On the right, a ZMF clock, Wycliffe Brothers cube. These are FM Gammon checkers with the Backgammon Galaxy Reduced Glare dice and the Backgammon Learning Center baffle box. Rich is from New York, playing the yellow checkers at the bottom. Steve, top player out of here in Los Angeles, California, playing the yellow checkers at the top. Bearing off on the right, 11-point match, 2 minutes per point with a 12-second delay. And after some development, here we go, Jake.
Yes, indeed. Actually, you said that both sides were playing yellow checkers. Now,
Oh,
I'm
I
colorblind,
apologize.
but I do think that Rich is playing red checkers.
Maybe I'm red-yellow colorblind.
And Steve certainly has an advantage. He's thinking about doubling. He's taking a picture. That's a sure sign that he's thinking about doubling. I would certainly be thinking about doubling. What would I be thinking about doubling? I'd be thinking that I would double this.
There's that
Steve,
open 5 point. So
Steve has an open 5 point, but
so what if you roll like a 3-1? Or,
no, what if you roll a 4-2 and you just do this?
Yeah.
If he misses, As he does.
So 6-5. They like it when we read the dice, so we'll do that. Now he's doubling. These are the Wycliffe brothers boards. You double with authority.
And it's funny. Now, he does have more builders, but at the same time, Rich has managed to cover that blot, so he no longer has the 3-shot, which is probably what I would have done with the 3-1 is hit.
But he has complete outfield control and lots of builders to make the 5-point
Right.
or the bar points. So Rich does pass. Thank you to Rory Pascar. He's live transcribing. So next week will be the St. Louis tournament, ABT. Before we conclude, I want to thank everyone. Candace Mayron, Patrick Gibson, Frank Talbot, Cece Pedrosa. I'm Alex Eshaghian. I've been running the stream and commentary and social media. You can follow my channel and follow us on Facebook, Los Angeles Backgammon. Thank you to our production assistants, Nelly and Kiki. Tournament committee, Ted Chi, Neil Kazaross, eligibility consultant, Ben Friesen, auctioneer, Art Benjamin. I'd also like to thank all the viewers that have been watching. I really appreciate that, as well as Ralph Bird and Mochi for running an event, and that was streamed by Bill and Tara. Bill Riles and Tara Mendocino from Ace Point Backgammon and Phil Simborg ran the tournament. Thank you to all of them. It's a pleasure to see you all. This is where we've had so many top players, and our next tournament is going to be in December. I hope you can make it. So now 1-0, 10 away, 11 away. Rich hits with a 4-1 off the bar. Steve rolls a 2-6 from the bar. That's a Ray Fogerland, and it was named after someone else too. I remember you told me.
Well, several people. It was also named after Gene Chait. It was named after Todd Vanderplein, and it was named after Steve Mellon.
Thank you to Pete Jarvis, and hello to Mesam. Shohu Hecheramand. I think he's from Iran. I hope you're doing okay there. Oh, that was a big take. Rory says it's a 522 take. Thank you, Rory. And thank you to everyone who's been live transcribing. Rory's been doing some, Roberto Litzenberger, John Georgiou. It really helps a lot. Hello to Bob Zavral in the chat. I really think that we should all help each other and transcribe the matches people like when there's a transcription in the description. Partly because it rhymes. So he comes out with a 6-3 and hits. Steve's looking for a 4, double 6. At least it was a double, Jake. 6-4, so cover and hit.
And cover and hit.
Or you can make the 2-point to unstack the 6-point, but I think I'd probably cover and hit. Yeah, sit here, please. You'll have a microphone.
I think Joe's coming too.
Okay, so Joe. Okay.
I think he's coming.
That would be great. Mochi may come, so I'd like to.
Okay, we'll make room.
All right, so he opted not to hit the second man, and I think this is probably a pretty good play, making that outfield point.
Yeah.
Right, now he could step up with the 2. I think that's what he's thinking about doing, but might just be right to hit here.
I think you need to hit.
Yeah, I mean, Steve is in a position to extend his prime with a lot of numbers, or simply make the anchor.
Tough play.
So, yeah.
He sees it our way. I think his hitting's a little better. It's a lot better. And you get this bonus.
He's been rewarded every time he's hit.
Bonus 1/9 of the time. Now let's get out of dodge. I would just close the 2-point with this, clean up inside. You have to leave indirect shots. Well, you can leave no shots, but I would leave the 9. I think he's going to want that board closed inside. All kinds of any later action.
Yeah, he's considering, I'm sure, making the 12-point, but I would make the deuce point.
I would make the deuce point. It is 5 shots, but There's some returns. Aces return, 6-5 will return, 4-4 will return. Well, what do we know, Jake?
Well, he would have been
Well,
if he made the 12
what
point,
do
he
we
still
know?
would have been hit.
We know a lot.
Save time, just let me.
We know a lot. Look at this joker.
Yeah, but you might call the wrong one. It's probably better off rolling.
Look at this joker.
And for the moment, I think he's too good.
I think he can play on because I think unless he can bring builders, unless Steve enters with a double, can he cash? Let's say he plays on and rolls a small number, doesn't do much. Does he just step up? He's deciding to cash now because he doesn't have any extra builders. Not an unreasonable decision, but I think I would have taken a roll.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of variations, he brings a couple men down. Let's say Steve rolls a 1-3, which is
See, that's the concern. That's the concern. Then is that a cash? It might not always be.
It might not be a cash, but I think
it's still a strong double.
Yes.
The thing is, offering a strong double that's nearly a pass is almost as good as winning the game from an equity standpoint. I thought that was a close to good. Then again, we could be wrong. I won't claim to be sure. It cleans everything up, or you make do you make 2 outfield points, or do you point inside?
I would make the 5 point and the outside point myself.
I think I would too, because Rich is not really threatening too much with no extra builders on his side of the table. Steve agrees. And now which one? I'm inclined to
run from the front.
I run from the front also. I don't want to get attacked, and I want to be diversified to make my own points. Make the bar, and then find 2 more. My 2 go to the ace point. I think this is the second best play. I would make the ace point. What about you, Jake?
I would probably make Rich's play, but I'm not at all confident. Now he could run only 1s and 3s, but I would bring 2
I would
men
bring 2
down.
down.
Like this.
I would bring 2 down and hope to win a battle of primes against. Oh, look at this nice roll. It was a take? Wow.
We're still talking about that earlier one that we already had the...
.052 take?
Not.
So it was
not
a close
the one where
take.
we thought it was too good, was it?
Thought it might have been too good. Wow, we were way off.
5-2-2 aired pass on a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, that was the earlier cube, not this one where we were wondering whether it was too good or not.
I have chat here. He hasn't said anything.
Right. I mean,
that's way back. That's way back.
Yeah, it's way back. Alex
Alex
already told us about that one earlier.
I didn't see that. I wasn't here. I'm watching my horses out there. One of my horses won, and another one is ahead by a little bit.
Yeah. So you may have an exacta going for you.
I hope so.
All right. So meantime, is this Rich looking at the 5-4? Who's?
It's on Steve's side of the table. That's how you.
Yeah,
can
but they're
always
using
tell.
a baffle box.
Oh, jar. Oh. It's probably got to be Rich because.
Yeah, I mean.
Steve's time is running. That's how you can tell too.
Oh, okay. So he's counting the race and trying to figure out if he should run out. So
well, let's count
let's see, 30, 47.
Let's count it. 38, 60. I'm doubling his red. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Steve can't take no matter what he did. He's too far behind. And taking from here, there's probably not enough shot potential for Steve to take this.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
They're taking a break. good time for me to check on a match. Take my own quick.
Yeah, no, that 522 I think was Rich past the first game, and
I'm just listening to Rory's. Oh, I see. Game one is a huge over that.
I guess they had a lot of backgammon played while I was out at breakfast. I just got here, yeah. Was up in, I don't know if it was Hollywood or Beverly Hills, 7900 Sunset. Place called the Griddle Cafe. Are you local? Do you know? Oh, okay. I don't think it's old, but boy, was it busy. And I don't think they at first believed us when we said there might be 15 to 20 people. They put us in a room and they said, well, if it's 15, you're going to be tight. And then it was becoming evident it really was going to have 20. So they kicked the people out in the next room and gave us adjacent rooms. A friend of mine who lives here. But then they, you know, we ordered pancakes, and the woman next to me, when she ordered her pancakes, the waitress said, now our pancakes are really big, so maybe you want 2 instead of 3. So she said, okay. So I ordered 2, and you would not believe what this looked like. These pancakes were this big, and they were that thick. Yeah, and so I couldn't finish 2 of them. I finished about 1 of them. And of course I wasn't going to bring anything home because what kind of facilities do we have here? But a lot of people, yeah, they were taking home.
But I got some deal with Mochi.
This is the only match left to be played. So they were in which bracket?
Consolation, Marty and Mochi in the finals.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mochi was up 5-3 when I left.
So, what did I just do? I don't know either. It's the finals. I can just click on the final 3, and that'll be much easier. Okay, Marty.
Marty won?
Marty won.
Had the lead. Oh, I'm gonna get some money. That's a disappointment. Okay. Good luck to you, Marty. Hall of Fame. Heartbreaker.
Here we go.
Marty Bird.
So it was a nice return.
double twos really early in the game is seldom a bad roll.
Now what? Just make the bar point, I guess, huh? Play positionally?
Yeah, I would not do this. I would just make the bar.
That was my inclination too. Not that what he did was terrible, it certainly wasn't, to make the ace. And sometimes they dance for you. And you got to hit back here, and he does, and he hits 2.
Yeah, making ace, he already had good aces on the other side of the board.
Yes.
And the main thing that he wanted to do there is put the man on the bar so that he didn't have a whole roll to attack the 5 point.
This is not a double yet, with your opponent having a point made in his board, and you only having 8 in the zone. If he dances, you might have something. Maybe still not. Well, that's a good response. Lifting that the right play?
I don't think so with the blot on the board.
That was my inclination to. I know I would have looked at it longer.
I think he's going to make the ace here. He'd like to hit with the 4 outside, but then what does he do for an encore?
Bring the 5 down, and
he could do that.
Hope to be missed. This worked out, but again, you close points people and hit people. They dance. He didn't quite have a double yet. Now play. I would play 8 to 6. I could be wrong. I would not do that. I would have played 8 to 7. I wouldn't break that anchor, would you?
I'd be pretty frightened at this point.
The 10 checkers in the zone and lots of hits. Worked out. He just didn't get pointed on. Didn't get hit in the flunk because.
Okay, great roll. Gonna own both 5 points now.
Lovely number. He's thinking of shifting. He's thinking of shifting. I wouldn't think I would do this. That's not good. This is not the right number, Richard.
I mean, he could come down from the 13, but I would come around like this.
I would come around myself.
Seems almost automatic to.
Yeah. He needs 6s to hit, 6s to hop the back checker, 2s to hit inside with no builders, 2s to step up. I'm coming around. There's some slight duplication. I think this leaves more playable numbers. Okay. I just walked into it, but that's what I would have played the same ace Steve did.
Good job.
Yeah, playing 5 to 4 with a builder just looks funny.
Yes, it does.
This is the way you got to duplicate 5s, apparently.
Plus, which by stepping up, he has coverage of both the 2 and 3
That's
points.
the other reason.
Mochi will be joining us.
Okay.
No 3 after this, so you just gotta run around 17 to 8. no 3 if he made the 17 point. And that checker back there is, well, it's going to get shifted upon, but it wasn't in tremendous danger. Going to play safe? I think I'm gonna shift points myself. That's one reason I'm going to shift points. Wouldn't mind making the opposing 9 point or my 16 point with a 6 or maybe even a 4. He's going to do this.
I think he
got to come out.
Well, he could hit.
He could. I wouldn't, but he could. Would you hit?
I would be thinking about it still.
Oh, it would have worked out. Oh.
Rich is saying now, can I owe you one for later?
Exactly. Now what do you do?
Well, you make the 5 point. That seems...
And then, I guess just make the 5 point and yuck. Uh-oh.
Seems right.
I don't think you can leave 2 outfield blots and break the mid. I think you have no choice there, Ricky.
Right. I mean, a 5 prime is a 5 prime, but
yes.
You can't.
You just can't. Remember, it's a 5 prime against one checker with the checker at the edge ready to run away. He just couldn't make that play. He had to do what he did. Speaking of running away. What do we have here?
$9,706. So
nothing.
9 pips, not enough.
Steve has some wastage though, so that extra checker on the ace point back there is wastage. The checkers on the deuce point may be wastage. So it's really more than 97,106. The lead is more than 9 pips.
Yeah, if there were no contact, this would be a double.
But the contact may probably make it not quite.
Right.
It's very close. Very close, and there is the little vig with the 2-1 and double threes, as the gentleman behind me is talking about. I think this is very close. If we have the pip count right, Steve's going to scoop.
He didn't even take a picture. That means it's really a scoop.
Didn't have to take a picture of that. Nope. Rich is happy he doubled. He wanted to get more crossovers. He wanted to get more crossovers with that play. I think it's probably right. Other than stacking everything up on the 7 point and being forced deep in your board with double sixes. Now this game is just going to be over. This one is in over 90%.
Keep that up and we could have that rare running gammon.
Yeah. Running gammon, huh?
Nah.
Well, it could
Not
happen.
anymore, but yes, it still could.
Could happen. I remember a friend of mine in a chouette. He miscounted the pips by 20 pips. He actually doubled with 122 pips versus 120 pips. And he got beavered, of course.
So you're on rulers committee.
And
so someone like goes for the rock, but
won a running gammon.
And the other person rolls. They're both stands, right?
Won a running gammon after getting beavered.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, not as a shot, but just like
neocast58@gmail.com.
You pretty much have to win it because it'd be very unlikely he wouldn't get redoubled out.
Well, you never lose a running gammon if you redoubled out.
Yeah. Well, a friend of mine lost the World Championship by rolling 6-2-1s.
I know your friend,
on
John
the way
Simon.
around. Yes.
I know your friend. He was
trying to save a gammon. He rolled 6-2-1s.
Hung out with him with almost a running gammon.
Good play, Steve. Oh, the
Almost a running gammon.
Yeah, I will concede no gammon. I give you
No luck there, Richard. It's a shame you couldn't have rolled better in that race.
Okay, so it's 4, right? 4-1.
Oh, it's 4-1.
Yeah, obviously, when I doubled there, it was the gammon equity I was looking at.
Yeah, 6-2-1s in a row and a bear off. It cost him, but basically cost him the world championship.
Yep. On 2-1 and double threes.
John Simon, about 30 years ago. 30, 35 years ago?
Yeah, somewhere in that
30.
middle 90s.
Middle 90s, 30 years ago.
Yeah, John was one of those guys we lost to the world of poker.
Okay. Is he still alive?
He's still alive.
Oh.
I talked to somebody who'd seen him pretty
Very
recently.
nice. Which he's in his 80s now, I would think.
No, I'm pretty sure he was
late
the
70s?
same age as Woody.
Oh.
You know, when I met him, he was Alan Wood's roommate.
Oh, okay.
And Alan was born in 1945, so I'm guessing John was...
John is 80 now, then?
Yeah, he'd be probably 80 this year.
Okay.
I know he said he was a college roommate or college friend or something with Zia Mahmood because they both played bridge.
Okay, okay. Steve is stepping up with the ace, even though there's a fewer numbers to make the anchor, because he wants return shots with a 6 if he gets pointed on with a 4-2. I would have stayed back and played 6-5.
I'll take your word for it then.
So I don't think there's much in it. And Richard is
very close to a cube.
Richard is close to doubling. Richard, I think the position would be money double. It's close. This is close again.
He's got 11 men in the zone. He's got a 4 prime.
You certainly double these positions without the opponent having some structure like that.
But Steve does have good structure, and he's down 3 points in the match.
Yes.
You did pretty good. Roll to lose your mark, and even then, you might not lose it by that much.
No. Pointing with no anchoring loses it. But that's a good roll. That's a good sequence.
I was right.
There we go. Now he's happy he didn't double. Again, we weren't doubling. I was doubling that for money.
Yeah, definitely.
Match score, no. Now what are you doing?
She went south pretty fast.
You're doing that? Is that right?
That's plan B.
Yeah.
13 to 6.
13 to 6, or yeah.
Probably better.
Because now what? Yeah. Oh, that's okay. That's clean. You know. Thank you.
Was that for me, or was that left over?
I don't know.
I wasn't. What? I don't know. Thanks. I looked at it and said,
Okay. He's only going to hit this if he can cover. That's a nice way to break the mid, just leaving a 7. That's not a 7. That's a good roll. Steve. But Steve is out of time now, but he has a nice 5-point board, and we'll see what happens. That's a good roll for Richard. Covering with no blots. All right, Steve has it. Steve's going to have some issues with this play. No, he's not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shift. Yeah. Doesn't feel right.
He doesn't leave any blots.
Maybe not a
I
big
think it's
deal.
right. I think it's right. I don't think I want to blot in my board when I hit this shot. I would bring one checker in.
What is it, 4-2?
Yeah, 4-1.
4-1.
Is this the best angle to get
Such a mess.
video of second place?
I was going to have that anyway.
Mirror back there, right?
I'm not convinced slotting the ace is the right play there. A lot of Rich's game was hitting a fly shot. But then again, Rich has to play this number, and now he can make his ace point. And clean up his game. There we go. Clean. Okay. Okay, just an ace. A lot of bad sixes, but there's a good
the
ace. I think I would go that way. Four numbers to hit.
Probably not a big one.
This is true. And I think you can cash now. This looks like a pass to me.
Yes, it does.
He didn't
Dude,
think,
I
he just
that
passed.
just depends on if you want him from the front or the back.
Oh, right. Little cameraman humor there.
There's more strategy to these mutual holding games than a lot of us I know used to think back in the day. How do we save numbers, don't save numbers, make more numbers, play constructively, try to get the best board when we're forced to break or the opponent's forced to break.
Pretty good. You must have been playing with rigged dice.
No, I was playing this
Still
guy
though,
with-
it often comes down to who has to lead the shot first, who hits it, or who rolls a
and I
big
had to say
double.
no like 8 times.
And he hits with the 2. Or is he going to come in with the 2 and hit with the 5?
He was certainly thinking about it, but I think he likes this.
I'm inclined to go that way myself. That 20 point in a long game is always nice. It's worked out. Here comes some attack. Uh-oh. Nice number there. Come around, nice safe builder.
He's thinking about hitting. I would not hit.
I would not hit. Steve could make his bar, but he has to get out of there. He would have been pointed on otherwise. He had to run out like Steve did. Rick will be. I think Rich would have a double here in a money game.
Yeah, he's up 18 pips, so.
But nah, he's got a nice match lead, so I don't know. He's going to be cautious. It still could have been a double. It's close. I think he needs to do something first. Now he's got a double. This is a cash now. Steve was happy he wasn't doubled the turn before.
What was the reason not to double?
Maybe a 5-1 lead, but it's not a game. It's
5-1 lead doesn't make that much difference.
It makes some difference when the cube comes back to 4, but it's not a game. It's not a gammon situation when you're anchored on the opponent's 20 points. If your attack goes sour.
Well, it's mostly money decisions.
But honestly, it might be 0.1 different in money.
I don't think you can not double a double because of that clear that precise scenario.
Well, not double a clear double. And of course, this is Kit Woolsey commentating next to me, and we know Kit is never going to miss a double. Kit is, when in doubt, double.
Actually, it's not true. What happened was, some people have lost loves. Kit had the missed double from years ago. He misses that one time he didn't double long ago when he was young and foolish. It's still in his heart, and he still thinks about it.
Four and 1. Did you win the consolation, Marty?
I did.
Bravo.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Who are you playing? Oh, that was the finals. Okay, I saw that. I saw that game. I thought that was the finals, and then somebody said you have another match to play, and I said, I don't know.
So, for those spectating online, we just heard from Marty Storer. He was the winner of the consolation over Mochi. I think both those kids have a lot of promise. We may be hearing from them in years to come.
Nice play here by Richard. Yep. I come out. I think he wants to get moving. I think I keep the 9 point, and I want to get moving. 4 prime is nice, but I think he's got to get moving. And then
you can't release the 9 point if you have any other option.
Yeah. Now he's happy he came out, or that 11 point would have been blocking his 5 anchor back there. Now he's probably going to release from in there. I think I would play 21 to 18, 13 to 9. The alternative is safe 13 to 6, but I think he wants to get moving. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree. I like this.
Yeah. So you've got a few nice rolls here. Point on him. That's a nice roll. It's his best roll, actually.
Oh my god, what actually happened?
This game is going to be over now.
Lightning. The lightning struck.
Can Steve double?
31-16.
Is there enough equity to take?
Huh?
I don't think there's much. I don't.
Equity very small.
There's some shot equity. Let them count red.
It's 153, I think.
Yeah. This is certainly a big pass in the race, and Steve is well behind in the match. Rich won't be redoubling anytime soon. If something very lucky happens quickly, looks like it's going to be double pass. What's too good?
I'll give you 1.
Okay, take it.
This had to be a different game. And that's that. 6-2.
So the previous game was a double. Before he missed a double.
Yeah,
Okay.
we were kind of Kit was doubling for sure, and we were kind of thinking, it's the muddy double. And then it was too good.
Is Tesla down again? Or you're looking what?
I'm trying to know who's calling me right
It
now.
was too good with all those builders.
My son decided to call me right when we were in the final.
No, you're in the final?
No.
Here's a nice number.
That's probably why he's calling me.
I know I would just make. Is this the right play here at this score? Or do you just make the 20 point?
I would definitely.
I
would hit.
You would hit like this? I think.
I would hit and make the 9 point. But
Okay. Okay, there's many plays there. I think my score base play would have been 20 and 9, which is fine anyway.
Oh, 20 and 9, yeah, no, that's a deal. I think
Congratulations.
you were in the site.
Yes, I was. I think I got around
52.
You won 5,200?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So 52.
So I get 80, right?
80?
Yeah. 780. 52 plus 26 times 10. Here's a
in other
20.
words, 15%.
That's what we had.
So well on me to catch up to BNP.
I think. Well, I did. You got 800? I got 20 for you. My horses all won today because I got Marty too. But life is good. Thank you, sir. See you soon, I hope.
Yep.
You taking off here?
When's your next tournament?
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. My next Jamaica, probably. Monaco, I think.
Okay, good luck over there. Good luck over there. I'll be rooting for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Online.
Appreciate that.
Hopefully commentating online on the finals with you in it. Well, here's a nice roll.
Just the finals?
Yes, yes it is, the grand finals. 2 more. I would hit the second checker. And certainly Steve will.
So will Steve.
Okay.
Oh, that this is probably that.
I know I'm doubling.
Couldn't imagine not doubling. It must be a double. Seems
The 9 point and all Steve's blots
might be worse than it looks.
make this takeable.
I think at this score you're supposed to look
It's 10 in the zone. All the nice numbers that make the 3 point, and the numbers that cover or point on the 2 point, like a thing like something like a 6-1 or a 6-6. Again, the problem is when you take. The problem is when you take if you take that cube with that score, again you don't have much recube vigorish. It's tough.
That's what makes that sort of position of money safe.
Wow.
Not a score take. Correct. I would have taken for money.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's probably the smallest thing you've ever thrown in
The
the
score,
match.
not sure.
I threw a chair over 2 or 3 rows of tables. That's a
Inclined to
score.
let it go.
I've heard you forgot a few stories.
I played for 45 years. That's something.
Yeah.
Is anybody transcribing this match live? Rory?
Rory is.
Rory, do you have a PR for us? If you could enlighten us, please. Now you run and make the ace point. Nice roll. like stepping up with the ace, but I think it's the best play for lack of an alternative.
Other aces are a lot worse.
Yes, you have to step up. It was too good?
No, it was .077 error to pass.
Pass. I can believe it. They should come all the way up back there. Okay. Nice roll, Steve, I think. Nice roll, Rich.
You're up 7.
It's always nice to roll a double like that when you were probably often going to get the cube with a poor shot. You can't stay there, so you have to run around, go to the 20 point, and bring a checker in.
Yep. I guess he's just stopping here to count it for a second. Oh.
What are you thinking about? What's the alternative?
Well, you can slot the 3 point.
Other than playing 8-3, which is fine also. But you have to just run around.
Well, the race has to be close, so.
Exactly. I would play 11-5 and 8-7. That looks that's a little more awkward.
Strange sort of play.
It's awkward stacking everybody up there. Rich wants to get his barrel up going with some checkers on his 5 and 4 points. Substantial number.
Particularly on his 5 points since it's
Yes. Yes, he does not want to have to play 5s to deep from 6 to 1, which is a huge waste when you have men on your ace point. I'd come down with 2 checkers. Now you can do what you want, smooth them, whatever. Let them contact to worry you. 4 down, 2 in, 2 down, 4 in. That's what I meant. I would go to the 3 point and the 4 point. 4 point.
4 point, Rich.
4 point's a little better. A little bit. These plays don't matter much.
Plays like that can actually matter.
They can matter depending on what the dice are thrown. Uh-oh. I would make the 4 point. I would make the 4 point. I want more checkers on the 4 point. Good roll, Steve. Oh, Rich's plan is working out. That's a big roll, Steve. We see that another checker on the 6 point there? I didn't see it earlier. Okay. Might have been close to a double in that case. Oh, not anymore. Same. I'm talking earlier. I didn't see Steve had 6 checkers on the 6 point. I thought he had 5. All right. Okay. Hardly matters. Probably the right play. Need a good shot here, Rich. That's good enough. Stave off any cube. Steve's up 3 pips. 4 gap.
And I can tell you exactly which 3.
Is this a double? Maybe he didn't stave off a cube. Is this a double? Again, Rich has less. I think so.
Yeah, sure.
This looks like a double take. 3 pips, 3 pips. 3 pips, although Rich's distribution is a little better.
Oh. And was somewhat hampered.
So maybe effectively it's about 2.5 pips. That's got to be a nice double. And the recube is hampered. This might have lost the market if he hadn't doubled. Nice shot, Steve. You're going to have a tight match, folks. This Richard can produce a big one of his own. Well, he wanted... He'll take this, but he wanted a bigger double than this. Okay. Only one roll known to mankind, folks.
Privilege? Well, player's privilege. Player's privilege. Yeah. And then Khan takes the dice and
he doesn't get it. 6 to 5.
Big James Bond rolls the double sixes. 6-5.
Steve has clawed his way back to having about 42% in the match. The 4-3 opening is an extremely close choice between 2 down like that and the minor split. Very close choice. Based on XGR++ rollouts, which stuff like that doesn't get into the database anymore. I think you just make the 4-point there. He wants to get off, step away from the hitting 6 from the bar. That doesn't hit over there and duplicate 4. So I think that's the right play, though. Poor shot here is... All right, now what do we have here? Do we have a cube here? Do we have a cube here? Again. First of all, do we have a money cube? If we have a money cube, we certainly have a cube when we're still a little behind in the match, and when something can go right and we go into gammon.
The start is this a clear take?
Yes.
It's a clear take. There's not that much in big threats, but there's some moderate threats.
I think it's a double take. I think it's a double.
Got some market losing potential.
What do you think, Jake? I know it's an easy take. He may not want to give Rich such an easy take. All right.
I would have
double take according to what? Okay, yeah. By how much? Okay. Now he's getting double for sure. You got to step out.
Now that takes the question.
Now the take is in question.
Take it for money, but not at the score.
Your take point is higher at this score. Because you lose a single game, you let the opponent get the 4 away. Take points higher at the score. I think this is a pass at the score. Close pass. And?
I would just make it, I think.
You hit 2?
Hit 2.
I would agree with Kit. I would hit 2. There's so much to gain now.
Check around the bar point is so big.
There's so much to gain now from this. You didn't make the 2-point, huh? I I think I would have covered the 2-point there with the 6. And my opponent would still be on the bar. Not trying to result the position, but. Oh, nice.
The game, whatever you do.
I make the bar and split.
I agree.
I would split, make the bar and split.
Would not hit me.
Hit a second one? He gets hit by making the bar. Make the bar with three of the twos.
Well, kids play is hit
Double
the
twos,
second
kid.
man on the 3-point and then split instead of covering the bar point.
I cover the bar. I don't think it's close.
I would also cover the bar, but
I don't think this is right either. I want to get off that ace point back.
Why can't we make the 26?
I think we're supposed to cover our bar. Maybe I was wrong.
I don't think making the bar point's that valuable.
I know we had to split a checker. That's what I knew.
That I said.
Now we got to play 6 and 4 like that. We have to do this. Oh, that's a nice number, Steve.
yeah, why not make both 5 points since they're there for the taking?
What a shot.
How should we lose this game?
I think I come out. I would come out.
I come
Clear
out.
slowly.
I would come out with the 6. 6s and 1s are duped. You need to get moving back there. You're just going to get buried. Probably buried into something that doesn't have much timing.
No, it isn't. It certainly doesn't have time for a back game. It's
Right.
just a question of what's the best way to set up your move to the hoop.
Choose one.
Interesting play, Steve. I wasn't sure. It was either.
I think I would hit and slot the 5.
Yeah, I like hitting and slotting the 5.
I think so. You got to get something going right away.
I mean, this could really work. This is okay.
That's the other plan.
The trouble is.
The trouble is when you get hit back, you have to perform.
Yeah, no kidding.
The other trouble is you could just get buried in a virtually primed ace deuce back game, which is going to be no good because you don't have enough timing on your side of the board. This is a very difficult play. This play would be a lot better looking for Rich if he had a better back game structure. Like if he had the 3-point instead of the 2-point, or better yet, the 3-point instead of the 1-point back in Steve's board. Then he'd have a far more playable back game potential.
He really needs this 5-point. That's what it's all about.
But if he can make his 5-point, he's got a fine game. If he makes a 5 prime, he's got a fine game. This could be very painful.
Or not.
Well, now he would have been delighted to have slotted because he has an easy cover.
True.
He makes it anyway.
I think he's just delighted.
You got to be delighted if you missed. Now where are the other two?
Too many comments.
Oh. Richard, you better enter with a 3.
3.
Come in and get out and try to make that point and establish a playable position. Oh, there you go. Gonna get hit. Gonna play safe and not hit him. Well, the thing is, if Richard can make the 20-point, he's going to get attacked inside his board. That's better. Sorry, if you can make the 18 point. 3, 1. That ends up. Oh, that's a great shot.
Ooh, that's really helpful.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, it's gonna get tricky.
Not that tricky.
Nope.
That's his best roll by far. Wow, what a shot. It's still not a very good game. Now maybe Richard can make a 5-point run on his board. Nope, see, that's not good.
Yeah. This is a really funny roll.
That is a funny roll.
I don't like it actually.
You would have left a direct shot in the outfield
I mean,
and saved that spare checker. I agree with you.
Yeah. Because it might cause more shots in the future.
It's just.
Now you're
Now
creating a
Richard has
bubble.
a real board.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. I don't know. It looks like a good idea.
The thing is, Richard is out of time, and no matter what Richard does, if he hits in the outfield, he's going to still have to dig those checkers, get those checkers off of Steve's.
1 pip too many.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. I would have thought about it.
I would have too. He's thinking Richard has to move and break, but still, now you've got to bring this mess home. So it's not that hard, but we'll see what happens. Hit and cover? That's how you bring the game home.
Maybe break the 8 point. I don't know.
Break the 8 point?
Yeah, because he
I think so too.
Contact.
Yeah, it's less contact. I think so.
Yeah,
But he's got to play 13-9 twice.
Of course, this is automatic. Yeah, that's the right play.
And he actually should stay there to get more shots.
He's going to have to.
Might as well stay.
Yeah.
Has to stay. 2. I would just slot it. You need to make it. Slot it.
Yeah, I don't think too much about this. Doesn't matter. Ah, it looks ugly.
That's too ugly. I can slot the thing.
Wow.
Oh, look at this.
6-3.
The odds of somebody rolling in a 6-3 in a key position.
No, I mean 6-3 from the bar would be great.
It's already happened. Probably pretty high. It's already happened.
They're making jokes.
Almost.
Now what?
No, maybe a gammon.
Yeah. Maybe
Couple-
like a 50%? I don't know.
I think it's less.
Alright.
Over under here.
Under.
Now it's much under. But it was on the bar.
I said under, even rolling from the bar
No,
against
I
the
was
2
under
anchor
before.
game. I was under before too. I was never 50%. Nobody gets blown off. That 2 anchor is slow to bear off against. I would play 4-3 again and try to close my board so I can
I'd be worried. I don't know. I'd be
win.
Worried about saying.
Yeah, because he's going to run anyway, but still. Take 2 off.
Like you need the 2 points. Not like you need it immediately.
No, yeah, it's nice to have.
Oh yeah.
Oh!
Wow! 9 checkers off. Oh wow! It's a huge favorite now.
You gotta stay.
You gotta stay. On like 10 numbers.
Sometimes you get BG when it goes really bad.
Or sometimes you
Now
get
now you don't get BG.
No.
Now you just get gammon probably.
Okay. Well, double.
Double 4 or 2-1.
9-6.
Wow, the wrong player rolled 2-1.
Simon Snyder says welcome Mochi. Jarvis is in the panel and George is in the house. Hello, Joe.
Richard, it is time to take a break.
So it's 2 away, 5 away for
Yeah.
Steve.
Quite a comeback.
Yes, I usually don't take breaks unless I need to go to the bathroom, but I would find a reason to take a break here if I were Richard. You know, just, you know, normal 3 to 5 minutes.
What do you think about it, this score in the study game?
So Richard should be making gammon go type openings and responses, and Steve would love to be making almost gammon save type opening and responses. So Steve would love an advanced anchor. What's this, 5? That's
strategy.
That's the right play at the score.
Strategy at this score is very gammon oriented because it's a non-gammonish position. The cube action is almost like money, and sometimes even be more aggressive too.
If it's a non-gammonish position in a race, Steve can double a race almost like money. Richard can take a race like money, and Steve can take a race with a 17.3% take point if he can't lose a gammon.
This is almost a double.
Yeah,
like
this
cross.
is despite the fact that Rich has
I'm
3
not gonna
checkers back.
double this, but it's very close.
I'm not going to double this with 3 checkers back.
Why?
It's close though.
Suppose it goes hit flunk. If you lost, you mark it by much.
Well, we need to hit first.
So I'm not doubling this with 3 checkers back.
It's too easy.
Rory's transcribing is 4.04.
Okay.
We wanna sequence like hit and roll like 2-6 from the bar, then we can have like really efficient double.
I'd be very surprised if this is a correct double.
It's just too easy.
I don't think it's a big mistake, but it takes all the pressure off.
Right.
Takes all the pressure off.
Yeah.
Now Steve makes a point, and Rich has 3 men back, and he's not very happy about it. Or
and
this
now...
happens too. Now you run away.
But so many shots though.
That's right, he wasn't on the bar.
There are
7,
shots.
8, 9, 10.
There are shots.
Oh yeah.
8s, 9s, and 10s.
This looks right. Don't want to get pointed on in the inner board.
Nope.
Double 2.
Make some split.
Yeah. I don't think he needs an anchor here.
I would split. I would not anchor. I would split everything.
I just leave it. Yeah, I don't wanna.
I would not step
advance.
up either. I don't like this play.
Let's stay back and wait for the shot. Let's ambush.
I think the race has to be closer than this for this approach. Huh? Oh, thank you.
What are you in there?
Speed.
Good luck.
I think Richard is comfortable as it is. You should just stay back and play like make 7 point and go to 6 point. I don't want to touch anything on the back.
I stay back.
Yeah.
I would have stayed far back. I would have stayed further back.
Yeah.
You need to hit. You stay back.
Rory said that was a no double back. 0.108.
A lot. Yeah. Wasn't threatening enough. So, Mochi was a blunder to double.
Mm-hmm. No supplies.
I'm not either. You think about it, but you don't do it. See, he plays behind now.
Yeah, maybe Richard is upset inside. Maybe he was pissed off.
That's why Richard should have taken a break, seriously.
Yeah, you can also see the posture of the 2 players. Steve Sax is very relaxed, and while Richard is more like stone and
intent.
Yeah, he doesn't have a. Oh, are you sure?
I don't know about that either. You're just letting him have another point to play to.
I didn't count the race, but I just assumed that he's down in the race.
I think he's down. been rolling small. Maybe now the race is more close.
I think it's like looks like down 21 now. Oh no, 14 now after the number 3.
2, 3, 4. Wait, 65, 67, 77.
I think it's 13.
48, 48,
10,
55, 97. It's about 20 pips. No, less than 20 pips.
Yeah.
83, 97, 14. Jake's right on. It was 14 pips.
Yeah, this is a very comfortable game for Steve. He's not gonna do gammon. He's up. He'll hold the cue. Nothing to worry about.
That's a lovely number for Steve. He's well on his way to becoming Los Angeles Open champion. Next thing Steve wants to do is roll a little number to make his 5-point to make the Baron much easier.
I'm really hope that Rich are gonna win this game so that we can
Have another game.
Yeah, right? 2 away, 3 away, more interesting stuff. He still have like 18% winning chance.
I think so. I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. I wouldn't run. I would not run. You got plenty of time and just
I think
sit
he's
there.
counting the race.
He is, yes.
Yeah.
This is easy to count from here.
It's 9,409, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Who is up?
Steve is up.
How much?
15 pips.
15.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so yeah, more than 18 maybe. More like 20. 20%, I mean. 64. I was still stayed back, but this is understandable.
Understandable. Was one of the bad numbers, I think. And now?
I think you're gonna stay, no?
Yeah, he's still down in the race.
Yeah, we're down enough in the race. He's got to stay, and there's not that many jokers. And here it is. And here it is. Here it is.
Hit.
Okay, Richard, you got 13 rolls.
Oh,
we got it.
Yeah. Now he can win gammon. He can win gammon. Make the full prime and slot the ace point.
Make prime, prepare to slot ace point, and try to win a gammon. Not likely, but it's a playable, but it's a free shot at it. Oh, Steve was not happy with this.
No. Yeah, I would have stopped.
I think it's worth a slight risk to slot. Can be a little awkward.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Just single win changes entire emotion of 2 players.
Yes.
Right?
None of you have ever seen me show any emotion playing this game, have you? Hagen doesn't really show it. Yeah, I've seen a little bit out of him. He's really just getting jokered to death.
No, I had a discussion with my friend. So let's say you are being 4-4 to 7 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the way when you get 4-4 from 4-0 or to 4-4 from 0-4 is a huge difference in emotion, right?
It really
but
is.
that's
I
the
agree
same
with that.
result, right? 4-4 is a 4-4, but the human take it very different.
Excuse me here, I'm going to take my quick break. I'll be right back.
Anyway, I'm very glad to see more games.
Here, we say in the United States, it's water under the bridge. It doesn't matter what happened in the past.
Yeah.
It's only the away score that matters.
Yeah, but human mind doesn't work that way.
Yeah, you can't be human.
But I'm saying that we can use that knowledge for other things in the life too.
Exactly. So, Mochi, we have a lot of novice players.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 9-7 for
No, 9-8.
9-8.
Yeah.
So 3 away, 2 away.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about it, this score when you start a game? If you're the trailer and if you're the leader.
The leader should double. Sorry, trailer should double very early. Whenever he has like small, when he has a small edge. And while trailer should be very conservative with the cube, especially when he can still win the gammon. Because the best strategy for the leader is just win gammon without double. So it's zero risk and you can win the match.
Of course, now the exception is when you get into later game racing, holding, that kind of thing.
Right.
The leader actually can double pretty normally.
Yeah, that's what happens. If you're the trailer and you're playing a holding game, if the leader doubles, it's an automatic redouble. So unlike money where you would be able to hold the cube and later redouble, it's an automatic redouble, so you don't have that vig.
Okay.
6-4 for Steve. I'll read the dice because the viewers like that. Double 5.
Oh, that's nice. Not bad anyway.
I think I want to stay back. I just make the ace point and maybe let's
The
do
viewers
that.
want to hear the dice. Double 5 was rolled.
And
Slot the 5 point.
Slot the 5, yeah, possibly. I think he's down a lot in the race, so
Stay back.
yeah.
Either 5 here is okay. That's okay too.
That looks fine.
That's fine because
Now
slotting the
Steve
5
in
is
a
hard to cover.
Difficult position. He needs to perform. 6-2 is.
He's going to perform by leaving no blots. Stack them up.
4-3, good roll. Do that.
Okay. Yep. A lot of blot numbers.
He makes the same joke.
What do you play here? 8 to 2. I play 8 to 2.
Yeah.
I leave only one blot.
Ooh, as much as I love to double, but probably too thin.
He might have been doubling if he had his 5 point already covered.
Right.
Had he slotted it last time.
Or if he doesn't cover here.
Now if you don't cover here, you get doubled.
3-2 or something. 5-1.
Make the ace. That's a nice roll.
It's a great shot, actually.
Kick that checker off your ace point so you have more room to play behind the anchor.
Deuce, great.
Deuce is where it goes. And
maybe slot.
I think I slot the 2 point. I want a 6 to play.
You leave the shot, you double?
It depends. I have to look at the position. Remember, you're not always winning all your hits. I wouldn't be doubling this.
No.
You don't hit this, you're often going to lose this game.
Yeah.
I would not double this. It's only one blot. It's only 11 shots. You don't have your board finished up good enough yet.
Maybe make the board.
I make the board.
Because it's pretty much you can come out whenever you like.
Yep.
No reason to come out now. Alright.
That's okay.
By the way, race is close too.
The race has gotten
down
closer.
like 8 pips now.
The race has gotten closer. Now you come out.
Fine.
Some of these rolls that hit you leave shots.
Actually, most of them.
Yes. Oh, except 2-2 and 2-3 and 2-5. So it wasn't that many, but still. Ugly. Got to bury a checker. Very ugly. Well, you know where the 3 is going.
5-3.
I think you need to do that.
4-1.
Now Richard can leave a blot on the midpoint.
Yeah, he should release the midpoint with
With a blot.
The only time he regrets is round 5.
Right. Well, he's not crazy about 1-1 or 1-2, but
Oh, maybe he can enter with 3 and will create more contact.
good. Come on down. You got to break the midpoint.
Yeah.
This is not a close play. Don't waste pips in your board.
No, especially don't waste your builders on the 4 point.
That's the other point. That's fine. Good play.
Good roll, I guess.
I leave the checker on the midpoint and I slot the 4 point.
Now almost. Ooh.
Not getting hit in a million years. Now you run off the midpoint.
Yeah.
Oh, what a nice roll! Establishing a better holding game.
So what's the race here?
Far from hopeless.
79, 98, 88 for red, and 82. So
for Steve,
74 now.
You see, they're probably keeping a running count. I'm sure Steve is. He's not doubling.
So it's pretty close, isn't it?
Do you save a 6 and break the board?
Yeah, maybe play like 5-1.
I think so, huh?
Save 6 and 5.
There's certainly shot potential. That's a nice. That's not bad. Now it's gonna more likely to turn.
It's
into
okay
a race.
because the race is not good.
Right.
Yeah, still has to do it because he has no other way.
He's just double checking his count.
Oh my!
Oh my gosh! That's gonna be a. That's probably a good chance of that being a winner. That's okay.
It's same pip count though, no?
Same pip count?
I think so.
I don't think
maybe
so.
not.
I don't think so. We have
58, 62.
50,
So it's 4 pips, but the
62?
pips are a little worse for white. Yeah.
Right.
58 to 62. White has more wastage with a spare, an extra spare on the 2 point. That's worth a pip. Gap on the 4 point's probably worth half a pip.
Extra crossover outside.
Yep. Take point is 26.2%.
Take counts fast.
I would double take.
No, double for sure.
Double take. I take.
I'm not sure about take. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it a pass or take? Put it in if you could. 58,
so
62.
57 to 61, right?
58
but
to
yellow
62.
has wastage on the deuce point and 4 point is the gap, and one more.
Maybe it is a close
crossover.
pass. The take point's higher than normal.
Yeah.
The take point is a clear pip and a half from money. This
It's
is very difficult.
It's a take for money, but at this score, I don't think it's a take.
That gap on the 4 point's brutal.
It's a 1.33
Pass. 1.033
pass.
or 1.33? Oh my God, is that bad? How
Wow,
often does
it's
he win this
huge.
game?
80%.
Ah, it's that bad, huh? Yeah, what I forgot was happening is not just the pip count, it's speed board orientation. The crossover really matters. This often breaks down to a speed board, this race. You know what by speed board I mean you don't have many missing numbers, like when you're all on the low points. Wow, this is a big pass.
I think Steve gonna drop this.
I think so too.
Yeah. He must have a good idea what's going on. And I'm sure Steve
Put this
sees
checker here and see what's
We haven't
happening.
seen the camera come out. If the camera came out, then I think he'd be thinking about taking
Leave it like it is. No. Same
Oh, it did?
It's
Okay.
happening
What do you
now.
mean camera?
But Steve always takes
No, it's
pictures.
Oh, I
yes.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of
Speed
like,
board orientation.
you know, Teddy KGB with the Oreo cookie. That tell.
Yeah. Oh, but it's scary. He's not thinking about it.
Well, he's got lots of time and it's late in the match. So.
Right.
This is when you think. Just don't talk yourself into a take.
But it's pretty bad take because considering, you know, he's much better player than the other. So
Yeah, I
that's the other-
don't want to say anything, but yeah, there is.
Well,
I mean, Steve's a grandmaster.
after he passes, it's DMP. So the skill is going to matter on who plays DMP better. And my money is on Steve. Might even be
Well,
51 to 49% favored at DMP. 'Cause I know Steve's PR versus Rich's PR. If you look at BMAB, it's probably about a point to a point and a half better. I think it's a clear point better.
It's a money pass.
Yeah, it's money pass too. So I think Steve will.
Well, 1 point.
Steve
would
will
be,
find a pass.
1 point would be the equivalent of 30 ELO.
Right.
And 51% of DMP would be 50 ELO.
Okay. Okay. Steve will pass this, I'm sure.
So
I'm
I mean,
not-
assuming
I'm not sure anymore.
No, I'm not either.
Yeah. Assuming all that holds up, that would mean that if Steve passes and it goes to DMP, he'd be like a 50.6%.
Oh, scary.
Good job,
30
Steve.
ELO difference is a 50.86 favorite at the end.
Okay, make it 33.
Oh.
33 ELO is 1 PR.
Sure. 50.95.
I said, I was pretty sure on that, based on this. I know this stuff.
Did you get a chance to talk with Travis, the new owner?
Not enough. He was playing. He was playing.
Yeah, maybe I can get you.
See what you can do. Get him to respond to my emails.
I know.
Mochi, are you working with Travis?
No.
No, I wasn't
They
sure.
played a match,
I wasn't sure if you were.
so they will take a break.
By the way, congratulations! You
I'll let you guys
cashed in what, the super jackpot, and you were in the money in.
I'll be back. I got to find Marty.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so while we're taking a break, we'll see. So Mochi, how have you enjoyed your experience here in Los Angeles?
I'm doing fine here. It's a very enjoyable tournament, actually.
Yeah.
Nice atmosphere, good people. Like Candace is doing great job here, and you of course do a great job.
Thank you.
And I love the Backgammon board.
Thank you. You got to play on it.
Yeah,
It
was
feels
lucky
nice.
To play like 4 times or something.
Hans got it. So we're very happy to have you here. When you come here, this is your home. Thank you very much for attending. And I know it's difficult for you to come all the way from Japan, but we're happy to have you. We had a lot of strong players this week. You had a lot of difficult opponents.
Yeah. So one day I gotta play Steve Sax and Michi.
And Joe Russell.
And Joe Russell.
Yeah.
Then Kid Woolsey. You know, as if not enough, right?
So that tells you how many good players come to this tournament.
Then today I got to play Marty Storer.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I like playing against good opponents, you know? It's a good challenge.
Sure.
So, what were people were asking in the chat, what are the ways we can grow the game? I think you mentioned it, Mochi, already. Do you have any ideas, Jake?
Well, I told you the other day, ring girls would make a big difference. But, you know, one of the things that we haven't mentioned about this tournament that was terrific was Mochi was lecturing, and his lectures are always excellent. For any of you that are listening out there that have never been to a live tournament, this is the kind of thing that you get when you come to a live tournament. You can hear people like Mochi who are lecturing. You can hear them in between matches talking about positions. There's so much that you can learn, so much you can benefit from if you actually come to a live tournament. And then there's the camaraderie. There's you know, seeing the big city if you're not from a big city. And, just so many things that make it worthwhile.
And there are also some different types of events that they have. For example,
This is a triple elimination tournament. Sometimes it's a Swiss tournament. I really enjoyed the Mochi Millions because that was very different. Who came up with that idea?
I think the idea was already there, a long time ago.
They did it at the last World Cup back in 1998. I think they called it a Chouette tournament, and I don't remember enough about the format to be sure if it was exactly like what you did this time, but it was very, very similar in concept. They also did it in Thailand one year. They tried it out and actually wound up, I think, coming in second and getting a trophy that cost me more to ship back to the United States than I'd wanted prize money for coming in second.
So the viewers are not familiar with that. Can you tell us how Mochi Millions works, please?
Yeah, the Mochi Million works like this. So players are given 8 chips, okay, as a starting chips, and play money games for 5 games, for example. Then after the 5 games, you will play different opponent, another 5 games, and so on. And if you run out of the chips, you are out of the tournament. And as round goes by, the stakes that we are playing are going to increase. Like from the third round, they are playing for 2 chips per point, and from 5th round, they are playing for 4 chips per point. So eventually, people get knocked out, and ideally 2 people standing, and like a poker tournament. This is very interesting idea because let's say you have only like 5 chips and your opponent has 16 chips. And at this point, the maximum amount you can win is 5 chips because this is the chips that you have. So 8 cube is not really 8 cubes anymore because it's 5 cube. You can't, you can still double to 8, but all you can win is 5 chips, or you can lose to 5 chips. It's like, the table stakes, like a poker.
One difference with the World Cup and with the Thailand, as I said, it was a Chouette tournament. So we started with tables of 4, and then as people would get knocked out, the tables would consolidate, which made it, I think, trickier for the directors too to decide how to handle, because your action could get a little complicated.
If it works as Chouette, it would be very fun, but it's a little bit more complicated, and the people who never played Chouette, it's very difficult to play.
Oh yeah, when they were streaming the Chouette that you were playing, I was watching from my office, and people were like, "Why are there 2 cubes? Why are they're like confused? They only used to playing this." But
yeah,
I prefer playing money games than Chouettes. Actually, I prefer playing heads up. But
heads up used to be, very, very common when I started playing, but it became a lot less common over the years. Chouette became the normal way to play in most places. Chicago all throughout the 1990s when I was still living back there. You almost never saw a heads-up game. It was we'd have huge Chouettes. Sometimes we'd break them, and sometimes not. We'd have 14 people in in the Chouette, and the box would take a partner. Sometimes with a game that big, you might even have 3 people in the box against the other 11 people.
Wow.
But then sometimes they'd split, and you'd have 2 7-man Chouettes.
Or interlocking Chouettes.
Same thing. Go to Hong Kong. Go to Japan. Do they still play at Michelangelo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve's gonna watch from here. We had a question from the audience. What changes would you like to see in XG now that we have this new owner, Travis? Maybe Neil or Mochi.
My use for XG is to have the best possible teacher, judge of positions. XG is extremely strong. The one thing it needs is more training in complicated back game type positions. In particular, it can not play very well if you have a really complex back game with, you know, like 8-10 checkers back, and your strategy is to make a prime in the outer boards. It's called a snake, and then walk that around the board. It really doesn't have a clue how to do that. If you have a normal type of back game, a standard back game, it's, you know, a lot better. But when a whole bunch of checkers go back, it has problems. That could hopefully be improved with more training. And the way to get it to play better then is, you know, it has to get even better and better at containing back checkers. So my concern is an even stronger program. It probably also could get better. It also could get better. It's got some, you know, got an occasional silly glitch you see posted on Facebook all the time.
Okay, let's get started here.
Now let's
here
get
we
started.
are.
So I'm
We're
going to
coming
shut
back.
up.
It's going to be double match point probably.
They're still talking.
They probably talking. Maybe I don't know if they're
3.
talking heads or
His
whatever they've
executive
done.
goes up.
There's a microphone there.
Oh.
What else?
Automatic double. No.
It'll get to 2 soon enough. Believe me.
5-2. All right. He double? Not yet.
No market loser. I don't think. I think 3-3, flunk 5-5. Flunk is borderline bear take.
So at 208, 208, you can double almost any moment.
Anything. He's going to double now.
But how do you play for one here?
Unhappily.
I will play 39, come down with a 4 and step up with an ace.
I think you're right.
That's safe.
And also
As
duplicating a
safe
3-5.
as safe as possible.
Well, safe as possible is 38.
Yeah, this is a little. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to provoke this.
Why is he not doubling?
Yeah, that is a shock.
Why is he not doubling? He's going to lose the market.
It's not a big deal. He's gonna double now.
Oh, he's going to
Well, we
lose.
said that last roll, and he surprised us.
Yeah.
He still has a double. I mean, it's been proven.
3-1. Oh,
My math.
Interesting.
I make the 21 point. Anchoring
What
over
about
there.
making the bar?
That was second choice.
I think I will make a bar.
I wouldn't blame you.
I like the bar myself.
Okay, now we've got.
Again, the value of anchors at what is basically going to be DMP when somebody doubles is minimal. Is less than normal because there's no gammons.
Steve should play 13-11, 2 down with the last 2. He's thinking about playing safe, like 8-6, but it's too much.
You got it.
Nah,
Close race.
I'm going to
play the 11 point.
I play 13-11. I want
But then
like the
how
rest
do
of these
you
guys.
improve your position?
I
How
want to
do
try
you
to improve
win?
my position.
You are,
If you
you're
really
a dog
want to try to
already.
improve your position, you can slot the 5 point and go 13-11, but it seems too big at the race. status.
No, but really, that what's his game plan here with as a yellow?
Yeah.
I can't see it.
Roll doubles.
Yeah, that's one way, but
That's one of the fine ways.
must be a specific double actually. You know,
I
double 6 or
specifically
double
want
2.
double box squares. Yeah, so this is the problem with not playing as flexibly. You have to have things.
Rich, you got to
Actually, he
double
should
this,
double
Richard.
Now he has a good enough. Like
Shall he slot the 5 point?
No,
not necessary, I think.
I don't think so. I think I would just.
Yeah.
But again, he should have doubled a long time ago. He's risking losing his market because the match
Roll double box squares.
the match equity here at 208 108 Crawford.
Oh dear.
Is 32%. This is now a pass, barring like a double 6 from Steve.
What about now? Maybe it's a pass. Or he's forgetting double.
I think
What's
he's
going
forgotten.
on here?
Yeah, he probably just assumes that Cuba's been turned.
Yeah, it's possible that he's forgetting.
I think he's forgotten.
Meanwhile, I would play 13-6, leaving a shot. I don't think I want to break the anchor.
Well, yeah, he could bring 2 down as 2 fewer shots, but I would do
but
this.
I'm against 6.
But getting hit with a 6 is really bad.
Yeah.
When you don't hit back.
Wow. Is it take now?
I don't know.
It's interesting. If he doubles now, he's genius. Oh, no. Okay.
I think he's forgotten to double.
Wow.
He might think it's a 13-pointer instead of 11-pointer. There's all kinds of possibilities.
Well,
but even if he thought that, then it would still be a double.
I agree, but it would be more likely that he would misassess it.
But then we can possibly enjoy 1-away, 2-away backgammon too.
We're going to.
Right? Oh wow.
See, he's forgotten. He's forgotten he doubled. Didn't double.
But now it doesn't.
Whereas now he might be getting close to a play on just because it's hard to, regain.
This is very not non-gammonish. And how do the play-ons look when Steve rolls boxes?
Then he doubles.
And Steve takes. I hold I keep the prime. 7-4.
So
you want to stall?
Neil, you said Richard has like 49% against Steve in DMP, but it's not 49% here.
That was from the starting position, not this position.
No. I think he should just play safe.
What do you do here? You run or no?
I don't want to get accidentally gammoned.
Yeah, getting gammon would be.
What's the lace? He's dead anyway, right? Or what?
It'd be 84.77 if he runs. 84.77.
It's 88 for red, I think. 51, 81, 88.
Oh, 88.
That's 88 for red, yes. 51 and 37
Yeah,
88.
and this is,
So 11 pips.
Hoping 6.
This is 77, as Alex said, raw.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he had to. I think he had to run.
What could Ray Fogler
run
now?
2-6 on the bar.
Almost 2-1. Yeah, that's then 5 and 5. Okay.
So actually, Steve is up in the race, isn't he?
Yeah, that's why you ran.
Wow.
So there's the old trick, 2-1.
He should go to the ace point.
That's the old
Yeah.
Then he's supposed to cash, but I don't think he does.
He hasn't realized he hasn't doubled, or his brain thinks it's DMP.
Yeah.
With no doubling. That's the brain is not functioning properly.
Maybe he thinks it's 10-9 Crawford.
I don't know what he thinks. He's looking. Should be looking at the scorecard.
6-5 would be bad for Rich, but 6-2 is very good. He's playing for the gammon, probably.
No, he hasn't.
It would be crazy if he wins gammon.
He can play for the gammon from here, but he's totally forgotten to double.
Yeah, this is scary. Just rip him off and then just
Take 2 off.
then just double.
But he's not doubling, so
He might,
how do you play it if you don't double this?
He might come to his senses.
I think he's.
I still would take him on.
I would take him off. Assume it's DMP and take him off. Because there's no other safer play. The more checkers you bury on that ace point when you do get hit against a 2-point game, the less chance you have to win. It's 6-4. That's it.
5-4 is not great.
5-4 is playable. Now you want Steve to come in with a 5 and get out of his hair.
That's a 2. Oh, 3 slots. Okay.
6-4, 5-4, 4-3.
That's okay. No blots is good.
Not okay for next.
The rabbit ears are getting shorter.
Oh, that's a bummer. Okay.
Now, will he double this one? He wants the BMAB decision.
Wow, Steve has a chance. Yeah, it's possible.
This is where the PRs get
It's
scored.
interesting if Steve doubles
You
at
should
some
figure out
point.
not be good.
Yeah, Rich is going to have to.
You cannot double 6s.
Heal himself emotionally to play the next game.
Oh! I was hoping for double four.
Howling, screeching for blood. Going the gap. Bearing off the checker. Then came boxcars. Lost stars and a double.
We gotta see the face expression of Richard Munitz when he realized that he's a big mistake.
Kin.
Did I forget to keep?
I think he just said damn it. He just said damn it. Read my lips.
Wow. Okay, well we get to 10-9, don't we?
No.
This is insane.
I know what.
Keep yourself yet. You're the favorite of the match.
I know what I would be. I know what I would be saying, and it would be nothing I would want to repeat in polite company.
Okay. I did that once before.
So now, if you're a beginning player and you've heard a rumor that you can trick your opponent by not doubling right away a two-way, this is what can happen to you.
I'll take a point.
Alex has got a Valium tray.
Okay.
Wow. So really anything can happen in backgammon.
Perfect.
Now, Rich is still a big favorite. He's just not as big a favorite as he would have been had he doubled.
Well, I don't want to see my
Rich is only a 68% favorite.
Do remove analyze.
Oh, thank you.
35 missed doubles.
The right play here for money is simply to play 13-8. What is the? Is there a different play coming at Gammon Go?
Possibly. Does he lose on the 3-point? Looks too thin, but possibly.
It's thin.
I would just play 13-8.
Yeah.
He could do this.
I don't like this one. This one is going for
reasonable, but it's a little.
I need a more
against 9 in the zone is.
Yeah.
No,
I think you still play 13-8. You just hope the guy doesn't anchor. Then you got another builder to pound him.
9 in the zone. Oh, there we are.
Pound. Speaking of pounding.
Pounding and fanning and building. And
Rich, you have.
Leap, bang, close. That's what Doug Roberts says in a position like this.
Rich, you need to come in.
Steve's game plans. Leap, bang, close.
There we go.
Double entry.
That was huge. Can Steve point on him? Let's see. Yes. Oh, yes, he does. That's a joker.
Punch. Now,
dance here.
5-3 would be nice.
This is almost fatal.
Very nice. Kaboom! It's a 2 and a 6.
Bring the builder down.
Yeah.
Worry about the back checkers later.
Here's the double 2 to 5. Almost 5-3.
That checker only gets hit if it's legal. Oh, look at this, hit and cover.
Great shot.
Very nice shot.
What's gonna happen? A 5!
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Alright, this is interesting. Would you come down or come out? Maybe come out for the gammon? That's always a way.
Come down for the gammon.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Double play in trouble. What do? You keep that thing and then you attack with the 1 point?
I think you make the 1 point here.
Hope for a fan.
Or hope for no consolidation.
Does he get extra if he wins a gammon? If he needs one?
He just wants to send more checkers back.
Yeah, that
Get the bonus on the dance.
Oh,
my God.
Bonus on the dance. Okay, well there's a 1, so he's gonna hit outside.
Then I'm going to bring the builder down and risk double 4.
Chance double 4.
Exactly. You have to risk double 4 here. You can't make more. You can't make more towers, more stacks. You got to do this.
Might actually make the things go badly. There's an anchor, double anchor.
Okay, Steve has the poorly timed 5-2 back game.
Nice roll.
Now,
6-3 is, I guess, got to stack them up. Real good
You gotta
sets.
He could make the 3 point.
He can make the 9 and come out.
He could make the 3 point.
He can make the 3 point and leave a 7 shot.
Wow, that's a good one. Go 7-1. That would be not very good. Huh? Okay. Just kidding about that.
Yeah, if he does this, he's got to come out. But if he makes,
I would make the 3, because he's got some time. If he gets hit, he might come in immediately. Or
This is not an easy play.
soon, but I would make the 3.
And the 3 point is the problem is kind of thin for now, but
He says, all right, no. He says, I'm going to go for the blocking game. I'm going to try to.
well, this has big chances to work out and big chances to be a disaster. He has to hit and then bury.
You didn't have to hit.
Now Steve is going to need to get out next time.
It'd be nice to get out. He doesn't. 9, 5, 4, 6, 3.
Oh dear.
Well, the race is on.
Well, that's the race is one reason Richard made his play.
Restraining the suckers. Now he is in. Shall he come out farther? I think so.
You got to come out further. You can't afford to strip the 6 point to slot the 3 point.
I would not. Well, there's a 3 element to breaks the 4 point. No choice there.
Leaves no blots, kills his 3s. Now you make the 4 point. Yep. Try to pick up another checker and walk this game home.
Well, thank you.
And claim first prize.
He could roll a 6-4. He could roll 5-3, or he could roll 5-3. 16-7, I suppose.
That's what I would do.
Played 14-9, 8-4. It does stay back. It stays back a little bit. Sometimes he's ugly when he plays for nothing.
He wants to stay back. Maybe I can.
Might be the theory that having left us
there's nothing at all wrong with this play.
9 was due, and oh look,
Yeah, there you go.
the reasoning worked.
Yeah. Steve's engaging in wishful thinking,
That's a nice shot.
Wishful 6-4. Tippity hop.
Race is on, right? Steve still keeps a good amount of the winning chance here.
I don't think I'd leave a 7 shot. I just bring the checker into my 6 point and see what happens. And yes, Steve can still definitely win this game, but he's got a lot of wastage in his board.
I mean, the wastage of the board is a lot of pips. There's one pip for the.
And if you stay out there
4 point, 3 point.
on the 12 point, you have your situation in your board is all kind of awkward. You got to do this.
Yeah, it's such a smooth Baron from here. And if Steve does not get out with a 5 or 6, he might have to waste more pips.
Yep.
And if he compares the thought, if he does it twice in a row.
Twice in a row is when it gets bad. Steve can afford not to get out once.
Something like that.
Yeah, Rich is counting the pips, and the pips are 89.93, but there's all that wastage, so the pip count is deceptive. The wastage and the prime. I mean, he does have 4 prime.
Another thing Rich may be doing, Rich can make a point in his board now back there like this, and Steve may get out now, but Steve then may get squeezed off the anchor later. Although right now Richard just wants him to sit there and lose the race easily. Just clear now. You got a big lead in the race. Big effective lead in the race. Steve needs a big double. Or 2 maybe. 1 would be a start. Oh my God.
Now 3 maybe.
This is going to
or
end.
4 maybe.
This is going to end. Just stick it in your board, Steve, and pray for a big double next time. I would not waste 2 pips to save anything. Steve has to break anchor next turn. Where's that big double? Nope. Bear them off and win first place. Take it off. The game is still almost certainly a race.
Yeah, wait for the 6-5, I guess.
I don't know. I think he's gonna wait. I think he's gonna wait. It's probably slightly correct. So he's down to a couple percent either way.
He waits and then he went for this.
I've been there.
Both sides.
Well, you win with the speed board. And there's this variation where you can almost shake his hand right now. Oh my gosh, that's the end of this. All right, folks, we're gonna. Well, I was gonna congratulate Richard Munitz, and I think I can. We can still congratulate Richard Munitz.
That's his worst roll, 3-1.
Maybe not, Steve. Where's your double, Steve? That's the wrong double, Steve. That's your wrong double, Steve. That you still got 9 pieces. Gin. Gin.
Even with that 3-2.
Congratulations, Richard.
I deserve to lose that, you know.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm so sorry I didn't.
Thank you.
It's because you
Good job.
deserve to lose.
Commentators.
Oh, our pleasure.
We had
There gonna be any more matches, or we all done?
Bunch of gentlemen.
I think we're probably all done.
Put on a good show, guys.
No,
Masters
no,
done. Masters. Wells won the Masters. Made a nice comeback against Allen Tish.
Yeah, that
It's
must
funny
have been.
because in my Japan Open finals, it went the same way. There was no doubling for like 30 rolls. I finally doubled and he passed. It was amazing. It's going to be written up in the article. No, I'm not writing up.
The last time I did it was in the undefeated final.
Yeah. Where are we going?
In
The Los Angeles Ballroom on the second
But
floor.
I realized when I was about 90%.
Give me about 10, okay?
Sure. I had to double that. I
Or
cashed.
15.
And then, of course, lost the match.
Oh,
And had to come all the way back through the second chance to win. Twice.
Quite a story.
Peter Calvin. Peter Calvin.
So we are. Where's the humanity? It's right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, excitement. Justice for the spectators.
Yeah, definitely got more than our money's worth.
Yeah.
I've got a 5. Give me this.
Okay.
I saw a 20. Beautiful. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Did you wind up
Thanks.
All right. I was fortunate to get back to DMP, where I got my ass stomped. I got really stomped a couple of 4 days. By the way, your 6'4" hitting is slightly correct. Slightly correct.
But I think at that score,
.01 something.
at that score, the margins get reduced by
A lot, yeah.
non-gammons.
They get reduced by a lot, yeah. You win the game. 5/8 of a percent more than I did.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're having the finalists come in momentarily, and I'm conducting an interview. Let me know what questions you have for them. Certainly ask them about that two-away, no double by Rich. If you haven't done so, please hit the like button and subscribe to the USBGF. Thank you to everyone. I wanted to thank Candace Mayron, Patrick Gibson, Frank Talbot, Cece Pedrosa. I'm Alex Eshaghian. I was doing the stream, commentary, and social media. You can follow me on my channel. You can become a member, and you'll get exclusive access to the most popular videos. I also have my book available on Amazon, Backgammon Backgame Strategies. Tournament Committee, Neil Kazaross, Ted Chi, Eligibility Consultants, Ben Friesen, Auctioneer Art Benjamin. Thank you to the USBGF and the ABT. And our board sponsor, Legacy Boards, Bill Shea. think he's sitting in the back. You can wave hello. Hi, Bill. Thank you for everything. I also want to thank Ralph Bird and Mochi for running their event, and Bill Riles and Tara Mendocino for streaming it, and Phil Simborg. It's always a pleasure to see him and everyone else. He ran the tournament. Let's see. Upcoming tournaments for the ABT. There's going to be St. Louis is next week, and then there's the Michigan Summer Championships, 4th of July weekend in Novi, Michigan, run by Ben Friesen. St. Louis is David Todd. And then we'll have Wisconsin, run by Jack Edelson, August 6th through 10th. Viking Backgammon Classic in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Labor Day weekend, August 27th through September 1st. New Orleans Gammon Go by Bill Riles and Tara Mendocino, September 10th through 14th. The Wild West Shootout in October in Denver, October 8th through 13th by Dan Minardi. Boston Open on Halloween weekend, October 30th through November 2nd, of course in Boston, run by Rory Pascar, and thank you for transcribing. Miami Open will be November 18th through the 24th in Miami, run by Avi Cohen, and we'll be here to conclude the calendar year at the California State Backgammon Championships here in Los Angeles, December 4th through the 7th. Also, thank you to everyone who helped. We had a lot of help transcribing. Rory Pascar, Roberto Litzenberger, John Georgiou, help with the stream, Ben Friesen, Steen Connolly, Matt Patterson helped a lot. Thank you to everyone. Okay, so Steve,
Richard's outside signing autographs.
So we'll start with Steve.
Okay.
Okay. Well, congratulations. You had a really tough road to the finals. You played Rich twice. You played Mochi. You had a lot of tough opponents.
And Kit Woolsey twice.
Kit Woolsey twice. Wow.
The Hall of Famer Kit Woolsey. I beat him twice, but I lost to Rich twice. So this goes in a circle. I don't know who's going to win.
Yeah, but it was fantastic. So many people were watching the end. We had Mochi visiting from Japan, of course. We had Jake Jacobs, Neil Kazaross, Marty Storer, Kit Woolsey. When you see those that many great players watching you, that means you're impressive. So
yeah, well, thank you, Alex.
What did you think? Everyone was talking about when Rich wasn't doubling at two-way.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind? Because I'm going to ask him the same question.
Well, I was just going to just play at a normal pace, like as if the match was on the line. You know, I wasn't going to like stop and take any pictures and give him extra time to think about what he.
You knew he should have doubled, right? I mean,
No,
he missed.
I don't know that theory. You're supposed to wait until it's like gin before you. Of course, Georgiou should have doubled.
Yeah.
But you know, pressure can get to you in a variety of different ways, and he's not the kind of person. But he told me that he had done that one time before, and he promised himself that he would never do it again. And I said, "Well, promise yourself again that you won't do it again."
Someone was asking Richard Stubbe, hello, in the chat. It should be the rule where there's no doubling when it's two-way.
Simborg suggested that. That's interesting. He said like that. It's like a Hyper Crawford or something like that.
Yeah, no cube at all for the rest of the match.
They could try that as a special side event, or experiment to see whether that would work or not.
Yeah,
adds more skill. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always great to have you as a hometown favorite. How do you enjoy this tournament? What are your thoughts about this tournament?
Well, and
of course December.
What's that?
Of course, the December tournament here too.
Yeah, I mean, I know most of the people here. I've known a lot of them for 45 plus years, playing these tournaments, and everybody's real friendly and helpful, and rooting for me to win. I know they're rooting for my opponent as well, so they just want to see a good match, well played match, and try to provide that as much as I can.
And it's tough because you're playing for 3 days, 4 days. We've got
congratulations on your near victory and your fine showing and second place finish.
Thanks, Joe.
And played very well in your last couple of matches.
Oh yeah, I was pretty happy about that.
You were commentating with him.
I did have one curious thing about strategy you employed in this match. I noticed when it was two-way, you somehow entice your opponent to never double throughout the entire match. And I was wondering what it is that you do to encourage your opponents to take such action.
Hypnosis and mind control. It doesn't work on everybody, but it worked in this case.
Anyway, you played very well. And,
Thank you.
You're an amazing player. Congratulations on your Japan Open victory.
Oh, that's right. Fantastic.
I'm winning on every continent.
That's good.
Well, you didn't win this one, but
but you've won on this continent before.
Before, yeah.
Yeah, very, very, very impressive run.
So one of the questions that we've been talking about throughout the chat, I'll ask you both, is how can we grow the game? So what are your thoughts? We can start.
I would say one of the good ways to grow the game is for the people watching to see someone not doubling at two-away for the entire game, and that's going to encourage a lot of attendance at ABT tournaments because people are going to realize that they're better than that.
Someone in the chat said they should try starting with 3 checkers on the midpoint.
I've heard that that's another way to grow the game.
Steve, what are your thoughts about growing the game?
Just teach people how to play. You and I and Joe have been volunteering for years, like at the college campuses and, the minor clubs that have up and coming players, and I give free lessons when I go to those, and I'm sure you all both gave free lessons, helping people to improve their game.
Well, Alex,
the video is off. I'm gonna go fix that, but the audio is working. Keep talking.
Okay.
Alex, obviously, with all the things that he does, as far as on his YouTube channel and having people play and give lessons, and Alex is amazing. He's like an invaluable resource to Backgammon. He's probably doing more than any person I can think of to help grow the game right now. And anybody that is not familiar with Alex Eshaghian's YouTube channel should go to it because he has hundreds of videos and interviews and just a wealth of information. It's like free lessons that you can get for, you could spend months just going over the information he has on his YouTube channel, and it would certainly help anybody's game, even the experts.
Yeah, you and I have been friends with Alex for many, many years, and he came onto the scene, and he wants to help. He wants to help people learn and enjoy.
Well, he's very smart, very intuitive, and very organized, and he's a brilliant person and a brilliant analyst. And I was saying, anybody that's not familiar with your YouTube channel, can you give a plug for your YouTube channel?
Oh,
because
yeah.
I think that's an invaluable resource for people to improve their game, including all levels.
So I'll tell you a little bit about the story of the YouTube channel. About 2 years ago, the business was slow, so I started writing this book. It took me 3 months to write the book and then 6 months to proofread it. And part of the reason to start the YouTube channel was to promote the book. And now I'm not really doing that. Now it's like promoting Backgammon. And I feel like, number one, it's a lot of fun for me. And number two, people ask, what's a good way to improve? What's a good way to learn? I feel like I've learned so much doing these videos with all of you guys. I remember the one where we did the Vitor Cup final in my office when you were playing and Joe was commentating. It's great. People like it. And, exposure is important. And this is one way. And I think other platforms for social media, like what everyone's doing with the social clubs on Instagram, I'm not too good on Instagram because I guess I'm too old or something. Maybe I have to get my son to do it.
What does that make Joe?
Yeah.
If you're too old.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're almost as old as Steve now, right?
Almost.
Almost now.
Every year I get closer. I told
the ratio between you and Steve decreases every year. It seems like. I'm not sure. I haven't studied that, but
the ratio it's about the same. So yeah, I mean, I enjoy the YouTube channel. Anyone's welcome to come join and play. I like to play, educate, interview people. You guys, I haven't done interviews with you guys, but we should.
All right.
What else? So that was that. Let's see what they're saying in the chat. Congratulations, Steve. Yeah, would they want to extend matches at tournaments when time is always a problem? and that's the general argument against it.
Again, what's the suggestion?
Again, stopping the cube. No more cubes at two-way.
Oh, well, I don't think that's going to probably be the predominant way that matches are played. Probably just
They would have to shorten the matches to do that.
or
So
lengthen the time.
To kind of like it kills the philosophy of that.
Yeah.
Because you could do that in the final. You could actually do that in the final, but you can't do that throughout the tournament without shortening the matches. It could be something that could be tried in the final.
So other questions.
I think it was employed in this final, right?
Other questions people have is like, there are a lot of novice players that are learning, and that's fun. But there are also like intermediate and advanced players. They're asking like, what's the best way to improve, whether it's to the Grandmaster level like you guys, or just improve in general. What is the advice you have for players that are interested in improving?
Well, I've written several articles on, how to improve your game, like 10 tips on how to improve your backgammon game, and 25, I forgot even how it was written, but 25 ways to improve your game. And somebody wants to send me an email, my email address, and I'll just send you those 2 articles.
Yeah.
backgammonplayer@msn.com. So I have the 10 ways to improve your game, and then 25 ways to improve your game.
So if you could tell the viewers one way, what would it be?
Well, I'm not going to just say one way. I mean, you should play against Extreme Gammon. You should play against people. You should read books. You should watch good players play. You should ask good players questions. Teach someone of a lower level than you. Take lessons from someone at a higher level than you. Those are probably most of the 10 ways.
I have to run and have a meeting with the USBGF.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Joe.
Joe.
Thank you for everything you've done for the USBGF.
Thank you.
So what else? What other questions do people have? Oh, why does John G hate the dead cubes rule so much? What is Steve gonna do with all the money he's won? You going to Magic Castle?
We'll see about that.
You're going to Disneyland?
Yeah, yes, I'm going to Disneyland.
So who's going to Magic Castle?
Oh, it's a big group of people, like 15. I can't remember them all, but Art Benjamin is, one of the performing magicians there, so he set this thing up.
Oh yeah, Hans was saying when you were playing against Art, it's like they're never gonna miss a pip count in this match.
Yeah, I can count the pips. He's fast as well. So should we go get Richard and have him come and talk to you?
I'll go get him. We'll be right back. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, my pleasure, Alex. We'll see you next time.
All right. All right, now it's my pleasure to have 2025 Los Angeles Open Championship champion Rich Munitz. Congratulations!
Thank you, Alex.
Welcome. How do you feel?
Well, I feel elated and I feel like an idiot at the same time. As you know, I mean, to not double at two-way all game, just total brain fart there.
So you just forgot.
I just,
you thought it was already
in
doubled.
my head, I was playing DMP and just playing, okay, let's just play this game. And the cube never occurred to me until the game was over and I'm about to extend my hand to Steve and I'm like, why isn't his hand coming out? And I'm like, oh man, so.
I was talking to someone, either Swedish or Danish player, but he was telling me, I don't know if you ever knew Jerry Grandel, one of the top players like 20, 30 years ago out of Sweden.
I know who he is.
Yeah. He said whenever he would play a match, every game, and I think it was Daniel Sorensen that said that, he looked at the score multiple times throughout the game and looked at the cube. And that was actually a good habit to have. Yeah. but you had some tough opponents. You had to beat Steve twice.
Yeah. I mean, it's always a long slog, no matter who you're playing. I've often said these tournaments are so hard to win. It's amazing anybody manages to do it. But yeah, it's. I mean, it just feels good. I mean, I had some tough matches. I had some easy matches. Certainly the field thickens as you get towards the end. Steve is a great player, and
I mean, I don't think you were watching the stream because you were playing, but when you go back and watch, we had some unbelievable matches in the stream. It was like Mochi played Joe Russell, then he played Michi, then he played Steve Sax, he played Kit Woolsey, Steve played Art Benjamin, like so many top players.
Yeah, I mean the draw is random, right? But sometimes you have good players sort of clustered together in one part of the draw. I mean, I think the fact that Backgammon is not seeded creates these interesting situations, and you shouldn't be giving advantages to certain players because they have a reputation or a PR or whatever. I mean, it should be random, but sometimes you get this clustering, and that's what we had in this tournament. Just a number of giants of backgammon in one sort of section of the draw.
I was ecstatic when I saw the draw yesterday because I'm running the stream and we get more viewers when we have top players playing, and when we have two top players playing, it's just unbelievable. So yesterday we had Mochi play Joe Russell, then Mochi play Michi, then Mochi played Steve Sax, and then Steve Sax played you, and those are just like unbelievable. And I'm looking at this draw on the USBGF website, and some of the people don't know that you were instrumental in creating this. So can you tell us about like how you started and how you went through doing this brackets called the OTS, right?
Yeah, so the OTS stands for Online Tournament System. And this was something that I had an idea back in 2014 when we had a need to calculate the USBGF master points. And so as I thought about creating software for that, well, call it scope creep, call it whatever you want, but I started to think about really what could come after. And I was inspired to one day have something that could run all tournaments through software in a really nice way that would meet all the needs of what I knew were all the special formats that our tournament directors use, their kind of expectations about what brackets should look like and how they should work, right? You can go out and go to any of these places online, and you don't necessarily get the same stuff and the same flexibility. So I began working on this in really 2014, 2015, and it was just a sort of slow process of building and building and building, and finally in the beginning of 2021, I mean, that's a long time. Yeah. But it was ready for the USBGF online tournaments that are the tournaments that are held online, and then by 2022 it began use on the American Backgammon Tour.
So for the viewers who have never been to such a tournament, how does it work? And you get text messages. How does it work?
Yeah. So the first thing is that all the players are put in, right, and all the players now are USBGF members, so we have information about them, such as phone numbers and so forth. But bottom line is, the director will use the system to put players in, to then create, we define what the structure of the tournament is. It's able to generate the draws. It's able to generate the brackets, do random draws. And then, once you say, okay, this is the way I want it, you hit a button and play starts. And when play starts, certain tournaments are set up so that players get notifications of their matches. So they'll get a text or an email, depending upon who the player is, letting them know who their opponent is, what the match length is. At some point, we'll have the ability to add things like table numbers and so forth. But it's really been, very nice in that, you're not stuck in the playing room, right? You can walk out, and when you've got a match, you get told, right? Wherever you are, it tells you. And a tournament like this, players are even able to simply go onto the web page and report their own matches, right? So it can just do it all automatically. Most directors prefer to kind of handle that themselves, but in LA, it's fully digital. There's no paper on the wall, fully digital, and players can self-report
Runs
if they
things
wish.
smoothly. There's not yelling, calling people, all sorts of things. So that's fantastic. Speaking of the USBGF, I tell people everyone should become a member of the USBGF, and you and I are on the board of directors. Tell the viewers why they should become members of the USBGF.
Well, I mean, the USBGF has, does a lot for the game. So just in terms of, if you love this game and, you want to be part of this community and you like this community and you want to support the game, right? A great way to do that is to join the Federation, right? Just to be a good citizen. But, if you're one of those folks who's like, what's in it for me? Well, there are a lot of benefits too. It's not just a matter of collecting money and then doing stuff that doesn't affect you, right? I mean, we've got all of these incredible online tournaments that are running all the time using, this software, and it's been really, really popular with members. Just nicely run tournaments that you play at your own pace, at your own schedule, we're supporting all the live tournaments. Primetime Magazine is just such a phenomenal publication. I mean, I think certainly the best backgammon publication there is, and I challenge you to come up with another gaming publication that rivals it in its quality. So there are just so many things that you can get, and that the membership has privileges.
Yes, absolutely. We saw Pete Jarvis was in the chat, and he told me he took a lesson from you one time. So one of the questions the viewers ask is, how do you recommend players to improve their game?
Well, so I tend to not teach very much at all, right? But Peter lives close to me, and he was willing to show up at my house, and I'm like, okay, well, great. But the key for me is, when I teach, the way I think, I'm not one of the as strong as my math might be. I don't have fun sitting at the board doing math. I don't have a phenomenal memory, so I can't keep all this stuff in my head. A million reference positions and so on. So to me, it's about understanding the concepts of play and how do you think and how do you weigh different things, right? And so to me, that's what I look for. Like you should read, you should analyze your play, but it's not enough to simply sit and look at the right answer and say, okay, well, I was wrong, here's the right play. And next time this position comes up, maybe I'll remember it. You've got to start digging in and say, why is that play right? What's going on here? What was I not understanding? And so when I teach, I strive to give people the tools to help themselves, right? So that they can analyze their play and start to use the information that they've learned, start to use those ways of thinking to help discover for themselves what's really going on and what's important here, what makes this idea right in that position. So that's sort of how I learned, how I got good, right? Nobody taught me anything, right? I sort of figured a lot out on my own. I read things, but I got good because I was able to look at my analysis, and I was able to really understand what's happening just by having ideas in my head, and I can say, well, which ideas apply, right? You can look at a position, create certain theories of, okay, I think this is why it's right. But like any scientific thing, there are ways to test theories, right? Well, if my idea is true, then if I modify the position in this way, I would expect this result. Do I get that result? Yes or no? Well, if the answer is yes, great, I figured it out. If the answer is no, well, what am I missing again?
And you do a lot of that on XG. And speaking of XG, there was a new owner, Travis Kalanick, who happened to be here. Were you here when he was saying a few words?
I was.
So
it's
what
exciting.
what would you like to see in terms of improvements in XG?
Well, I mean, look, honestly, XG is great as it is. So first and foremost, technology keeps moving, and without somebody stepping up like he did, there is a serious risk that XG becomes unusable on the next operating system, the next phone version, whatever it is. So simply coming to the rescue and ensuring that this product will keep running and be there as a tool, to me, is the most important thing. I would love to see a new AI, right? Something like what we've seen in chess with Alpha Zero, or things like that. Is that possible in backgammon? I'd love to find out. But I'm not like so big on add this feature and that feature, whatever. To me, it's about what can we learn about the game by having a better teacher.
Right.
And sure, if it can tell us its thoughts on why this is right and why that's wrong, like if it actually understood to that level, as opposed to neural nets simply are a massive experience and great memory, but they don't know why they do what they do, right? So that's sort of that next level, is why do I think that, not just what do I think.
I learned a lot by watching the top players, talking to them, interviewing them, and I learned like how they think. So I came up with this sentence: the correct play is always dependent on the likelihood of future outcomes. So I see these top players thinking about the next 21 possible rolls, and then the 21 subsequent possible rolls in the next sequence. So it's like they think about that, and I think that's what XG does. So I think starting to think about that in that way has helped me improve a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're a big user of the dice distributions and things like that, and that's sort of a great way to visualize. For me, I don't think the human mind is geared up necessarily to look 4 rolls ahead like XG does. It's a
4
computer.
is hard.
Yeah.
2 is reasonable.
Yeah, like, so you could sort of think about some of your numbers and some of their numbers. I mean, I don't find that interesting. That's not fun to me.
It's not
right?
fun, yeah.
So you have to think a certain amount about that. But sometimes you look at a play and okay, why did I get this wrong? And it's just one of these tactical positions where nothing short of looking at the next 1,296 possible outcomes is going to get you to that answer. And you know what? I'm happy if those positions I don't get right. It's okay.
Right.
I can't know everything. I don't want to do that over the board. But sometimes you really where you really take that leap and the neural nets are not necessarily there is humans can look at how a position is likely to evolve into the future, right? Where is this likely to go? Concepts like timing, concepts like, flexibility, where is this position likely to lead if I do it this way versus that way? And a lot of times, those are the kinds of things where a good human player can get the right answer and XG will miss it. And then you roll it out and sure enough, it's right. So I like to kind of think of things like that.
Great. Also this weekend we had the USBGF Awards dinner and Marty Storer was inducted into the Hall of Fame. I wanted to give you an opportunity to say a few words about Marty.
Well, what can you say about Marty? Marty's great. It is so well deserved. He's obviously an awesome player. We all know that. But he gives back to the game as well. And to me, the true stars are those people who both can play well and give back. And that I find inspiring. That's what I try to do. It's important to me. I've given up some of my studying because I feel it's that important to give back. And Marty somehow does it all. I want to commend him on that. This is such a well-deserved award. Marty received the Lifetime Achievement Award a couple of years ago, and I was there on the stage with him because I got mine at the same time, and that is a great recognition for him as well. Not as a player, but for what he gives back and what he's done for many years. So yeah, I can't say enough good things about Marty. Just incredible insight, incredible communication skills. His writing is just superb, and he's always giving of his time.
Yeah, he's fantastic. So the last question that we've been asking all the guests is, looking forward, how can we grow Backgammon? I know you've been running your club in New York, but how can people grow Backgammon?
Well, I mean, I think the key, of course, the federations are going to try and add quality to events like this. Things like this software we've done and so on. All this stuff is great, but the growth of Backgammon has to come from the grassroots. It's not going to come from what happens at major tournaments. And so the keys to that are, I look at what, I'm from New York. I've run this social club in New York for many years. And, someone like Remy, I think that's the secret sauce,
we
right?
need more Remys.
No, but it's not a matter of her. I mean, a certain amount is her and her personality, but it's what she's doing. She's appealing to a new generation. She's making the game fun, and it's a great way to meet people. So if you combine meeting people with the great social aspects of Backgammon, and Backgammon is sort of a thing to do while you meet people. But you know what happens? You got all these young people coming to meet other young people, and they say, this is a great game. Yeah. It's an accident almost, right? They're coming because it looks like, it's being portrayed as a bunch of people having a good time.
Yeah.
And that's what they're there for.
And it is. It's a game. You should be having fun.
But it's also about the people. The people
Right.
look like they're happy. They're having fun, right? And so, learning that it happens to also be a great game and enjoyable on its own merits, right, is kind of icing on the cake. But that's why they come back, right? Because a lot of people become regulars because they're like, this is not only a great way to meet people and have fun and socialize, this is a fun game. And, that to me is the secret, right? Obviously it's about how do you get that message out? How do you attract people? Who's going to be the front person that greets them and makes them feel welcome and all that. But, the recipe is there, right? We've seen this work, right? And So I don't need to do this anymore in New York, right? I can kind of retire from
Right,
you know what I've been
right.
doing, because it's in such good hands. Like it's so successful. I'd like to see that success replicated elsewhere. It clearly works, and the amount of engagement has been just insane.
Well, very good. Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Safe travels and good luck in the future. And I'll see you soon at the USBGS.
Sounds great. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
See you all.
We'll see you guys in December, and St. Louis is next week.
Yeah. Hopefully, I can sit here after the next
time.
tournament.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I've got this for you. Oh, I need to take a picture of you with your phone.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Not yet. Oh, okay. But I'll come take a picture.